Chapter 701, I Can Kill Back. After being reminded by book friends in the comment area, I found that I did miss Chapter 689 and Chapter 690 without updating. I'm so stupid to fly _:3_. Now I have completed the 2 chapters, because it is the method of modifying the entire 700 chapters into 689 chapters and then moving. So book friends who have subscribed to the 700 chapters can watch the 689 chapters for free, which is Zew's apologies. But if you want to review the 700 chapters, you still need to subscribe again. But know that the dual holy sword manifestation is like 2 superpowered laser cannon ports. It does not halve Mark-Sai's magic output and divides it into 2 parts, but directly multiplies Mark-Sai's terrible magic power by 2, launched into a double attack. Although the consumption will double, but the instant attack power will also double. So the 2 were tragic, and a misstep became an eternal hatred. Dracula was not convinced. Marx McClown, who are you? How can you have such a powerful force? Dracula also perceives Mark-Sai's extraordinariness from this match. How could such a person be Lilith's companion, and how could he be a wanted object by the Ministry of Magic? Kane stared at Marx McClown coldly, trying his best to keep calm, and said, Marx McClown, you are a human being, okay with our vampire family's grudges? In view of Mark-Sai's amazing strength, Kane's attitude has also changed a lot. You must know that Kane is good at mental power, but Kane was directly injured before he could use it. This has not happened for a long time. Marx McClown said indifferently, don't talk nonsense, you still have combat effectiveness. Stand up for me if you want to stop me. Kane narrowed his eyes and said, Marx McClown, you should know that Lord Merlin is hidden in our family. It's okay for you to make a small mess. If you continue to make trouble, you are deliberately having trouble with Lord Merlin. The consequences are not something you can bear. Who knew? Marx McClown nodded seriously, and said, how do you know that I am going to have trouble with Merlin? Hearing Mark-Sai's serious answer, Dracula and Kane froze for a moment and looked even more embarrassed. Kane shouted, Lilith, where did you find such a fool, dare to do this to Master Merlin? Disrespectful. Lilith gratefully looked at Mark-Sai and said, we came back this time to deal with Merlin. You are all controlled by Merlin, so you are so obsessed with power. As long as you get rid of Merlin, the vampire family will return to normal. Dracula looked very angry and exclaimed, Master Merlin made my vampires stronger. You still want to do something with Merlin? You are really the scum of our vampires. Kane also said, Lilith, Master Merlin has also improved your strength. Did you return Master Merlin like this? Lilith didn't feel moved, and said, no matter what you say, as long as you get rid of Merlin, you will understand everything. Dracula and Kane looked at each other, and suddenly they both jumped up at the same time, with bloodred eyes staring at Mark-Sai. Lilith immediately realized that the 2 of them were going to die, and shouted, Mark-Sai, be careful. Naturally, Marx McClown would not relax his vigilance, staring at Dracula and Kane closely. How can they be the ancestors of the vampire family, and they still have some cards in their hands? If they relax their vigilance, something will definitely happen. Sure enough, Dracula and Kane burst into bleeding fog. Countless crystal clear blood hovered outside the 2 bodies, looking very strange. Lilith yelled, Mark-Sai is my clan's secret spell. It can boost your own magic and spiritual power through your own blood, which can stimulate your own potential in a short time. Be careful. Marx McClown also frowned at the 2 weird people. Lilith is the ancestor of the vampire family. It is impossible to know this secret method, but he has never seen Lilith use this secret method, and guessed that this secret method is costly, so Lilith did not use it on himself over seeking flowers . Usually, the more expensive the spell, the greater the power, which made Mark-Sai have to face the offensive of Dracula and Kane seriously. Thinking of this, Mark-Sai joined the tops of the 2 magic wands together. Since you are desperate, I can't justify it if I don't show some skills. The magical power of Mark-Sai's whole body gathered at the top of the magic wand, and a terrifying magical power slowly condensed on the magic wand. The intensity of this magical power even shocked the space with a buzzing sound. Marx McClown took a deep breath and stared at Dracula and Kane, ready to respond to their attacks. The next moment, Dracula opened his eyes suddenly, and the crystal clear blood was compressed in front of him into a blood-red ball. From this ball, Mark-Sai felt a kind of power that made the heart palpitating. Power can never be underestimated. Kane also opened his eyes. Unlike Dracula, Kane's blood seemed to melt in the air. Kane didn't seem to have any abnormal changes, but Marx McClown could keenly sense that Kane's mental fluctuations were extremely active. This was an extremely powerful mental attack. Kane and Dracula were originally very strong. After Merlin's costly increase, I am afraid that no one among the human wizards can beat them, except the wizards of my level. Why is even more unimaginable. Marx McClown calmly analyzed. However, they made a mistake in their judgment at the beginning, and they missed 1,000 miles. They were hit hard by me with just one move. Now even if they stimulate the secret technique, they will also be greatly reduced. In other words, there is still a chance to win, and it is great. At this time, Dracula and Kane exhaled at the same time, glaring at Mark-Sai, and at the same time shouted, "Go to hell!" The blood-red concentrated ball turned into a hot cannonball, blasting towards Mark-Sai at a crazy speed. Chapter 702. An invisible, but oppressive spiritual might rushed to Marx McClown along with a small blood ball. This is a mixed attack of magic and mental power that Dracula and Kane exploded with all their strength, plus they are spurred by vampire secret methods. The power will definitely be extraordinary. Marx McClown also exhaled, waved two magic wands at the same time, and shouted in a deep voice, "The double holy sword is revealed." In the past, the manifestation of the holy sword was that Mark-Sai could burst out with a magic wand, but in order to cope with the joint attack of Dracula and Kane, Mark-Sai has gathered all his strength for the second time. Mixing his magic power and the spiritual power formed this unparalleled holy sword with a higher level of power. A dazzling light broke out from the top of the two magic wands, and the horrifying and solid lightsaber appeared in the eyes of all the 623 people. Cool Tiger, wherever the sharp lightsaber goes, it makes a violent sound of breaking wind, and wherever the blade reaches, there is no vitality. When the blood-red ball touched the lightsaber, it didn't cause any obstruction. It was directly cut into two hemispheres, and it even spattered a trace of blood, which looked very strange. As for Kane's mental power, it is even more unbearable. As if water encounters a soldering iron, it is directly cut and evaporated into invisible. After all, Mark-Sai's holy sword must also contain Mark-Sai's spiritual power. And Mark-Sai's spiritual power is not much weaker than Kane. Boom! A huge sound, a powerful shockwave tore everyone's body. Mark-Sai was blown by the huge wind and looked very unrestrained. As for Dracula and Kane, their faces were pale. They fell to one side, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Dracula looked at Mark-Sai miserably. Both of them looked incredible. Even if they resorted to the secret method, they couldn't cause any damage to Marx McClown. What a terrifying strength Marx McClown had. Lilith was also shocked. She knew how powerful the secrets of the vampires were, but even so, Mark-Sai easily defeated Dracula and Kane. Of course, only Marx McClown knew about it. He was not easy at all. The manifestation of the double holy sword that has only been mixed with spiritual power is already the strongest attack. He has exhausted all methods. Dracula and Kane looked at each other slowly, and Dracula suddenly said, "Even if you can defeat us, but there are so many vampire warriors here, can you fight back one by one?" Kane also sneered, "Don't think we can't see that your consumption is already huge. Right? Now what you fear most is definitely the crowd tactics." Dracula yelled, "Warriors of the vampire clan, get on me. Kill them." Marx McClown's eyes narrowed, and the two old immortals actually wanted to use the lives of the vampire clans to stop themselves. But think about it, there are not only hundreds of fighters with the strength of vampire elites, but also countless ordinary vampire tribesmen, who can't handle it even with more hands and feet. What's more, Dracula and Kane's eyes and experience are very poisonous. They see it well, and they are indeed very expensive. Dracula and Kane looked at each other. Suddenly, they met at the same time. The blood-red magic enveloped both of them. A blood-colored bat was formed, flying high in the air about to flee into the distance. At the same time, the other ordinary people of vampires also ran towards Lilith and Mark-Sai frantically. Lilith's face changed and she said, "No, they want to run away." Marx McClown also frowned, looking at the two scarlet bats flying in the air, but Marx McClown didn't care. He was already prepared to deal with Dracula and Kane's escape. With a pop, Marx McClown raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "It's time for you to come on stage. Come on to me." The ground shook suddenly, and a huge monster suddenly rose into the sky. That thick waist like a bucket, plus a hideous face, is the Basilisk of Mark-Sai. The Scarlet Bat's incarnation of Dracula and Kane didn't have any reaction time at all. They were entangled and pulled back to the ground by the Basilisk. The Basilisk showed no mercy towards the two of them, and slammed the bats on the ground heavily. Two immediately appeared on the ground, a huge pit. Dracula and Kane lay in the pit embarrassedly, with blood overflowing from their eyes and nose, and many bones were probably broken. The huge body of the basilisk did not hesitate to press on the two of them, spitting out the snake lecher at the two with a provocative appearance. Originally, the two had been severely injured by Mark-Sai, but now they were ravaged like this by the basilisk. Although Dracula and Kane were captured, the surging army of vampires looked like a tide. The basilisk roared at the vampire army, but the vampire army that had been controlled did not fear this terrifying creature at all, and rushed towards it frantically. Marx McClown frowned when he saw this. The vampire family might use it in the future, but he couldn't let the basilisk petrify them in a large area. It is impossible for Mark-Sai to let them wear glasses to reduce their power before the petrochemical industry, right? Abode frowned and said, "Mr. Marx, what should I do now?" Marx McClown said coldly, "What else can I do? Repel them immediately." Marx McClown stared closely at the vampire army rushing towards him. Originally, vampires were a group of gloomy creatures. In addition, the current 3.1 vampires were controlled, and their faces poured out like zombies. Abd took a deep breath, knowing that it was not time for him to hesitate, so he shouted, "Come on." Abode immediately drew out his magic wand and stubbornly guarded Jones, who had lost his combat effectiveness, and fell into a melee for a while. Most of the vampire populations that rushed over were incompetent. They waved their sharp fingers like zombies and wanted to harm Mark-Sai and Abode with their only attacks. Chapter 703, Special Mental Attack. And hundreds of elite vampires with combat effectiveness are besieging the basilisk, wanting to retake Dracula and Kane from the huge body of the basilisk. Mark-Sai's basilisk looks incomparable among the tide of vampire army. Its huge and powerful body is simply a harvester. With a sweep of its tail or a wave of the snake's head, more than a dozen vampires fly out. If the vampire race has not been controlled, it will only. He rushed forward in spite of himself. "I'm afraid I was scared to shrink back." It was also because of the existence of the basilisk that Mark-Sai and Abode could hold on temporarily. Mark-Sai's magic wand was waving quickly, swept a large swath of vampires and fell under Mark-Sai's magic wand. But this is not a solution after all. We must figure out how to deal with these controlled vampire races. Otherwise, if this goes on, Marx McClown will have to fight hard. Marx McClown took out his only remaining outer meteorite from his sleeve. Although he knew that the outer meteorite could restrain mental power, but now Marx McClown was holding the outer meteorite. The vampires under control had no reaction at all, and they still charged wildly towards them, like a death squad. DSK. It seems useless. Although people of Mark-Sai's level will not have any major problems in the face of such an offensive, it is hard to say for Abode Johns. They will sooner or later fail to fight and die. Plus cool, tiger. Even Mark-size basilisk is very powerful, but because it has always been ordered to avoid petrification to kill the enemy, and the huge body is also the fatal weakness of the basilisk, the elite vampire army can attack the basilisk casually. The basilisk is impossible to hold it down. Is there any way to stop these crazy troops? In the pit suppressed by the basilisk, Dracula and Cain were full of blood, looking at the embarrassed Mark-Sai and Lilith with a big smile. Dracula yelled, "Do you think you can crush our vampire family if you are strong? Don't be too naive. Our vampire family can't be defeated after getting Merlin's power." Cain said, "Since you are going to be enemies of our vampire family, we can't easily let you go." Dracula, "Use the mysterious skills that Master Merlin taught us." Dracula agreed. "Well, let all these damn people die for me." Marx McClown frowned and looked at Dracula and Cain, who were already in madness. Right now, this vampire army's crowded tactics are already very difficult to deal with. What else do they want to do? I saw Dracula stretch out his hand to Cain, and the two of them held hands together. A jerky and profound force slowly condensed in midair, and the crazy vampire army also slowly drifted out of this power in midair. Convergence and integration. Marx McClown's face sank. He naturally felt what power it was. Mental strength. This is actually a fusion of spiritual power. Although Dracula and Cain are already seriously injured, there is no problem in using their mental power as an introduction. They attract the spiritual power of other vampires to fuse together and turn into a huge spiritual power to attack. In fact, this was originally impossible. After all, the spiritual power between people is different, and it is impossible to forcibly merge. But the vampire clan is not the same. Merlin controlled the vampire clan through mental pollution, which led to the spirit of Merlin in the spirit of all the vampire clan. With this level of connection, the spirit of the vampire family merged, and it became very natural and harmonious, with no barriers at all. If this huge spiritual power really merges, even Marx McClown will not be able to withstand such a terrifying attack of spiritual power. Lilith also felt this terrifying spiritual power. Even she couldn't survive such a strong spiritual power. Is this plan to return to the vampires to fail like this? A look of despair slowly appeared on Lilith's face. Abode felt this unusually powerful mental power and panicked. "Mr. Marx, what should we do now?" Marx McClown frowned tightly and did not fail to answer Abode. Mental attacks can only be counterattacked with mental power, and in the process of conveying their mental power, if their main body is knocked out, then this trick will naturally be self-defeating. But in the face of a huge army of vampires, Marx McClown's spirit, no matter how strong it is, can't affect everyone. It won't work at all. Marx McClown groaned for a while, immediately syncing his mind and opening the division system. It seems that the time is right now. It is the moment when the potential points that Mark-Sai has always reserved before come into play. With Mark-Sai's existing mental shock, it is indeed impossible to affect so many people, but what about after the spiritual shock is upgraded? Potential point upgrade skills. Mental Impact 513, Level 3 Mental Shock. A cold light flashed in Marx McClown's eyes. After upgrading his mental shock skills, Marx McClown's sensitivity to mental power went a step further, staring closely at the growing spiritual power floating in the air. Marx McClown took a deep breath, and suddenly bit his lip. A fishy iron breath poured into Marx McClown's nose. Marx McClown's body has also absorbed meteorites from outside the sky, so Marx McClown's blood also has the characteristics of meteorites from outside the sky. Marx McClown must use his blood as a medium to explode a third-level mental shock. Marx McClown's blood surged into Marx McClown's mind and merged with Marx McClown's spiritual power. From this spiritual power that merged with her own blood, Marx McClown clearly felt the abnormal changes in her own spiritual power. This is a spiritual power that can restrain the spiritual power, but is exclusive to oneself. Spiritual shock. P.S. Strongly ask for rewards and automatic subscription. It's really important. Chapter 704, Take Merlin Directly. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City, Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wu Wang to find it. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let McClown How personally solve the puzzle. Marx McClown's eyes widened, and the spiritual power belonging to Marx McClown was like a sharp sword, floating straight in the air. That spiritual power mixed with countless vampire consciousness. Cool Tiger. However, it is not that Marx McClown wants to head in with this huge mental power, but Marx McClown wants to use this channel to push back and attack all vampires connected with mental power transmission. Marx McClown's spiritual sword pierced this huge spiritual ball, and then Marx McClown's spirit turned into countless fine needles, piercing the brains of all vampires through the source of vampire spiritual power. The whole world seemed to be quiet, and all the vampires were stunned, frozen in place and motionless. Abode was fighting bloody, but the vampire he faced suddenly turned into a sculpture and became immobile. This change made Abode surprised and delighted, not knowing what happened. Lilith was also stunned at the changes in the vampires around him. Why did the vampire who was still alive just now motionless all of a sudden? Is this Marx's masterpiece again? Lilith looked at Marx McClown with shocked eyes. There were too many things in this man that she couldn't understand, which made her feel that Marx McClown was so mysterious and so worthy of her to discover. Bang! A vampire fell weakly to the ground and fainted. Cool Tiger. Then one after another vampires fainted, and then turned into a large swath of vampires falling to the ground, and soon the whole land was full of vampires. In the pit suppressed by the basilisk, Dracula and Cain spewed blood again, the two of them pale and trembling, lying on the ground weakly like withered flowers. Dracula's trembling voice, trembling fingers pointed at Mark's eye, and said, "You devil, what have you done? It's impossible, how could you stop us?" Cain was already lying weakly on the ground, already speechless. Lilith hesitated for a while and shouted, "Marx McClown, you did this?" Marx McClown nodded faintly, and said, "Can't wait any longer. If they successfully gather their mental attacks, then no one on our side can stop it." Marx McClown gestured to the basilisk, and the basilisk immediately wrapped Dracula and Cain around him, and crawled up to Marx McClown's side, looking like he wanted to take credit. Marx McClown gently patted the triangular head of the basilisk as a reward. The basilisk is full of blood, has its own and enemies, but these small wounds will not affect the basilisk. Abode and Joans looked at Mark's eye in shock, only to realize that they really underestimated this man. At first I thought that Mark's eye was just as powerful as Dracula and Cain, but once he did it, Dracula and Cain were instantly crushed by Mark's eye, and he couldn't even take a look like an attack. There is also this basilisk next to Marx McClown. Although the strength of this basilisk is nothing to a person of Lilith's level, it is a basilisk after all. How could ordinary people surrender such a terrifying magical animal? Even Lilith cannot guarantee that she can surrender such a magical animal. In the end, Marx's mental attack exceeded all of them. In the face of that terrifying mental power, Lilith was already desperate, because it was impossible for them to resist this level of mental power. But Marx McClown unexpectedly broke out this kind of mental attack that was beyond her imagination. What kind of terrifying mental power is this? It defeated the mental power of countless people in an instant, and even caused countless vampires to fall into a coma. This is simply unimaginable. Marks McClown didn't know that Lilith had thought so much. He turned his head and looked at Lilith and said, Abode, don't you save Lilith quickly? Abode nodded quickly, and went past the vampires who had fainted, and rescued Lilith. Dracula and Kane looked blank in the pit. Mark's eye's mental attack also temporarily dazzled the two of them, sitting blankly in the pit like fools. Marks McClown waved his hand, and the basilisk immediately stretched out its long wang's good and thick tail wrapped around the two of them and pulled it over. Marks McClown leaned down and stared at the two of them closely. Marks I used the blood containing the power of the outer meteorite to carry out a mental attack. Marks McClown wanted to see if the outer meteorite helped them restore their sanity. But Dracula and Kane still looked blank. Seeing the resentment on Marks McClown's face did not fade, as if they wanted to eat Marks McClown. However, the two were also very acquainted. They had already lost to Mark's eye, so they didn't dare to speak again. Marks McClown squinted his eyes, and said, "It doesn't seem to work. The meteorites outside the sky can't restore their consciousness. They are still being contaminated by Merlin's spirit and controlled by delusion." Lilith was surprised. Then what should we do? Lilith has now taken Mark's eye as her backbone. Chapter 705. Merlin is behind the door. Marks McClown said, "The most important thing is the root of mind control. We must find Merlin. If you solve Merlin, you can solve the problem of your vampire family." Lilith heard Mark's eye say that she wants to deal with Merlin. She couldn't help taking a deep breath, and nodded. "I know the location of Merlin, which belongs to our vampire family behind the vampire castle, but I may not be able to bring you in personally." Marks McClown frowned and asked, "Why?" Lilith sighed and said, "We have left the vampire clan for too long. Merlin's mental pollution is minimal. So now we are close to the oak tree that seals Merlin. I am afraid it will become difficult to adapt." Marks McClown suddenly said, "It doesn't matter. Then he'll go to see Merlin alone." Marks McClown originally wanted to explore the secrets of Solomon's key from Merlin. These things are hard to tell in front of Lilith. Since they can't be with themselves now, Marks McClown will have more opportunities to explore the secrets. Lilith asked Abode, Jones and others to stay outside to take care of their fellow vampires. She led Mark's eye into the forbidden area of the vampires. Lilith also understood that the next collision between Mark's eye and Merlin, and even 530, she was not qualified to participate, let alone other people. If Lilith brought other people in, it would undoubtedly be nothing but death. After Lilith gave orders to Abode and Johns, she led Mark's eye into the vampire castle. There was no one in the vampire castle at this time. Everyone was knocked down by Mark's eye in the battle just now. Marks McClown is also looking at the empty vampire castle. Although it has been clear that there will be no other people in the castle is still very gloomy, and it seems that something strange may appear at any time. Lilith was already quite familiar with this, and asked, "Marks McClown, are you sure you can solve Merlin?" Marks McClown frowned slightly and said, "What's the matter?" Lilith seemed a little nervous at this time, and said, "How can I say? This is an old monster that has lived for hundreds of years. It's not something we can kill if we want to. Besides, do you have any plans to deal with Merlin?" Marks McClown smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Don't you live for many years? Saying "but" may not be inferior to Merlin." Lilith glared at him when she heard the words, but she also saw that Marks McClown wanted to ease her tension. Marks McClown did see the panic in Lilith's heart. After all, Merlin had controlled the vampire family for so long. Although Lilith was a brave person in the vampire family to resist Merlin, she still had a trace of fear for Merlin in her heart. Marks McClown said again, "I'm not sure to deal with Merlin. But now the meteorite from outside the sky can't cure your people's problems, so only the way to solve Merlin is left." Lilith nodded and said, "I understand what you mean, but we must at least come up with a plan to deal with Merlin, or should we prepare something first?" Marks McClown shook his head and asked, "What do you think we should prepare?" Lilith was taken aback for a moment. How could she know what to do with Merlin? She had always wanted to save her people, and she had never thought about how to fight Merlin. After all, such a legendary super figure as Merlin had to adopt an attitude of admiration even when he mentioned his name, let alone being hostile. Marx McClown pondered for a moment, and said, "Although I am not sure about confronting Merlin, all I know from this period of time can tell that Merlin will not be as strong as we imagined." Lilith frowned and looked at Mark's eye with a puzzled look. Marx McClown continued, "If Merlin is still as strong at the peak, how can he hide in your clan for so long, and still be able to control your clan to do things for him? His current state must be very bad." "That's why." Lilith nodded thoughtfully, as if thinking about something. Marx McClown said, "And didn't you say that he is now in a sealed state? What kind of strength can he have in the sealed state?" Marx McClown looked at Lilith and thought. He knew that Lilith actually understood these simple and easy to understand truths, but Lilith had an instinctive fear of Merlin, so Lilith didn't figure it out. Lilith slowly regained a little confidence, and said, "But he can live for hundreds of years without dying. It may not be realistic to destroy him." Marx McClown said, "You can't say that. Who knows if he can live through tomorrow?" Lilith was taken aback, looked at Marx McClown's resolute face, took a breath, nodded towards Marx McClown, and walked ahead without speaking. Although Marx McClown gave Lilith confidence to fight Merlin, in fact, Marx McClown did not have much confidence. He didn't know Merlin at all. All he knew was that Merlin seemed to want to get the Key of Solomon from him, and he might be afraid of a meteorite from the outside world. Moreover, these two possibilities are just inferences and guesses, and Marx McClown himself can't fully confirm. Lilith suddenly stopped and looked at the door in front of her with a serious face. "This is an unusually thick gate, and the walls here are even more dilapidated, indicating a long history of existence." Marx McClown looked at this wall and said solemnly, "Is it here?" Lilith nodded and said, "Merlin is inside." With that said, Lilith stepped back a few steps. It was already Lilith's limit to be able to walk here. Lilith could no longer accompany Marx-I to walk down, so Lilith gave Marx-I a cheering gesture and stared far away. Marx-I. Marx McClown walked towards this heavy gate slowly, and gently pressed his hand on the gate. The gate seemed to be sensed, and it automatically opened with a chuckle. Chapter 706 Crossed Again. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Plus Cool Tiger. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching. The Book of Changes. The McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes a legend, accomplishes the great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of the human race. A Weibo update. He casually allows the heavens to help out the great emperor of 10,000 realms together. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor is ruined, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please McClown How personally solve the puzzle. Marx McClown stared at the edge of the opening of the door, and suddenly a surging suction burst out from the door. What? Marx McClown was too late to react and was directly sucked into the door by the powerful suction, and no trace was seen again. Lilith screamed, trying to rush over to hold Marx McClown, but the suction exploded too suddenly. Lilith also had no response, and could only watch Marx McClown being sucked into the door. Marx McClown. Marx McClown only felt dizzy for a while, as if he was trapped in a black hole, spinning continuously in the endless darkness, grabbing around unconsciously, trying to grab something, but he didn't grab anything. Marx McClown slowly sinks, and has calmed down from the initial surprise. He was inhaled into this strange space when he was about to see M'Lyn. Could it be that this was M'Lyn's ghost trick? Marks McClown thought of Lilith's reaction at the last moment when she fell into darkness. Lilith should have never encountered such a thing, so she was so panicked. But what happened to herself? Before Marks McClown could figure it out, Marks McClown's body plummeted, as if suddenly flying to a high altitude. His body was about to fall to the ground uncontrollably. Marks McClown used his own magic instinctively, trying his best to maintain the balance of the body. But Marks McClown was not so powerful that he could stand in the air with his own magic power, so he could barely use the magic power to reduce the momentum of the decline. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown's eyes lit up, the surrounding darkness faded, and a wilderness appeared in front of Marks McClown. And Marks McClown was smashing down heavily in the sky above the wilderness. Arrest momentum. Marks McClown stretched out his wand to use the shock absorption curse. The next moment there was a muffled sound. Marks McClown fell to the ground. It's not the touch of the ground, although Marks I uses magic to slow down her speed. Why is this ground so soft? Marks McClown looked at the place where he was lying on his stomach in a puzzled way. Underneath his body, it was a soft and gentle thing, and it was a little elastic when pressed down. Marks McClown suddenly provoked from the ground, and the second magic wand also appeared in Marks McClown's hand instantly. Looking at this thing vigilantly, Marks McClown fixed his eyes to see. Where is the ground? There was a bloody corpse lying where Marks McClown fell, and it seems to have just died soon. Marks McClown looked around vigilantly. He thought this was a trap set by Merlin. But when Marks McClown saw the surroundings, he couldn't help being stunned. This large area of wilderness is full of corpses, which can be described as a sea of corpses. The sight in front of him made Marks McClown immediately think of a word: battlefield. This is a battlefield? Marks McClown's eyes widened, paying attention to her surroundings. This weird scene made Marks McClown tighten her nerves. What the hell is going on? Isn't she in the vampire castle? Why did she suddenly appear on this weird battlefield? Marks McClown stared at her surroundings, ready to deal with a sudden attack. However, Marks McClown's spirit was tense for a long time, and the surroundings were still quiet, and nothing strange appeared. Find flowers. Middle dot. What happened? What exactly is going on? There are countless mysteries in Marks McClown's heart, and Marks McClown dare not take it lightly. Marks McClown slowly released his spiritual exploration. Marks McClown's spiritual exploration has never disappointed Marks McClown. He can feed back useful information to Marks McClown every time. This time, Marks McClown can only release spiritual exploration again. What happened around here? However, the information returned by the spiritual exploration made Marks McClown feel chills. All around were people who died in battle, without any living creatures. There was a real battlefield under Marks' eyes' feet. After detecting that there was no living thing around him from the spiritual exploration, Marks McClown slowly relaxed. Although he didn't understand the current situation, nothing threatened him. So Marks McClown still felt a little relieved. Marks McClown squatted down and looked at the corpses beside him carefully. These corpses, Marks McClown had long felt that something was wrong. After Marks McClown fiddled with the corpses, he immediately found something wrong with him. Why are the clothes on these corpses completely different from what they have in their consciousness? I saw that these people were wearing tight tops and long skirts. Most of them were plain colors, and there were no patterns on them, which looked like European medieval costumes. The clothing of the middle world? Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment. Could it be that he passed through again? Thinking of this, Marks McClown's heart couldn't help but hesitated. After all, Marks McClown is a person who has already crossed once, and it doesn't feel so incredible for herself to cross again. It's just that this kind of crossing seems to be a bit wrong, and I haven't done anything. How can I just go through it for no reason? When Marks McClown was thinking about it, the corner of Marks McClown's eyes glanced at the clothes she was wearing. Why did my clothes change? and it became Hogwarts school uniform. Chapter 707, Back to the Past. The school uniform is still the green style of Snake Academy, familiar to Mark's eye, with the Slytherin emblem on it. Marks McClown was stunned for a moment. Since he got out of Hogwarts, he has not worn Hogwarts school uniform again. When I was in the Castle of Vampires, I wore nothing more than my own wizard robes. How could it suddenly become Hogwarts school uniform? But seeing the Hogwarts school uniform, Marks McClown also understood that he hadn't traveled to other worlds again. That is to say, he was still in the original world, but he didn't know why he came to this medieval battlefield. Not crossing, but returning to the past. Thinking of this, Marks McClown was extremely helpless. His 3 just wanted to meet Merlin. Now that Merlin hasn't seen him, he was sent to this weird battlefield. He was still wearing Hogwarts uniform, which really made people confused. Marks McClown squeezed the corpse that had gradually become cold and stiff in front of him. The texture he started with was very real, and the surroundings gave him a strong sense of reality. Shouldn't he have strayed into Merlin's illusion? Marks McClown thought for a moment, shook his head vigorously and stood up, just thinking about walking forward to see if he could find any more clues. Marks McClown didn't take 2 steps until he was suddenly attracted by a corpse. Plus cool, tiger. The death of this corpse was very tragic, and the entire chest cavity was broken open, like a bomb exploded in front of his chest. Of course, what attracted Mark's eye was not the death of this corpse, but the abnormality of the wound of this corpse. This corpse was hit by a curse in the chest, and the magic burst to death. Marks McClown's face became serious. How could there be wizards in this medieval battlefield? Did wizards participate in the Muggle War? Marks McClown silently looked at the corpse whose chest was broken by magic, and a conjecture that made Marks McClown feel frightened appeared in Marks McClown's heart. He may have really returned to the medieval battlefield. In this medieval battlefield, wizards participated in the Muggle War. In other words, the scale of the Wizarding War here is far beyond what Marks McClown thought. Marks McClown walked forward slowly. Sure enough, some of the corpses in front of him were killed by cold weapons such as swords, but there were also a considerable number of corpses who died of various curses, kind of potholes that appeared because of the spell attack. Marks McClown frowned. In the Middle Ages, wizards participated in Muggle wars. So why didn't the Muggles of his own time know the existence of wizards? And why do wizards hide themselves from appearing in the Muggle world? How did the Wizarding War happen here? Marks McClown now has countless doubts in her heart, so she can only walk forward to see if she can find some key clues. Suddenly, Marks McClown's brows moved, and Marks McClown's spiritual exploration suddenly explored right in front of him. There were a dozen survivors alive, who were also on this battlefield. Marks McClown quickened his pace. Now that he found a living person, Marks McClown naturally wanted to ask some questions and solve some mysteries in his heart. A small squad dressed in medieval army uniforms appeared in front of Mark's eye. Mark's eye had seen many of these clothes, all dressed like corpses on the battlefield. Presumably they should be a party to the war. This squad was also wandering the battlefield. When he saw someone wearing the same clothes as himself, he stepped forward and fiddled with it twice. It should be to see if there are any surviving partners left, and by the way take back the recyclable materials. The appearance of Marks McClown also made them immediately vigilant. Most of them were holding swords and shouting at Marks McClown, saying, "Who are you and why are you here?" The middle-aged man headed by the small team held a strangely shaped wooden stick in his hand, pointed at Mark's eye cautiously, and shouted, "Come here." Marks McClown raised his hands slightly, and the wand was taken back into his pocket by Marks McClown long ago. Marks McClown has nothing in both hands, which means that he has no threat to this small team. The small team quickly ran to surround Mark's eye, all staring at Mark's eye nervously. Marks McClown also discovered that in this small team, many of them are moles holding swords, and only the leader like the captain is holding a wand. But his wand is a little different from the wand in Marks McClown's impression. just like a branch. The leader of the team stared closely at Marks McClown, took a look at Marks McClown, and said, "Who are you?" "Hogwarts student." Marks McClown was taken aback. This person couldn't knew Hogwarts. However, Marks McClown was relieved quickly. After all, Hogwarts is a long-established magic school. Even if this person is a medieval man, as long as he is a wizard, it seems to be understandable to know the name Hogwarts. Marks McClown nodded and said, "My name is Marks McClown. I am a student of Slytherin College at Hogwarts. I came here by accident." Marks McClown also pointed to the emblem on her clothes, which looked like a good student. The captain took a serious look at Marks McClown's clothes and the emblem, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Why don't you study at Hogwarts? Why are you running here? This is the front line. If something happens to you, no one will know." Marks McClown nodded repeatedly and asked, "Did something happen in 3.7? The captain looked at Marks McClown suspiciously, and said, "You don't know what happened here? Then how did you appear here?" Marks McClown saw that the captain was suspicious, and the anxious student wisely said, "Isn't I practicing the phantom shifting spell? I accidentally sent it here. I have been studying hard at school these years, and I don't know much about the outside world." Marks McClown stared at the captain closely. Once his lie was exposed, he would be ready to violently suppress the scene. Chapter 708, Merlin's Trail. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wu Wang to find it. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Te Ching. The Book of Changes, the McClownlo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let McClown How personally solve the puzzle. 11. The captain suddenly realized, so, it's time to learn phantom transformation depending on your age. No wonder you will appear here. The spell of phantom transformation is difficult to control, and I spent a lot of money back then. Time is successfully mastered. Cool Tiger. Seeing that the captain believed her words, Marks McClown was relieved. The captain continued, "Don't be a nerd. Learn more about the outside world. This is the dividing line between the Roman Empire and the Germanic nation, and also the front line of war. Your apparition almost killed you." Marks McClown showed her heart palpitations, a very scared look, and she was secretly shocked. He actually came to the wizarding world of the Middle Ages, whether it was the Roman Empire or the Germanic nation. Marks McClown was a little bloated thinking about it. The captain laughed twice, patted Marks' eye on the shoulder, and said, "Don't be afraid, you can go back with us. Fortunately, you met us. We happen to be the British Army." Marks McClown nodded. Britain is the name of Britain. No wonder this captain knew Hogwarts' name. It turned out to be the British Army. The captain waved his hand and said, "Keep your weapons away. He is also a noble wizard. Don't scare others." The mole soldiers surrounding Marks' eye immediately put away their weapons and looked at Marks' eye admiringly. It seems that the status of wizards in this era is quite high in moles' eyes. The captain stretched out a hand to Marks McClown, and said friendly, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Liandi Baku. I am now a small captain of the British Army. Just call me Baku." Marks McClown held Baku's hand and smiled. Baku said, "Let's go. I will take you back to the town where we are stationed, and you will go back to Hogwarts by yourself. Remember to not use apparition again, or you will be dead if you teleport to the Germanic territory." Marks McClown nodded, followed Baku, and walked towards a town. Along the road, Mark's eye still saw corpses everywhere. There were British troops and other troops, presumably the corpses left by other kingdoms of the Roman Empire and the Germanic National Army. Baku is no stranger to the many corpses, as if this is a normal thing. Although Marks McClown has no particular feelings about the corpses, but seeing so many deaths, he still feels a little sad. Baku looked at Mark's eye with curiosity, and said, "Your name is Mark's eye, right? You look like a Tatar. How do I think you are not afraid of these corpses at all? Shouldn't ordinary children be scared to death?" Marks McClown was taken aback and said, "I am not a Tatar, I am." "Forget it. Anyway, I followed my family across the ocean and came to Hogwarts to study. And I'm not really scared. After all, they are all dead, and there is no threat to us. What else is terrible?" Baku gave Marks McClown a thumbs up and said, "Very good boy. Have you ever thought of joining our British Army after graduation? You will definitely do a lot with your courage." Marks McClown smiled and did not answer. He is not from this era, and he still has to figure out how to find a way back, where he will join them in the British Army. Baku was probably talking, although Mark's eye didn't want to talk to him, but Baku still talked to himself there. Baku said, "Recently the Germanic barbarians are really annoying. They are constantly attacking our territory. Now not only our Britain, but also the kingdoms have a shortage of troops, especially the lack of wizards. There will be a lack of wizards when they join the army. Very high treatment." Marks McClown said, and answered one sentence, "Is it that powerful?" Baku felt like Mark's eye's indifference, so I had to say, "Well, the town where I am stationed is coming soon. After I get there, I will find Master Merlin to make arrangements for you. You will be able to return to Hogwarts soon." Marks McClown raised her brows and said with an unmoving expression, "What did you just say?" Baku was taken aback, and said, "I said I will find Master Merlin to arrange for you. He also graduated from Hogwarts. I remember that he is from Slytherin College like you. He is the most powerful wizard here." "Merlin? Merlin from Hogwarts?" Marks McClown only felt that her heart was beating at a high speed, and Merlin was actually here. This is really out of Marks McClown's imagination. Marks McClown didn't want to be arranged to go to Hogwarts. After all, he only became a Hogwarts student after a long time. He would naturally not be admitted to Hogwarts now. Since Merlin was here, Marks McClown felt that she had a reason to stay here. Marks McClown smiled and said, "Mr. Baku, I feel that I am suddenly moved. It is a good choice to contribute my strength to Britain." Baku was overjoyed and said, "Is it true that you said, that's great." Chapter 709, The Army of the Night King. Baku continued, "We have lost too many wizards in the last war, and all of my wizards have died unfortunately. If you are willing to join us, I will apply for Master Merlin to arrange for you to come under me. I will treat you badly." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Then trouble Mr. Baku." Cool exclamation mark hash. Baku patted Mark's eye's shoulder boldly, and suddenly thought of something, and asked, "But aren't you a Hogwarts student? What if Hogwarts is unwilling to do it?" Marks McClown was taken aback. If he had to explain this point clearly, he had to say, "I have graduated from Hogwarts, it doesn't matter." Baku looked at Mark's eye with a little puzzlement, and said, "You probably haven't graduated yet at your age. Haven't you just learned apparition?" Marks McClown looked embarrassed and said, "Don't mention it. Anyway, even after I graduated, Hogwarts can control me." Baku was still puzzled, and suddenly he thought of something, thinking that Mark's eye was expelled by Hogwarts, so he could move around freely, and then suddenly nodded and stopped asking about this. How did he know that Mark's eye was not expelled by Hogwarts, but that he played Hogwarts himself? Baku stopped talking, and took Mark's eye and his team to speed up and walk towards a small town. The corpses along the road finally disappeared, leaving only a piece of wilderness, very barren. In the distance is a ruined village. There is also a small castle on the hillside of the village. It is estimated that Baku is the stationing place. Baku pointed to the small village and said, You see it, there is the place where our British Army is stationed, called Stuartley, and that small castle is our temporary base camp. Marks McClown nodded. In fact, he could also see that this was just a deserted small village. That small castle should be a fortress of a landlord's house, and it's okay to defend against stray bandits. If it really fights, the small castle can only be described as vulnerable. Baku walked into the village with a small team. As expected, there were all British soldiers in military uniforms in the village. No one looked like a civilian. A strong man dressed in a light blue plain robe appeared in front of Baku. The deepest impression of this man at first glance was his eagle-like eyes, which were sharp, as if they could penetrate people's psychology. As soon as he saw this man, Baku put away his slouchy appearance, put his feet together, and said solemnly, "Merlin Sama." Marks McClown condensed his eyes and looked at this man. "Is this the legendary Merlin?" Merlin looked at Baku faintly and said, "Baku, you have worked hard. Have you found any survivors?" Baku nodded and shook his head immediately. After all, Marks McClown can be regarded as a survivor, but Marks McClown is not a soldier. For a while, Baku fell into entanglement and didn't know how to answer Merlin. Merlin had already looked at the squad in Baku, and at a glance he saw Marksai standing in the squad. Merlin frowned and said, "Are you a Hogwarts student?" Marks McClown looked at Merlin, nodded, and said, "I accidentally entered the battlefield." Baku quickly added, "He is a student of Hogwarts. He didn't perform well when he used the Phantom Shift spell, and he strayed into the battlefield." Merlin asked, "Have you not found any other surviving soldiers and wizards?" Baku shook his head. Merlin's expression became sad, and said, "Well, you have worked hard, so go and rest. The German offensive will come at any time." Baku glanced at Marks McClown and quickly asked, "Master Merlin, Marks McClown wants to join our army." Merlin had a meal, looked at Marksai, and said, "You are only a student. I will arrange to send you back to Hogwarts." Marks McClown said, "I have graduated, and I really want to contribute my own strength to Britain and repel the Germanic barbarians." Baku was also fanning the flames and said, "McClowns, Lord Merlin, our last war had suffered too many casualties. It's time to replenish some troops, especially wizard resources, which are in short supply." Merlin sighed. The deaths and injuries in Britain in the previous war were indeed too great. Although wizards were a weapon on the battlefield, they were also targets of fire. The wizards in Britain had already suffered more than half of their deaths and injuries, and there was indeed an urgent need for the filling of wizard resources. Merlin looked at Marksai and said, "Have you really graduated at Hogwarts?" Marks McClown nodded and said, "Of course. Otherwise, how dare I join the army?" Merlin thought about it, plus the fact that there is an urgent need for wizards in the army. It seems there is nothing wrong with Marks McClown joining. Merlin said, "You can show me your strength with a curse. If your strength is not enough, you can go back to me obediently." Baku looked at Marks McClown with excitement. He also wanted to see Marks McClown's strength. Although it was said that Merlin wanted to investigate Marksai's strength, Baku knew that even if Marksai only knew a little magic, Merlin would not let Marksai leave. There was a lack of wizards in the army. Marks McClown drew out the black magic wand, tapped it lightly, and said, "Armor bodyguard." An invisible shield appeared in front of Marksai. Looking at a very simple curse, there was nothing outstanding, but Baku was extremely excited. Zhao of Kian, since Marks McClown is really capable of magic, and Marks McClown was rescued by him, then he must be joining him. Seeing Marksai's spell, Merlin narrowed his eyes. The spell of Marks McClown didn't seem to have any brilliance when it was cast, but it was precisely because of this characteristic that Merlin was a little concerned. After all, a wizard needs to draw a wand, chant, and cast a spell. However, when Marksai casts the spell, it is as smooth and natural as the water flowing with him. Based on this, Merlin is sure that Marksai is not an ordinary wizard. P.S. Ask for automatic subscription. Chapter 710 Round Table Wizards! Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow. or the author's name I am Wu Wang to find it. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let McClown How personally solve the puzzle. However, Mark Sai is already trying to suppress her magic power, try not to make herself look particularly outstanding in order to hide her self-real strength. Cool Tiger, after all, the situation is still unclear. Even if Marks McClown will show her true strength, it will not be until now. Baku excitedly said, Master Merlin, don't you think Mark Sai is very powerful? Merlin smiled and nodded, and said, not bad. You also belong to Hogwarts Slytherin College. Merlin noticed the color of Marks McClown's school uniform and the emblem. Marks McClown nodded. Merlin patted Marks McClown on the shoulder, and said, very well, then I'm still your senior brother. Marks McClown called out politely and said, hello, brother. Merlin smiled satisfied. Very well, let's go. I'll show you another senior brother. With that said, Merlin took Mark Sai to the distant castle. Baku followed and said, Master Merlin, you haven't assigned him yet. There are no wizards in my squad. Why don't you assign Mark Sai to me? After all, I found him. Merlin smiled without saying a word, and went straight to the castle with Mark Sai and Baku. Baku saw that Merlin did not agree to his request, and was still muttering something in dissatisfaction. Marks McClown didn't say a word, and followed Merlin closely. Ever since he appeared on that battlefield, he was brought back to this village, and he also saw Merlin when he was young. All this was too weird and strange, and he had to let Mark Sai be more vigilant. Cool Tiger, Merlin took the two into the castle. Sure enough, the castle was small and very crude. Only a few hundred soldiers were stationed inside and outside. You could vaguely see a few extraordinary people looking far away from the tallest tower place. Merlin took Mark Sai and Baku to a room. Inside was a majestic man with blonde hair. He was only in his 20s. He looked very energetic and gave people a feeling of sunshine. Merlin smiled and said, Arthur, don't do anything for now, and introduce you to a junior. The blonde man called Arthur didn't know what was written on the desk. When he heard Merlin's voice, he stood up and smiled heartily. Mr. Merlin, who would you recommend me? Baku looked nervous, and hurriedly called, Master Arthur. Arthur smiled and nodded to Baku, then turned to Mark Sai, and said, what is this little brother? Marks McClown had already guessed in his heart, and said, my name is Marks McClown, I graduated from Slytherin College at Hogwarts. Yubab had a pause, and came over with enthusiasm and gave Marks McClown a big hug, saying, it's actually Hogwarts schoolboy. The number of people who can see Hogwarts in these years has been much less. Marks McClown politely hugged Arthur and stared at Arthur closely. If Marks McClown didn't guess wrong, the man called Arthur should be the legendary king of knights. Sure enough, Arthur said, hello, for the first time I met. My name is Arthur Pendragon. Just call me Arthur. Baku poked Mark Sai lightly with his finger, and whispered in Mark Sai's ear, if you want to call Master Arthur, you can't lose a square inch. Marks McClown smiled and said, it's nice to meet you, Arthur. Arthur was taken aback, but he laughed and said, Mr. Merlin, it's nice to see this person you introduced. Merlin also looked at Marks McClown with a smile, and said, Marks McClown wants to join our army, do you think? Arthur nodded and said, since it is a person approved by Mr. Merlin, it is certainly not bad. You can join my wizarding corps. Marks McClown smiled and said, Okay. Mlin turned around and said, Baku, you take Mark Sai home and live with you. You can't neglect others. Baku looked frustrated. He originally wanted Marks McClown to be his subordinate. Who knew that Marks McClown was immediately appreciated by Merlin, and he was on the same level as himself. Baku took Mark Sai to a corner of the castle, and said as he walked, Mark Sai, your luck is really good. Once you entered the army, you won the appreciation of Lord Merlin and Lord Arthur. It shouldn't take long for you to do it. Join our Knights of the Round Table. Marks McClown was taken aback, and asked, Knights of the Round Table? Baku nodded and said, McClowns, I am a member of the Knights of the Round Table. This is a wizarding organization set up by Lord Arthur to fight against the Germanic Saxon wizards. Only those who are strong and trusted by Lord Arthur can do it. Joined. Speaking of Baku, he was proud to compare his muscles, very proud. Marks McClown almost squirted out after hearing this, feeling that her worldview had been subverted. Damn it. Good Knights of the Round Table has become the Wizards of the Round Table, or the Wizarding Group in the skin of the Knights, are all wizard organizations that can hack and kill muscular wizards. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. After a while, Marks McClown asked in doubt, Saxon wizard? What is that? Baku looked at Mark Sai with a puzzled look, and said, Don't you even have heard of Saxon? Chapter 711 Urgent Call. Marks McClown shook his head and said, Isn't it weird that you haven't heard of it? Baku hates iron and cannot make steel. It seems that you really read too much at Hogwarts. Saxon is a branch of the Germans, but this branch gave birth to many evil wizards, which can be said to be the Germanic barbarian wizarding army. The Germanic wizarding group is called the Saxon Legion. Marks McClown nodded, indicating that he understood, but Baku still couldn't understand, and the look in Marks McClown's eyes was like looking at a fool. Baku took Mark Sai to a large room with several beds. Baku pointed at it and said, You can rest on that bed. The owner of that bed has already died heroically in the battle. Marks McClown sat on the bed, stretched a little, and said, Baku, how many of you are the Knights of the Round Table now? Baku was taken aback, his face dimmed, and he said, The number of Knights of the Round Table was not small. At the beginning of its establishment, there were 30 or 40 people, but after the battle, there are about 10 left, and the loss is more than half. Marks McClown said, Has it been long since you were established? Baku nodded and said, It's been less than a month since it was established. At that time, we sailed from Britain to resist Germany. There were originally tens of thousands of troops, and there were almost hundreds of wizards. Now almost all of them are killed and injured. Speaking of this, a trace of grief flashed across Baku's face. Marks McClown sighed. This is war. A month ago, the Comrades Nams brothers were still alive, but after a month, they were separated by heaven and humans. What is that to say? Suddenly, a bell hung in the room rang, looking very urgent. Baku stood up immediately, looking like he was facing an enemy. Marks McClown asked quickly, Baku, what's the matter? Baku said, This is the ringtone for Lord Arthur to convene the Knights of the Round Table. Something should have happened suddenly. Baku didn't tell Marks McClown more, and ran out of the room anxiously. Marks McClown still looked confused, and walked to the room window to look out. The soldiers outside also rushed out of the room, holding swords, weapons and other equipment, strengthening the defense of the small village. Marks McClown thought for a while, and secretly extended his spiritual exploration slowly, wanting to check the situation outside the village. However, Mark Sai saw that there was nothing unusual outside the village, but why was the British army so nervous? Suddenly, Mark Sai detected a corner of the village, and a large group of British soldiers seemed to be rounding up something. An embarrassed figure continued to shuttle through the streets and alleys, but was soon surrounded by a large group of soldiers, and when it was about to be captured alive, this figure directly pulled out a sword blade and swiped it on his neck without saying anything. On the spot. When Marks McClown was puzzled, she saw the British soldiers pulling the man's body back into the castle. Marks McClown repeatedly probed the surrounding situation and found that there were no problems before sitting back on his bed in peace. Ever since Mark's eye came to the Middle Ages, his spirit has always been tense. In addition to seeing legendary characters like Merlin and King Arthur, he has not rested, and Mark's eye felt a little tired at this time. In order to ensure his energy, Marks McClown lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. But Marks McClown didn't dare to fall asleep. After all, he didn't know what would happen. After about 3 hours, Baku finally returned to the room with a tired look. At this time, there were a few people with Baku, who should also be members of the Knights of the Round Table. Marks McClown immediately sat up, and when Baku saw Marks McClown, he smiled bitterly and said, "Marks McClown, you slept comfortably." "Pity us to death." Marks McClown asked, "What's wrong?" Baku shook his head and said, "Don't mention it." Just now, a soldier found a German spy and wanted to catch the spy alive. Who knew that the spy had killed himself? And even if he had killed himself, he had already passed on the deployment of our army. Marks McClown frowned and said, "Then what happened to you being summoned?" Find flowers middle dot. Baku said, "What else can I do?" "Of course, it is to help Master Arthur strengthen the defense and change the deployment situation." Marks McClown nodded and said, "Thanks for your hard work." Baku waved his hand and introduced to the people behind him, "This is Mark's eye, who has been appreciated by Lord Merlin and Lord Arthur. It is estimated that he will join us in the Knights of the Round Table in the future. Everyone will know each other." The people behind Baku looked listless, waved their hands to Mark's eye and went back to their bed to sleep. It seemed that the tossing just now made them exhausted. Baku looked a little embarrassed, and whispered in Mark's eye's ear, "Don't mind, they are too tired, and I will introduce you to them when they rest." Marks McClown nodded casually, but didn't care much about these people. Baku continued, "Next time you won't be so comfortable. When you merge into our Knights of the Round Table, you will know what hard work is." Marks McClown said, "It's okay to work hard, it should be." Baku was about to go back to his bed to lie down and rest. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he said, "Marks McClown, since you have joined us, go out and patrol." "Master Merlin said that they sent spies to spy on our situation. Maybe if you want to launch a surprise attack on us, you are fine anyway, just treat it as a pastime." When Baku finished speaking, he put his head on the pillow and had a good rest. Mark's eye was not the only patrolling person, and Baku didn't expect Mark's eye to really play a defensive role, so he took it as a familiarity for newcomers. Marks McClown took a look at the sky that was going to darken outside, and he was fine anyway, so he could go for a walk. Marks McClown left the room lightly, and he also saw that Baku and the others were very tired. It was time for a good rest, so he didn't want to disturb them. Chapter 712 Enemy Attack. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wu Wang to find it. Cool Tiger. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching. The Book of Changes, the McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can also be exchanged for all the items in the tens of millions of realms. Moreover, in the 28i7, the great emperor Immortal Emperor went bankrupt, just to get the top spot in the rewards. Answer, please let McClown How personally solve the puzzle. Marks McClown walked out of the castle, When the sky had darkened, many British soldiers were noisy outside and wanted to make a fire and cook. Only the soldiers standing guard in the distance endured hunger and stared at the distance vigilantly. Mark-Sai walked slowly in the village. Many people recognized that Mark-Sai was a wizard brought back from Baku. They greeted Mark-Sai enthusiastically. The status of wizards in the army is still quite high. Mark-Sai can see the soldiers. The envy of myself in my eyes. Mark-Sai? A familiar voice sounded. Marks McClown looked back, and it was actually Mlin. Mlin smiled and approached Mark-Sai and said, Mark-Sai, why did you come out if you didn't take a good rest? Marks McClown could see the vigilance in Merlin's eyes. After all, Marks McClown only joined the British Army today, and Merlin should be wary of herself. Marks McClown replied truthfully, Baku asked me to patrol. Anyway, I had enough rest in the afternoon when they were busy in Baku, so I came out to take a look. Merlin nodded and smiled. Very well. Did you find anything? Marks McClown shook his head and said, no, everything is normal. Merlin smiled and said, it looks normal, but it will be abnormal soon. Marks McClown was taken aback, and said, Mr. Merlin, what do you mean? Merlin narrowed his smile and said, the Saxon wizards will definitely come to attack our army tonight. I'm afraid you will experience battle on the first day you join us. Marks McClown nodded lightly, without a look of fear on her face. This made Merlin feel strange. Merlin asked, don't you feel scared? Marks McClown was taken aback, shook his head and said, there is nothing to be afraid of. The more afraid you are about war, the faster you will die. On the contrary, if you are not afraid of war, you may be the one who will live to the end! Merlin admired. I didn't expect you to have such knowledge at a young age. That's right. At this moment, a majestic man with blonde hair just came here. It was Arthur. When Arthur saw Merlin and Mark-Sai chatting, he walked forward and smiled. Mr. Merlin, and Mark-Sai, what are you talking about? Merlin said. What Marks McClown said just now fits my taste. Arthur, do you want to listen? Arthur humbly asked for advice and said, I would like to hear the details. Merlin repeated what Marks McClown said just now, and Arthur also nodded again and again, saying, there are not many people who can have this knowledge of Marks McClown. I want to come to Marks McClown and have experienced a lot of things before I can say this. Right. Marks McClown just smiled and didn't explain. After all, his situation was special. Even if he said it, no one in this world would believe him. Merlin said, Marks McClown, then you recharge your energy. I look forward to your performance tonight. Marks McClown nodded, and when he was about to retire, suddenly a bad feeling arose. Marks McClown was stunned and stared out of the village unconsciously. At this time, except for the bright lights of the village, it was already dark outside and couldn't see anything clearly. Arthur and Merlin were about to leave, and they were also patrolling here, so of course they couldn't keep chatting with Mark-Sai. Marks McClown's brow suddenly jumped, and his spiritual exploration spread to the distance. He already felt an unpleasant aura. This sudden feeling is definitely not suspicious. It must be something is about to happen. Arthur and Merlin also felt that something was wrong with Marks McClown. The two looked at each other, wondering what happened to Marks McClown for a while. Merlin tentatively said, Marks McClown, are you okay? Arthur also said, Marks McClown. At this time, Marks McClown didn't even notice that Arthur and Merlin were talking to him, and his face became very ugly, because from his spiritual exploration, he discovered that a large number of troops were rushing toward the small town where they were located. Among these huge troops, Marks McClown felt the power of a large number of wizards. Marks McClown solemnly said, someone is coming. Merlin and Arthur were taken aback at the same time. They hadn't reacted yet. Arthur asked, Marks McClown, what are you talking about? Marks McClown turned around abruptly, and said, there are many people approaching in this direction. They should be Germanic and Saxon wizards. Arthur's face became ugly 4.6, and he said, Mark-Sai, don't talk about it, are you sure? Marks McClown took a deep breath. He had never felt the breath of so many people approaching at the same time, and said, I'm not sure if it is a German army, but it is a fact that many people are approaching here. Looking at Mark's eye, Merlin looked serious, unlike joking, and quickly said, "Can you perceive information from a distance?" Marks McClown hesitated for a moment, and said, "This is our family's unique family magic. But I suggest you stop worrying about other unimportant things. It's better to call the soldiers up and prepare for battle." Arthur worried, "The Knights of the Round Table have not rested yet. The soldiers are also preparing to eat. If we are facing the enemy now, I am afraid that the morale of our army is not high." Chapter 713. Merlin frowned and said, "Arthur, it's too late to think about that much now. If we don't organize and are successfully attacked by the Germans, we will really be over." After thinking about it, Arthur didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately called the soldiers around him, shouting, "Tell everyone, the enemy attack." The surrounding soldiers were taken aback for a moment, and could only reluctantly leave the rice pot that was about to be cooked, picked up their weapons and shouted loudly. For a while, the whole village was like a bombed nest, and everyone was mobilized. Plus cool, Tiger. Merlin looked at Mark's eye with a trace of contemplation in his eyes. Arthur anxiously commanded the British soldiers under him. The soldiers were also deployed in the position where they should be defended as if they were facing the enemy, taking out various weapons and preparing for a death fight. The Knights of the Round Table, headed by Baku, also surrounded Arthur one after another. It could be seen that they were still tired, but they had no time to complain about the enemy, so they could only guard Arthur hard. Baku shouted, "Where is the enemy? Where is the enemy?" 11 inches. Although the whole village was mobilized, it was only dark in the distance, and there was no half of a person in sight. Arthur was also a little strange at this time. He trusted Marks McClown and believed in the enemy attack that Marks McClown said, but he didn't see a half figure outside at all. After everything was deployed, Arthur asked worriedly, "Marks McClown, are you sure there are enemies? Why does it look like there is nothing?" From his spiritual exploration, Marks McClown knew for sure that a large army was hidden not far from the village, launching a surprise attack at any time. Marks McClown nodded and said, "I'm sure, they are still outside the village." Baku stared closely at the distance. His eyes didn't find anything suspicious, and he said, "Why can't I see anything? If there are enemies, the sentry in the distance should send back a signal." Arthur and other lieutenant generals also nodded again and again. Arthur also regretted a little bit. He directly listened to Mark's eye's words and did not verify the authenticity of Mark's eye's words. What if Mark's eye is the enemy's spy? Could it be that Mark's eye is using a tactical strategy against them? The Knights of the Round Table except Baku stared at Mark's eye unconvincedly. They had been well rested, but suddenly they were summoned again, saying it was an enemy attack. But none of the enemy's shadows were seen. Is McClown teasing them? Arthur frowned slightly and stared at the distance. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement in the distance, as if there was no one outside. Cool Tiger. Just when Arthur was a little impatient and was about to scold Mark's eye, Merlin slowly said, "Master Arthur, you must gather all the wizards. You can't disperse them anymore. I feel that this battle tonight is definitely it will be very hard." Arthur was taken aback, and he trusted Merlin 100% unconditionally. Since Merlin said so, Arthur had to order the wizards in the army to gather together and stand with the Knights of the Round Table in case of need. Baku leaned in Mark's eye's ear and whispered, "Mark's eye, are you really sure that there are enemies? How come there is no response after waiting for so long?" Marks McClown said, "They are still lying in ambush outside, wanting to attack us when our momentum is stagnant." Baku didn't say anything at this time, just signaled the other Knights of the Round Table not to say more. Sure enough, time passed by, and a flash of light appeared in the countryside outside the village. It was immediately caught by Arthur and others. At almost the same time, the boundless light of fire appeared outside the village, and the Germans could not resist it. Live the murderous heart, we are going to raid the British camp. Seeing this boundless flame, Arthur and the others all took a breath. There were too many enemies coming to the raid this time, and they couldn't even see it at a glance. Baku was shocked. No, how come they used so many people to attack us? There are at least tens of thousands of people, Arthur said with a sullen face. It seems that the Germans want to use our defense line as a breakthrough point. As long as they break through us and the Roman Empire has a loophole, they can directly drive the Roman Empire's hinterland. Merlin nodded and said, "McClowns, if this is the case, I am afraid that the Roman Empire will blame us on Britain." Hearing Merlin's words like this, everyone's heart was covered with a haze. In this era, Britain is still a subject of the Roman Empire. If there is a problem with the British defense line, the Roman Empire will not let them go, so they must guard this line of defense firmly and not allow the Germans to pass. But in the face of such a large number of German enemies, what can they do with thousands of people here? Arthur roared, "All the British soldiers listen carefully, and guard your area, and you can't lose it." The British soldiers raised their weapons high, chanting the slogan of "Long live Britain," and stared at the Germanic barbarians who attacked in the distance. In the endless flames, Marks McClown also saw the face of the German army. The Germans were still in the category of the barbarians at this time. The soldiers were simply wearing straw armor and sandals, riding Nordic steeds, brandishing machetes and howling ghosts and wolves approaching the village. Marks McClown took out his magic wand quietly. Although Marks McClown had participated in many battles, it was the first time he participated in this kind of war of tens of thousands of levels. This had to make Marks McClown extremely concentrated. Merlin suddenly walked to the front with a gloomy expression. "All the knights of the Round Table, all the wizards follow orders." Baku and others were shocked and stared at Merlin closely, not knowing what Merlin had ordered. Merlin solemnly said, "This time the Germanic raid, the Saxon wizards must not be in the minority. You must protect Lord Arthur, and ensure the safety of Lord Arthur." Baku and others nodded their heads, and all the wizards, including Mark's eye, surrounded Arthur. Chapter 714, Cruel Death. Arthur shouted, "Mr. Merlin, can't you fight the enemy with me?" Merlin shook his head and said, "The Saxon wizards know my strength. If I stay with you, I will only be attacked by more Saxon wizards. It doesn't matter if I die, but you are the future of Britain. You must. Nothing can happen." Hearing Merlin's words of giving up for justice, Baku and others looked at Merlin in admiration, and an admiration flashed in everyone's eyes. Cool tiger, even Marks McClown is a little unbelievable. Merlin would actually say such a thing. In Marks McClown's impression, Merlin is not a selfish person who should take his own life as his main goal, and sacrifice many people to protect himself. Could it be that after being imprisoned in the seal for hundreds of years, so the spirit was distorted? Marks McClown murmured, "Gunner, get ready." "Throw the gun." A cold drink rang out in the village. This was an ordinary mole captain under the command of the gunner. Under the captain's order, hundreds of sharp guns pierced the night sky and smashed into the German army like raindrops. In the Middle Ages, the Roman Empire was the ruler of the European region. As the British Kingdom of the Roman Empire, it was naturally not a persimmon. The army was well equipped and well equipped, second only to the elite troops of the Roman Empire. Plus cool tiger. However, the Germanic nation, as the main threat to the north of the Roman Empire, naturally has its strength that cannot be underestimated. The Germanic people are good at riding warfare, and as nomads, they don't have to think about economics, logistics, supplies and other issues at all. They fight fiercely and are very flexible when they win and lose. Under the threat of hundreds of shotguns, the Germanic army charged directly with the shotguns without frowning. In their eyes, being shot to death is just because of bad luck. Fortunately, it is their own blessing to escape the shot, and the battle is naturally more fierce. Hundreds of guns were heavily inserted into the formation of the Germanic army, and the Germans were thrust into the ground with heavy guns, forming one after another. It looked terrifying, but the Germans were aroused by blood. His scimitar slapped the horse's ass and rushed towards the village. The gunner was exhausted, unable to throw a sharp gun, so he could only retreat and let the sword and shield player stand in front of him. In the British army, there are also archers, but the archers in Europe are not the same as those in East Asia. The lethality of European archers is not very amazing. This is obviously related to the quality of the bow and arrow. Therefore, the archer can play an auxiliary function at most, and it cannot be regarded as a major unit. So after the shooter is exhausted, it is directly replaced. The sword and shield player of the main battle. The British sword and shield held a sabre in his hand, and a weak shield in front of him. Looking at the German cavalry, the two crashed together, and the flesh and blood flew. Marks McClown sighed unbearably, seeing countless shields and swordsmen were knocked into the air by the powerful impact. Many swordsmen and shields were hit to death at the moment of collision, but their mission is to there is no way to slow down the impact of the cavalry, and give a living life for this. In this era of cold weapons, cavalry is the most powerful weapon. But this is not limited to cold weapons. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the village. British soldiers were blown to pieces by the fireballs, and countless broken limbs were flying in the air. The scene looked very tragic. Saxon wizard. Marks McClown saw people wearing grey, black and weird masks hidden in the German cavalry army. They were holding life-threatening wands in their hands. The lives of British soldiers who were crazy reapers. With a cold snort, Merlin walked out of the army without hesitation. With a heavy wave of his magic wand, a fire snake appeared in front of Merlin, rolling dozens of Germanic cavalry riding Nordic horses in the air. The fire snake swallowed them without hesitation. The human body. The Saxon wizard obviously noticed Merlin, and immediately, nearly 100 Saxon wizards with strange masks surrounded Merlin. The British soldiers and Germanic cavalry were also tacitly not approaching the area, because the Mole soldiers know that the real decision to win the battlefield is those powerful wizards. They are ordinary people who are slightly involved in the wizards' battle, and only the crushed ashes will not be left. Marks McClown was also surprised to look at Merlin. Merlin must be a well-known presence on the battlefields on both sides. Otherwise Saxon would not decisively send hundreds of wizards to face Merlin. Merlin's strength can be imagined. And looking at the more than 100 wizards, everyone is surging with powerful magic power. Obviously they are all elite masters. Arthur took a deep breath and was still calmly commanding the army under him to resist the Germanic army's offensive. Marks McClown also saw that it was very difficult for Arthur's thousands of British heavy infantry to resist the Germanic cavalry. McClown's, it can be said that it is impossible to resist. What Arthur relied on was only Merlin's extraordinary combat power. Once Merlin was defeated, or Merlin could not defeat hundreds of Saxon wizards, the British soldiers under Arthur would surely be no match for the Germanic army. In this era, wizards are the highest combat power. Bakushin of the Money's face suddenly pulled Marks McClown behind him, and said: Marks McClown, you will follow me behind me later. Remember not to run around. Marks McClown was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" Baku said, "Master Merlin has been dragged down. Later, there will be a Saxon wizard who will attack Master Arthur. You have little experience in battle, and hide behind me first, you know." Marks McClown nodded. He knew that this was Baku's kindness, and naturally he would not shirk it. At this time, only 20 or 30 wizards were protecting Arthur, and the Knights of the Round Table such as Baku were not in good condition. Chapter 715, The Holy Sword of Oath of Victory. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Plus Cool Tiger. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let McClown How personally solve the puzzle. After all, they have been busy for the whole afternoon, and now they have to be highly concentrated, and the other ordinary wizards are wounded on their bodies, and they have a slumped 460 look, and there is no combat power at all. Plus cool, Tiger. When Mark's eye was distracted, suddenly a Saxon wizard with a terrifying mask fell from the sky, and the target was directed at Arthur. Baku immediately spotted this group of Saxon wizards who were conspiring against each other, and shouted, "Saxon!" over his head. These Saxon wizards rode flying broomsticks, rushing to the top of Arthur with lightning speed, and the spells shining with various lights fell like raindrops. Some wizards who hadn't come and reacted were instantly bombarded under the powerful magic power of the curse. They were knocked into the air like a bloodline, and they couldn't survive. Baku and the Knights of the Round Table waved their wands to offset the curse on Arthur's head. However, in this time difference, the group of Saxon wizards riding broomsticks have landed and surrounded Arthur, Baku, and the clouds. Waiting for someone at night. There were about 30 or 40 people in this group of Saxon wizards, and the cold masks reflected the dazzling light in the firelight, looking very terrifying. BBFD Arthur looked at the Saxon wizards who surrounded him coldly, and slowly pulled out his wand and a sharp sword. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes and stared at the sharp sword in Arthur's hand. The sword was made of gold, and the handle was inlaid with a crystal-clear amethyst, emitting a dazzling light. Cool Tiger, it is impossible for Marks McClown to react this way if it is just the gorgeous appearance. The key is that this golden sword gives Marks McClown a very dangerous feeling. This is definitely not an ordinary sword. Arthur crossed the wizards, holding a golden sword in one hand and a wand in the other, like a god, shouting, "With my sword, the soul of the enemy, the golden holy sword, invincible." Marks McClown squinted his eyes when he heard this. It turned out that this is the legendary broken steel sword, also known as the Excalibur. The strongest magic of Marks McClown, the holy sword revealed, was based on this. Arthur's Oath of Victory sword was raised high, the wand was lightly tapped on the holy sword, and a dazzling light rose into the sky. The Saxon wizard with a strange mask could not shake the dazzling light at all, but could only hide his face. Baku lifted his spirits and shouted, "This is Master Arthur's sworn victory sword." Brothers, cover Master Arthur. With that said, Baku rushed forward first to attack the retreating Saxon wizard. Marks McClown followed Baku closely, but his eyes were still fixed on Arthur. Arthur's combat mode with a sword in one hand and a stick in one hand is something Marks McClown has never seen before. This combat mode makes Marks McClown very special, novelty, even thoughtful. The godlike Arthur rushed to the front. Wherever the sword of vows of victory went, the dazzling light would turn into a blade, splitting all the enemies that blocked Arthur in half. And Arthur's wand was also contaminated with the sword intent of the Sword of Oath of Victory. When the wand was swung, it was like another Sword of Oath of Victory, with both hands and swords. Arthur was extremely brave for a time. On the other side, Merlin alone confronted hundreds of elite Saxon wizards. Although Merlin's strength was very powerful, the wand was swung and the world even changed its color. But after all, his hands were hard to beat. The 4 punches. Faced with the encirclement and suppression of hundreds of Saxon wizards, Merlin was still a little bit powerless. Merlin's magic wand wielded the tiger in the wind, and a huge magic tornado protected Merlin. The power of the magic tornado was not inferior to the real tornado. The whole land was trembling slightly under this magic tornado. This is the spell Merlin used to save himself. Hundreds of Saxon wizards continuously bombarded this powerful magic tornado with spells. Although the magic tornado can persist, it is still weakening at a speed that the naked eye can see. You can even clearly see Merlin's tight face hiding in the magic tornado. Merlin, no matter how powerful you are, You cannot resist the spell bombardment of hundreds of Saxon elite wizards. Today will be your death day next year. A gloomy voice sounded loudly. It was a man wearing a ghost mask and a black wizard robe. This man was directing hundreds of Saxon wizards to besiege Merlin. Baku said anxiously, "That's Kevin, the leader of the Saxon wizards. How come he is here?" Marks McClown stared in the direction of Kevin. This person, known as the Saxon wizard, stood proudly in front of the Saxon wizard, and the surging magic power around him explained his strength. Marks McClown can also see that Merlin's strength is very powerful, but he is said to be one of the most powerful wizards Marks McClown has ever seen. Even Dumbledore, if he didn't have the old wand in his hand, might be a bit inferior to Merlin. One can imagine how terrifying Merlin's strength is. However, even such a powerful Merlin, under the siege of hundreds of Saxon elite wizards, gradually showed signs of failure. Chapter 716 Clouds show their power in the night. These Saxon elite wizards are not easy to pinch, each has its own unique and powerful place, can be described as the elite of the elite, otherwise how can they force Merlin to be so embarrassed? Baku's face was very ugly, and he said, "Marks McClown, I didn't expect you to join us in less than a day and face such a disaster. I can only say that you are out of luck." Marks McClown didn't talk to him, he already saw the despair in Baku's heart. Originally, the British army under Arthur was not an opponent of the Germans, and the number and quality of wizards were far inferior to those of Saxon wizards. The only thing that could be relied on was Merlin's personal strength. But now Merlin is also forced to be so embarrassed. It can be said that the hope of the British army has been dashed. They are doomed to defeat here. Arthur guessed that he understood the consequences, and roared, "All the knights of the Round Table, charge with me. Defend Merlin." With that said, Arthur tried his best to wield the sword and wand of Oath of Victory, trying to break through the siege and rescue Merlin. Baku and the Round Table Knights were preparing to follow Arthur's charge. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared in front of Baku and the Round Table Knights. A man with a devil mask appeared in front of Baku. The Saxon wizard chief Kevin. Kevin appeared in front of Baku in an instant, and used magic to create an invisible barrier that blocked the path of Baku and others. Arthur didn't realize what happened behind him, and rushed to the front to rescue Merlin. Baku shouted, "No, Lord Arthur, be careful." Marks McClown also choked. He had already seen Kevin and their intentions. First attack the British army with absolute strength, let Merlin face hundreds of Saxon elite wizards alone, and then asked Arthur to rescue Merlin. In fact, it was to make Arthur rush into the enemy's battle with a hot head. Now that he cut off Baku and the Knights of the Round Table, Arthur was about to encircle his enemies. The Saxon wizard's goal has always been Arthur. Arthur is the true leader and spiritual leader of the British army. As long as Arthur is dead, the British army is not to be feared. No matter how strong Merlin is, there is no use. Merlin also found Arthur in a dangerous situation, but now Merlin is unable to protect himself and cannot help Arthur at all. He can only glared at Kevin and shouted, "You despicable villain." Kevin sneered and said, "In front of absolute power, you are just a man named Carr. If you want to stop our German attack, you are not eligible for Britain." Baku roared and rushed forward with the Knights of the Round Table, trying to break through Kevin's barrier. But Kevin's strength far exceeded Baku. With a wave of his wand, Baku was knocked to the ground and spouted a bite of blood. Kevin shouted, "Boy Arthur, today you will be buried here with Merlin." With a big wave of Kevin's hand, more than a dozen elite Saxon wizards immediately surrounded Arthur. Arthur frantically wielded his Vows of Victory sword and wand. The sharp blade continuously dashed across the ground, showing one after another obvious marks, but with the perfect cooperation of the Saxon elite wizards, Arthur did nothing. Can only helplessly be trapped in the enemy formation. At this time, the Germanic people almost broke through the British army's defense line. The whole village seemed to be stained with blood. Countless British and Germanic people collided with each other. Bloodstains splashed in the sky. More British soldiers were already exhausted. One fell in a pool of blood and couldn't stand up anymore. The situation now looks like it is impossible for Britain to win today. Arthur Jae's eyes were split, and he roared frantically, and his gentle appearance was completely different on weekdays. On the battlefield, he had transformed into a brave lion, attacking the enemies around him with all his strength. But under Kevin's calculations, Arthur was just a lion in a prison and could only fight with the beast. Merlin also sighed softly in the magic tornado that he had transformed into. It seems that today is about to be folded here. This is also a matter of no choice. Britain is not considered strong in its national strength, and Kevin has no intention to specifically target Britain. Merlin is also at a loss. Find flowers. Middle. Baku was covered in blood, but Baku didn't mean to give up. Holding his wand tightly in his hand, he was holding the ground firmly, and he wanted to get up to fight for Britain. Suddenly, a hand was placed gently on Baku's shoulder. From this hand, Baku felt a warm feeling, which formed a sharp contrast with the cold battlefield, and Baku added a little strength for no reason. Baku looked up and saw Marks McClown's smiling face. Baku was puzzled when he wanted to ask Marks McClown what he wanted to do. Marks McClown took a big step forward and reached the forefront of the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table trembled slightly under Kevin's surging magical power. They all wanted to go forward and desperately, but they were helpless and lacking in strength. Ashamed, Marks McClown stood in front of them at this time, and in front of them was the Saxon Wizards leader, Kevin. The corner of Kevin's eyes also saw someone approaching him. Without even thinking about it, the wand was lightly tapped, and a powerful and suffocating magic power shot out from the top of the wand, straight into Marks McClown's face. Baku behind Mark's eye shouted loudly, "Mark's eye! Don't be stupid." Even through Mark's eye, Baku could feel the horror of this magic power. How could the little Mark's eye be able to resist it? With a single tap of Marks McClown's magic wand, the horrible magic power that was seen by others immediately melted in front of Marks McClown, and he failed to even block Marks McClown one step. Marks McClown is still striding forward. Kevin also noticed Mark's eye's abnormal situation, and looked at Mark's eye with a suspicion. When he saw Mark's eye's still young face, Kevin's eyes showed a strong killing intent. Chapter 717, Shocking the Battlefield. Where did the hairy boy come from? Where did he come from? Where do I go? Kevin roared. With a heavy wave of his magic wand, the huge magic power formed a huge jackal with blood-red fangs, and it rushed towards Mark's eye, who was about to be torn into pieces by this ferocious jackal. Plus cool, tiger. Marks McClown didn't have the slightest fear. His wand rushed directly at the jackal's forehead, and pointed out, only to hear Marks McClown gently say, "The holy sword is revealed." The dazzling light burst out from the magic wand of Mark's eye, and a sharp sword pierced the head of the jackal instantly, and the entire jackal was blasted into countless spilled magical powers and dissipated in the air. The giant sword didn't seem to have encountered any obstacles, thrusting straight into Kevin's heart. Kevin's body was tense, and he leapt abruptly to the side. Although the giant sword didn't pierce Kevin's heart in 9/7, it still flew out, wiping Kevin's shoulder, taking away a bloody piece of Kevin's shoulder. Meat! Kevin cried out in pain, clutching his blood-flying shoulders, glaring at Marks McClown, and said angrily, "Who are you?" Marks McClown didn't say anything. With a light wave of the magic wand, the giant sword crossed the defensive circle of the Saxon wizards surrounding Arthur. Some unsuspecting Saxon wizards were instantly cut in half, and their fragmented bodies fell to the ground. Arthur's brow jumped, and he looked at Marks McClown, who suddenly shot in disbelief. How powerful is Marks McClown? Merlin also noticed the situation here, and there was a hint of surprise in Marks McClown's eyes. Plus cool, tiger. When Kevin saw that Mark's eye had harvested the lives of several Saxon wizards, he was even more furious and shouted, "Die me!" As he said, Kevin shot his whole body, weirdly appeared in front of Marks McClown, and put his hand towards Marks McClown's face. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes. Kevin's hands were not ordinary hands, but claws made from black iron. If they were caught by these hands, even the stone would be crushed. Just when Marks McClown lowered his head and wanted to avoid Kevin's sharp claws, Kevin's wand reached Marks McClown's abdomen in a timely manner. The top was filled with strong magic power, and powerful magic power was about to shoot out from it. This is the perfect combination of fight and wand attack. Kevin experienced the carelessness towards Marks McClown at the beginning, and at this time he no longer dared to underestimate Marks McClown, and unexpectedly used such a perfect cooperation to try to destroy Marks McClown in one go. Marks McClown's heart was startled. But Marks McClown was also a man who has experienced many battles. Facing this situation, Marks McClown didn't panic. He calmly rolled his head, and his sharp claws rubbed Marks McClown's skin. Plus cool, tiger. Marks I can even feel the hot sensation on his face, and can clearly and carefully see the luster reflected on Kevin's sharp claws. Kevin sneered, since Marks I chose to avoid his paws, then wait for his body to be broken by his curse. Kevin's wand was pressed against Marks McClown's abdomen, and he was about to release the powerful wand of destruction, smashing Marks McClown's body to the ground. But at this time, Kevin saw the slight curvature of Marks McClown's side face. This kid actually smiled. Kevin's heart trembled, and he didn't hesitate anymore. The powerful destructive curse shot out from the wand. Kevin stared at Marks' eyes profile. He wanted to see the pain and despair from Marks' eyes face. Look. Spell stop. Marks McClown smiled slightly. Kevin's wand was resting on Marks McClown's abdomen, while Marks McClown's wand was at the middle of Kevin's wand. Kevin's long simmering curse of killing instantly dissipated, and it did nothing to Marks McClown. Hurt. Marks McClown smiled lightly. He played against Kevin for a few rounds and knew that although Kevin's strength was strong, he was not yet his opponent. The most important thing is that Kevin is not a black magic wizard. The spells he uses are all regular traditional spells. With Marks' erudite degree, he knows almost all the anti-curses of orthodox magic, and then he adds the curse to stop the curse. It is the nemesis of these magic. When Kevin was surprised, Marks McClown leapt suddenly and kicked Kevin's chest heavily. Since you like close hand-to-hand combat, I will let you see what it is. Caca. A crisp sound rang from Kevin's chest. Marks McClown's sex at this time is not a joke. Even if it is said that it has exceeded the limit of human beings, it is not an exaggeration to break the stone when it is stepped down, let alone is it a human chest. Kevin was kicked into the air by Marks I, but Marks I didn't let him go. He grabbed Kevin's arm with one hand and squeezed it hard. It was as simple as crushing an egg. And it was a crisp sound of broken bones! Exclamation mark. Even through a mask, Marks I can clearly see Kevin's dying eyes. The leader of the Saxon wizard, but that's all. Just when Marks McClown wanted to give Kevin a fatal blow, the Saxon wizard who finally felt something was wrong rushed forward and blocked Kevin with his force, blocking Marks McClown's fatal blow. Puff. The sorcerer who blocked his fist unexpectedly spewed blood and flew out, but he still won a precious opportunity for Kevin. Kevin was immediately dragged and pulled back into the enemy formation by the Saxon wizard. The Saxon wizard who was hammered by Marks McClown fell directly to the ground, his internal organs being torn apart by the powerful force, and he could not die anymore. Baku and the Knights of the Round Table looked at Marks McClown's back in shock. Marks McClown actually defeated the Saxon wizard's leader by his own power. You must know that Kevin's actual 5.5 power is obvious to all. In the British Army, there is no wizard who can defeat Kevin, except Merlin. Even Arthur couldn't guarantee that he would be able to beat Kevin, but it was such a character who was actually done by the unknown Marks I, or the Jedi Fight Back. Arthur was also dumbfounded at this time, and he was closely watching the entire process of Marks McClown and Kevin's fight. He was worried about Marks McClown's life in his heart, and hated Kevin's cruel cold blood. Chapter 718. One person is forced to retreat. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City, Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let McClown How personally solve the puzzle. 11. Who knew that the situation would be reversed in an instant in the next second, and Marx McClown would complete a perfect counterkill, and would seriously injure Kevin. From a distance, Mlin also noticed the brave Marx McClown. Marx McClown's counterkill was extremely wonderful. Even Mlin secretly sweated for Marx McClown. However, Marx McClown can still have such a cool head under this situation. This is the point that Mlin appreciates Marx McClown most. In contrast, Marx McClown's strength is not important to Mlin. But in the eyes of the Knights of the Round Table such as Baku, Marx's strength can be described as shocking. Marx McClown immediately set the status of Mlin in their minds. The Germanic army and the Saxon wizards were also shocked by Marx's strength, and their morale was stagnant. The morale of the British soldiers was greatly boosted, and they fought back against the enemy desperately. For a time, the British soldiers showed a vigorous momentum of defeating soldiers, and the German troops retreated steadily. Although Marx McClown is a bit regretful that he did not directly kill Kevin, it is acceptable to be able to seriously wound Kevin. Losing Kevin's commander is the best time for Britain to counterattack. Holy Sword revealed. Marx McClown once again summoned a huge lightsaber. This time the lightsaber plunged straight into the sky, smashing into the enemy's formation heavily. Countless German soldiers were cut by the lightsaber, without any resistance, and fell like cutting grass. There are also some Saxon wizards who don't know Marx's powerful arm tried to block Marx's huge lightsaber, but under Marx's lightsaber, those Saxon wizards who do not know the heights of the sky directly splashed blood on the spot, and died tragically. After Marx McClown was promoted to the 7th level of magic power, although the Holy Sword appearance was still exaggerated, Marx McClown's vast magic power was enough to support him no longer being a real man for 3 seconds. The British army roared and fought back against the enemy. The Germanic army was a bit unsupported. Many German soldiers looked at Marx McClown with fear in their eyes, and they were retreating one by one, not daring to fight with Britain again. The seriously injured Kevin had returned to the army under the cover of the Saxon wizard. Kevin spit out a mouthful of blood, glared at Marx's direction, and clenched his fists. Kevin knew that now was not the time to hesitate. He had to order a retreat. Merlin had already contained hundreds of Saxon wizards, and Arthur had also contained more than a dozen Saxon wizards. Originally, the British army only had to pay attention to these 2 points. Suddenly a Marxi who was stronger than his own appeared suddenly, and the number of wizards in his hand was no longer enough. As for Marxi, whether it was helping Arthur or Merlin, the Saxon wizard couldn't resist it. Ordinary soldiers were only to die. If they didn't retreat, they would face great losses. Kevin waved his hand heavily, gritted his teeth and said, "Order, retreat." The German army blew the clarion call to retreat. The German soldiers finally got their wish and retreated slowly. The Saxon wizards who besieged Merlin and Arthur also retreated in an orderly and organized manner, and did not give Britain a chance at all. Merlin finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped out the powerful magic tornado around him. Arthur was also covered in blood at this time. It was not a fun thing to be besieged by more than a dozen Saxon wizards, and Arthur might not be able to hold on any longer. The soldiers in Britain were also exhausted. They sat down on the ground, Most of them were the corpses of their compatriots, but they could no longer pay attention to so much. The drastic reduction in spirit and strength made them physically and mentally exhausted, and they were no longer able to fight. Up, Merlin sighed. Originally, this was the best chance to pursue it, but under the circumstances of Britain, it was impossible to fight again, let alone expand the results. But they were lucky enough to survive. If it weren't for Mark's eye, everyone here would die. Thinking of this, Merlin couldn't help but look at the young figure in the British Army at 550. Covered in blood, Arthur staggered to Marks McClown, solemnly stretched out a hand to Marks McClown, and said solemnly, "Marks McClown, thank you." Marks McClown gently shook Arthur's hand and said with a smile, "This is what I should do." Baku and the Knights of the Round Table also cast envy and admiration on Marks McClown. After seeing Marks McClown's strength, they no longer dared to despise Marks McClown. After all, Marks McClown was a person that even the Saxon wizard had defeated. Merlin stepped on the blood on the ground, approached Marks McClown, and said slowly, "Marks McClown, thank you this time." Marks McClown shook his head and said, "It's just for Britain." Merlin and Arthur looked at each other, and the shock and surprise of both sides could be seen in each other's eyes. A soldier in armor ran forward, panting and saying, "Master Arthur, brothers have suffered heavy casualties. What do you think we should do?" Arthur sighed lightly and said, "Immediately send a message to the Marshal of Rome. Let him send troops to support here. Let the brothers take a good rest tonight." Kevin was hit by Mark's eye, and it is estimated that there will be no offensive in a short time. Chapter 719, A Desperate Situation. But remember to send more scouts. Kevin is treacherous and vicious. If we kill a carbine, none of us can bear the consequences. The soldier responded and quickly went down to give orders. Arthur turned his head and glanced at the British brothers who had suffered heavy losses. He could only sigh helplessly. Merlin said slowly, "Arthur, our army can no longer fight. If the Roman marshal does not send troops to support, we can only abandon this land." Arthur nodded and said, "I know this, I will think about it again." Merlin could only sigh and stop persuading Arthur. Arthur turned around, looked at Marks McClown, and said, "Marks McClown, this war is because of you, so we survived. You are the savior of all of us." Before Marks McClown spoke, the Knights of the Round Table headed by Baku bowed down and shouted, "Thank you for the savior." Some soldiers in the surrounding area also knew the role Marks McClown played in this war. They were grateful to Marks McClown and bowed to the ground, kowtowed towards Marks McClown. The soldiers in the distance were unreasonable. Seeing the compatriots kowtow to Marks McClown, they knelt down one after another. For a time, the soldiers who survived the entire village shouted Marks McClown's name and called Marks McClown's savior. The momentum was huge. Arthur continued this momentum and said, "Marks McClown, I would like to invite you to join the Knights of the Round Table. I hope you can agree." Marks McClown was taken aback, and could only smile bitterly. "Since Arthur believes in me so, I can't justify it if I don't join, right?" Arthur was overjoyed immediately and said, "I can get your help from Mark's eye, so the Germans don't have to worry anymore." Marks McClown could only nod his head to thank Arthur, and Arthur continued, "Baku, Marks McClown, you and the other Round Table Knights will go directly to the top of the castle. Let's discuss the future direction." With that, Arthur winked at Merlin and walked to the top of the castle. After Arthur left, Baku rushed forward and hugged Marks McClown, and said excitedly, "Oh my God, Marks McClown, you used to be so powerful, why didn't you say it earlier?" Marks McClown said with a light smile, "You haven't asked me before." The other Knights of the Round Table also reduced their previous indifference to Marks McClown, and each smiled to Marks McClown. Marks McClown's strength had already subdued them. In addition, both Arthur and Merlin showed appreciation for Marks McClown, so they naturally did not dare then show Mark's eye some expression on his face. Baku smiled and said, "Okay, let's go up quickly. Mark's eye is already a member of our Round Table Knights, and it is time to participate in our Round Table meeting." Cool Tiger, after hearing the Round Table meeting, Mark's eye frowned unconsciously, followed Baku and walked towards the bottom of the castle. On the top floor of the castle, a round table and dozens of stools are placed in a large clean and tidy room, which is very spacious. Arthur sat in the middle of the round table with a bloody body, in sharp contrast with the clean environment around him, but Arthur didn't care and didn't know what was written on the table. And Merlin was sitting right next to Arthur, silent, her expression very serious. Mark-Sai and Baku and other knights of the round table rushed out, and silently found a stool to sit down. Regardless of the bloodstains on the body, the clean chair, the huge room was only scattered in a dozen positions, which seemed a bit empty. Arthur raised his head and looked at the few knights of the round table sitting around, sighed slightly, and said, "Is there only so many people left?" Marks McClown counted. Even if Arthur and Merlin were added, there were only 13 people present. Excluding the newly added Marks McClown, the original Knights of the Round Table had only 10 people. Baku and the Knights of the Round Table bowed their heads, looking a little sad. Arthur said calmly, "I only formed the Knights of the Round Table for less than a month. There were 43 people in the room, but now there are only 13 people left." Merlin said softly, "Arthur, don't be too sad. The dead Knights of the Round Table are all people who defend Britain with their lives. Their passing is glorious." Arthur nodded and took a deep breath. Knowing that this is not the time to cherish the memory of his predecessors, he said, "Let's talk about the future development of our army." Speaking, Arthur nodded to Merlin. Merlin slowly said, "This war is very lucky." Mark-Sai, the savior, appeared among us. "We were lucky to win a battle, but compared with the Germans, we are already badly injured and we can't fight again." The Round Table knights present showed sad expressions. From the battle just now, they also saw that the British army had no fighting power. The remaining pawns were less than 2,000. And the wizards were all killed and wounded except for a dozen of them. How could it be possible that they were even more than Germanic troops in this state? Merlin continued, "Although the specific casualties have not been counted, I estimate that the number of remaining troops is less than 1,500, and there are only a dozen wizards left, and the German army this time the maximum loss in the war with me is 3,000 to 4,000 people, which is not worth mentioning to their tens of thousands of troops." Arthur nodded and said, "They can withstand this consumption. We can't afford it." Baku clenched his fists and said, "Master Yagudzos say, Master Merlin, we British soldiers have already sacrificed too much for this land. Why don't we withdraw our troops? Anyway, this is the territory of the Roman Empire, not our British territory." Arthur frowned and sighed. "Our Britain is just a kingdom of the Roman Empire. If we abandon this position and cause the Roman Empire to defeat, do you think the Roman Empire will let us go to Britain? What's more, there are no eggs in the nest, and the Germanic nation will not let us go to Britain. We will regret it when it is too late." Chapter 720 Blind Student, you found Huadian. Baku's face dimmed, and he also knew that Britain's national power was not strong at this time. If this kind of thing was really done, it would definitely be the result of the country's destruction. Plus Cool Tiger, a knight of the Round Table, clenched his fists and said, "Then what can we do now? The next Germanic attack can wipe us all out, so we can only sit and wait for death." Merlin said slowly, "The position is impossible to abandon. We can only enhance our own strength. We must recruit troops and recruit a large number of soldiers and wizards in a short time, and we must ensure that their loyalty is not a problem." As soon as Merlin said this, everyone in the room looked down. They naturally understood what Merlin said, but how to add a large number of soldiers and wizards in a short time and ensure their loyalty is easier said than done. It is basically not feasible. Arthur said with a bitter face, "Merlin, how do we recruit in a short time? This is really too difficult." Baku also said, "McClowns, we are not in Britain, but here is the Roman Empire. We can never recruit Roman civilians into the British army." Merlin wrote 930. "We can only quickly ask Britain and the Roman Empire to send out a message for help, so that they can send a large army to assist us. In this way, we still have a silver lining." Cool Tiger, Arthur still shook his head and said, Britain is quite far away from here. Even if the whole process of apparition and flying broomsticks are used to drive the road, it will take time for domestic troops to come here, and time can't be slowed down. The Roman Empire is even more in need of troops, and whether we will send reinforcements is a question. Marks McClown suddenly thought of something, and said, "Can't you ask the Ministry of Magic to send us people?" Now wars are mainly based on wizards. As long as we can gather a certain number of wizards, we can barely hold on. Arthur, Merlin and the others all looked suspicious, looking at Mark's eye incomprehensibly. Merlin asked, "Mark's eye, what is the Ministry of Magic?" Marks McClown was taken aback. Could it be that the Ministry of Magic hasn't appeared in this era? But think about it, the Ministry of Magic advocates that wizards should not have direct contact with moles. In this era, wizards and moles are deeply related. It is justified that the Ministry of Magic has not yet been established. Marks McClown shook his head and said, "It's nothing more." Arthur, Merlin and others were also puzzled, and didn't mean to ask further. Everyone was thinking about how to increase the strength of the British Army in a short period of time, but it was too difficult to recruit a large number of reliable soldiers and wizards in a short period of time, and no one thought of a good way. Marks McClown was also meditating. Although there is no Ministry of Magic in this world, doesn't it still have Hogwarts? As Britain, the Great Academy of Magic, should be able to support the war in Britain. Marks McClown asked, "Can't you ask Hogwarts for help?" Hogwarts must have a large number of powerful wizards. Arthur was taken aback, and smiled bitterly. Although Hogwarts is our British college, Hogwarts is so famous that there are students from all over the world in it, so Hogwarts never participated in any wars and maintained the academy. Neutrality. Merlin also nodded and said, "Even if it is the battle for survival in Britain, Hogwarts will not necessarily support it. After all, Hogwarts is only built on the land of Britain, not the British Magic Academy." Marks McClown was also frowning. If it were according to what Arthur, Merlin and the others said, it would be difficult for the British Army to expand its own strength, let alone want to sustain the next Germanic attack. Merlin sighed and said, "If we still can't figure out a way to strengthen our own strength, I am afraid that our British Army will have to die here in the next war." The Knights of the Round Table present all looked sad, and even Merlin couldn't think of a good way. What could they do? Arthur said calmly, "Baku, you set off now, go to Rome to find the Imperial Marshal, and send us reinforcements immediately, otherwise we will not be able to hold on to Britain." Merlin sighed. It seems that there is only this way right now, but they all know that Rome is also some distance from the front line here, let alone whether the Roman Marshal is willing to give reinforcements to Britain. Even if they send reinforcements, they may not be able to support it. Up. Merlin stood up and said, "Baku, go quickly, we can only stay here, and we can hold on for as long as we can." When Baku nodded, and when he was about to set off in despair, Marks McClown suddenly said, "Actually, the key problem now is that the Germans see us as thorns in their eyes and want to annihilate us crazily." Seeing the puzzled expressions of everyone, Marks McClown continued, "I mean, the problem is actually the German offensive. If we can prevent them from attacking, won't all the problems be solved?" Baku smiled bitterly. "Marks McClown, your suggestion is more difficult to implement than Master Merlin's idea. Why should we not let the Germans attack? You are not the commander-in-chief of the Germans." Merlin thoughtfully said, "Marks McClown, do you have any good ideas?" Marks McClown looked at Merlin and said, "What is the main reason why the Germans attacked our position?" Arthur looked puzzled and said, "Of course it was to break through our defenses and go deep into the Roman Empire to burn, kill, and looting." Marks McClown continued to guide. "Then what is the biggest obstacle to their attack on our position?" Merlin's body trembled slightly. He seemed to have thought of what Marks McClown wanted to say, and said, "Could it be me and Arthur?" P.S. This story of Merlin is very important, not written by you. Chapter 721, A Tactics Against Despair. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wu Wang to find it. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. From then on, everything has become different. The Tao Te Ching, the Book of Changes, the McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. Ministerial classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write human race _brilliant. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let McClown How personally solve the puzzle. Marx McClown nodded with a smile, and said, "They want to attack the hinterland of the Roman Empire. They must first break through our defense line, and breaking through our defense line must solve Merlin and Arthur." Merlin understood at this time, and said, "My strength is considered the top among wizards. My existence will definitely hinder their plan to attack the Roman Empire. That's why they tried every means to get rid of me." As for Arthur, the leader of the army, being able to kill Arthur is equivalent to being able to overthrow Britain. Arthur also wanted to understand, and said, "That's right. Although it is important for us to defend this position, apart from our position, there are still many more important frontline positions on the front line, which are more worthy of the Germans. The Germans are staring at us, only because of my identity and Merlin's strength." Cool Tiger, Marx McClown took a light breath and said, "So now I have a way to stop Germanic conquering us, but this way is very dangerous for Merlin and Arthur." Arthur and Merlin fell into silence. They already understood what Marx McClown was talking about and what the danger was, but this matter was important and they had to think about it. Only Baku and the Knights of the Round Table hadn't figured out what Marx McClown was talking about. Baku opened his innocent eyes and asked, "What are you talking about, Marx McClown? What plan and what danger? Just say it directly. Don't hang on our brother's appetite." Cool exclamation mark hash. Marx McClown glanced at the Knights of the Round Table, and said, "Let Arthur and Merlin go deep into the enemy's line and harass the Germans, so that the Germans will start a frantic capture of Arthur and Merlin, and you can relax time for the British army waiting for rescue." Baku and the Knights of the Round Table looked at Marx I in horror. First of all, Baku roared, "No! How could Lord Arthur and Lord Merlin be in danger? We would rather die in battle and protect the two adults." The other Knights of the Round Table also stood up one after another, glaring at Marx McClown, shouting loudly that they would never let Arthur and Merlin take risks. They couldn't understand Marx McClown's intention to move forward. Arthur suddenly knocked on the table and shouted, "Now it's in a meeting? What are you doing? Sit down for me." Baku and the Knights of the Round Table were frightened by Arthur's sudden roar, and immediately sat down quietly, not daring to say more. Arthur said coldly, "Marx McClown just gave his opinion in view of our current situation. We need to discuss the probability of success of this plan. What are you excited about?" At this time, Arthur also showed the aura of a commander in command, and the rest of the Knights of the Round Table could only sit in their own position and dare not say anything. Arthur looked at Merlin, wanting to see what Merlin thought. Merlin let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It seems that Marx I's strategy is actually our only way out." Arthur was taken aback and asked, "The only way to survive?" Merlin nodded and said, "The Germans did not lose many people in the war with us. But Marx I defeated the Saxon leader Kevin, and the morale was frustrated before we persisted temporarily, so the Germans can organize the next one at any time. Attack. By then, no one in the entire village will be able to survive. Seeking flowers. Arthur nodded. This is the harshest reality they face. Merlin looked at Marx McClown and said, "But what Marx McClown said is not wrong. If we appear on the Germanic territory and attack the Germanic camp, given the importance of the two of us, they will definitely give priority to capture and encircle, kill us and postpone the attack here. the British Army can also get a chance to breathe. Arthur frowned. He was also considering the feasibility of this plan. Merlin continued, "Moreover, this plan is not a situation where we must die. After all, we only have two people, and both are powerful wizards. It is not impossible to escape the encirclement and suppression of the army. As long as we delay, the longer the British army is more advantageous." Marks McClown suddenly said, "Not only Arthur and Merlin, I can also be with you." Arthur and Merlin were taken aback for a moment, looking towards Mark's eye, a little confused about what Mark's eye meant. Marks McClown smiled and said, "If there are two people, if there is an accident, one person will be injured. It will only become a burden to the other person, and if there are three people, how to say it will be much safer." Arthur and Merlin looked at each other and nodded slightly. Marks McClown's strength is nothing to say. Otherwise Arthur would not have known Marks McClown and let Marks McClown join the Knights of the Round Table. In addition, Mark's eye was also the person who had severely injured Kevin after all, and had nothing to do with the Germans, and should be trusted. Baku and the Knights of the Round Table looked nervously at Arthur and Merlin. They felt that Mark's eye was talking idiotically and the plan was not reliable at all. They did not want Arthur and Merlin to be crazy with Mark's eye. But things backfired. They could only watch Arthur and Merlin's faces slowly becoming firmer. Chapter 722, Morning Attack. Arthur stood up and said, "Marks McClown, you will set out with us tomorrow morning and go deep into Germanic territory." Marks McClown smiled and nodded. "He is worthy of being the legendary King Arthur. His courage is really great. This kind of determination is also a powerful ability." Baku and the others looked at Arthur and Merlin in shock. Are the two adults really going to go crazy with Mark's eye? Don't they know that the probability of success in this case is very small? Arthur looked at Baku and said, "Baku, you still go to Rome to ask the Imperial Marshal to send reinforcements, and tell the Marshal bluntly that if he does not send troops, this land will not be able to defend. Then he will wait for the Germans to enter the Empire hinterland." Baku stood up dejectedly and accepted Arthur's order. Arthur continued, 350's Kaido, you go back to Britain for help. Make sure to send a large army to support us. Did you hear that? Immediately another wizard stood up and took Arthur's order. The next day, the sky was bright and fog covered the entire British camp. After the war last night, the British soldiers looked listless and fell into the sadness of their companions passing away. Marks McClown put on his clothes, wrapped in a large cloak, and stood quietly waiting at the entrance of the camp. Although Arthur and Merlin agreed to Mark's eye's plan, after all, this is the army, and there are many things Arthur has to order. Now Arthur is still summoning the generals in the army to arrange defense. Merlin was also wearing a large cloak and walked out of the camp vigorously, saying, "Marks McClown, I didn't expect you to be ready." Marks McClown said with a light smile, "It's rare to go with the famous Arthur and Merlin, of course you have to prepare early." Merlin smiled and said, "Marks McClown, you are the most powerful junior I have ever seen. Not one of them." Marks McClown shook his head and said, "It's absurd." Merlin shook his head, but didn't say more. Only then did Arthur walked out of the camp with a pair of panda eyes, and saw that Arthur did not fall asleep all night last night. Merlin asked, "Are the military affairs arranged?" Arthur nodded and said, "It's probably all arranged, and there shouldn't be any problems if there is no major accident." Merlin said, "That's good. We are almost ready to go." Arthur also put on a large cloak, and said to Merlin and Mark's eye, "This time I will see the three of us!" The three of them walked slowly towards the Germanic territory, and slowly moved away from the British camp. They walked for about an hour. This was already a place controlled by the Germans. If they went down, they might see the Germanic base camp. Arthur rubbed his hands and said, "Merlin, Mark's eye, do you have any good plans?" Marks McClown said, "We came out this time to attract the attention of the Germans. It is better to attack their base camp directly. The bigger the movement, the better, so as to attract their attention." Arthur looked at Merlin, and Merlin also nodded, and said, "Marks McClown is right, but we still have to do a good job of calculating this matter. After all, we only have 3 people. We can't afford any unexpected consequences. Arthur said, well, the 3 of us attack the base camp together, but we can't fight for a long time. After the attack, we flee to the north. There is a big town north of the Germanic barracks. They will not let us attack the town. They will definitely attack us. Pursue hard. Merlin said, the attack can't be too blind. Didn't Marks McClown hit the Saxon leader Kevin severely last night? We set Kevin as the target. Assassinating Kevin is very good. Even if it is not successful, it can cause them enough attention. Marks McClown also agreed with Arthur and Merlin's statement. The 3 slowly approached the Germanic barracks. Even if it was covered by fog, they could see the large barracks stretched for dozens of miles, with countless heads moving in it. It was the first time Marks McClown saw such a large number of troops. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He asked, do the Germans have so many troops? Merlin explained, this Germanic attack on the Roman Empire used hundreds of thousands of troops. The Germanic troops we faced last night were only tens of thousands. Marks McClown took a deep breath. No wonder Arthur and Merlin agreed with his statement. It turns out that the Germanic army is so strong. If they really hold the position, they will not have any chance to win. Marks McClown asked, how do we know where Kevin's barracks are? Arthur smiled and looked at Mark's eye, and said, you don't understand. Saxon wizards are a very sacred clan in the minds of Germans, so they have a special family emblem and a special military camp, which is easy to identify. Arthur had only known Marks McClown for a day, and he discovered a lot of things that surprised him from Marks McClown. Now he can finally know that Marks McClown also doesn't understand, and he can't help but feel a little relieved that Marks McClown is not omnipotent after all. Merlin suddenly beckoned to Arthur and Mark's eye, and pointed to a black tent in the distance with a serious face. Arthur asked, Merlin, what's the matter? Merlin said solemnly, that piece is the camp of the Saxon wizards, and that flag is the emblem of the Saxon clan. Arthur said with joy, I found the camp of the Saxons so soon. God will help me. Merlin shook his head and said, don't be so optimistic about 0.5 first. Take a closer look. Arthur's face was stagnant, and he stared at the black camp in amazement. How come there are so many troops guarding that camp? Marks McClown also followed Arthur's eyes and looked at it, and his expression also sank. Sure enough, the black camp under the unique banner was heavily protected by tides of troops on all sides, and there were many Germanic military camps scattered around, ready to support the Saxon camp. Chapter 723 An Army of 3. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wu Wang to find it. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching. The Book of Changes, the McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let McClown How personally solve the puzzle. 11. Merlin said, the Saxons are the most powerful wizarding clan of the Germanic clan. It is understandable that the German commander will send soldiers to guard the Saxon clan, but is it a bit of a fuss to send tens of thousands of people to guard the Saxon clan camp? Arthur shook his head and said, Merlin, don't forget, Marks I severely injured Kevin last night. Kevin is the leader of the Saxon clan. Of course there is no room for loss. So many people will be sent to protect Kevin to heal. Understandable. Merlin was taken aback and agreed with Arthur's statement, saying, but in this case, We want to assassinate Kevin. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Marks McClown said, the assassination of Kevin is not our primary task. We are just attracting the attention of the Germans, and Kevin is second. Arthur and Merlin understood this in their hearts, but it was a pity that they could not assassinate Kevin. Arthur was taken aback for a moment, then squinted. Merlin, to the northeast. Look at it. Marks-I and Merlin immediately looked in one direction of the Germanic barracks, where thick smoke billowed, and there were a large number of troops gathering, and the bright banner was extremely spectacular. Merlin's face became extremely ugly, and said, they gathered in that direction, undoubtedly wanting to attack our position, and they have changed an army. Arthur also discovered this. Marks-I hit Kevin hard last night, which of course greatly weakened the morale of the Germans, but the Germans are better than the soldiers. It doesn't matter if you change an army, and there are only 1,000 British soldiers left. How can people be able to resist it? This time Germanic wanted to directly use absolute force to crush the British position. Top wizards like Merlin and Arthur could not be as strong as tens of thousands of elite troops. Marks McClown solemnly said, can't wait any longer, we must attack immediately. Arthur and Merlin also knew that the situation was serious, and the meaning of their surprise attack would be lost if it dragged on. Arthur took a deep breath and said, target, Saxon leader Kevin, remember not to fall in love with war. If there is something abnormal, immediately flee to the north. Marks McClown and Merlin nodded heavily and drew out their magic wands. Arthur drew the sword of vows of victory and his wand from the cloak, and rushed forward first, followed by Marks McClown and Merlin, staring at the Germanic army camp. The sharp-eyed German scout saw 3 people rushing towards the barracks and immediately blew the horn of the enemy attack. A patrolling German army immediately rushed out of the barracks, holding sharp knives and spears, and wanted to stop the Arthurs. Arthur's face was fierce, and the sword of victory in his right hand glowed dazzlingly, pointing straight at the Germanic patrol that rushed forward. A huge magic power turned into a sharp sword to cut through the air, and instantly opened the patrol captain's chest. The captain of the patrol team didn't have time to react, and a huge blood hole appeared in his chest, and he was planted on the ground. With a light wave of Merlin's wand, this patrol team suddenly blew a huge wind on the ground, and dozens of patrol team soldiers were blown high into the sky and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing that no one could survive, Arthur said coldly, separate and attack. With that, Arthur lifted the cloak off his head so that the Germans could see his face. Marks McClown and Merlin also lifted the cloaks, separated in 2 directions tacitly, and faintly surrounded the Saxon camp in 3 directions. Arthur held the sword of oath of victory and the magic wand. The magic wand was wrapped up to form another magic holy sword. Arthur held 2 holy swords and slammed directly into the Germanic barracks. Wherever the sharp holy sword edge went, all the soldiers splashed blood on the spot. They were neatly divided into 2 and cut in half. For a while, the ground was 927 broken arms. Very tragic. Naturally, Merlin did not have the bravery of Arthur. Merlin strolled into the Germanic barracks indifferently. A huge magical tornado was formed with Merlin as the center, sweeping all the soldiers close to Merlin into the sky, and the soldiers who fell from the sky. It fell directly into a ball of meat sauce, and the death state was not as good as what Baskilled. Marks-I stepped into the military seal by 1 person and 1 magic wand. Marks-I's magic wand was like a dragonfly tapping water, swiftly tapping around. Every time it was tapped, a small magical shock wave was emitted. The soldiers who were concentrated by the shock wave shattered their muscles and bones. He was knocked into the air with blood vomiting. Enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack. There were constant screaming in the Germanic barracks, and many soldiers were too late to line up against the enemy. They were hit hard by the killed Marks-I trio, swept away or cut off, and the German army fell into chaos. The troops lined up in the northeast to march towards the border of the Roman Empire were also caught in chaos for a while. They were originally planning to attack the Roman Empire, but now they are attacking their barracks. How dare they leave here? Some German military generals also discovered that only 3 wizards had attacked the barracks. Chapter 724. They immediately yelled, "They are just 3 wizards, don't be afraid of them, as long as we swarm them. They will definitely not hold on." In this era, ordinary people have only one way to deal with wizards, and that is to attack wizards by virtue of their number. Although wizards are far more powerful than ordinary people, wizards rely on their own magic power after all. If magic power is not available, wizards and ordinary people are no different. There is nothing wrong with the idea that the generals of the Germanic army want to use the advantage of the number of people to crush the 3 of Mark-Si, but this method is only useful for ordinary wizards, and Mark-Si and Merlin are not comparable to ordinary wizards. More and more soldiers gathered in front of Arthur, but it did not pose any threat to Arthur at all. It was a matter of swordsmanship, except that the stumps flying in the air had their arms turned several times. The situation of Marx McClown and Merlin is even more exaggerated. Both of them are terrifying wizards outside the specifications. The magic reserves in their bodies can only be described by Wang Yang Da, and it is difficult to spend a short time. What's more, the opponents are ordinary people, not to mention expending too much magic. Even though Marx McClown has experienced hundreds of battles, Marx McClown is still a bit uncomfortable with this undecided slaughter. Seeing hundreds of ordinary soldiers die in front of him, Marx McClown has an inexplicable bloodthirsty pleasure. This is the battlefield. Feel, with a heavy wave of Mark-Si's wand, a giant python formed by magic power fell to the ground like a boulder, and hundreds of innocent soldiers were smashed into meat sauce. Plus cool, Tiger. In front of the elite wizards, ordinary people simply don't have any combat power, and can only watch their lives being slaughtered. Marx McClown probably understood why the wizard and the moles had to be separated clearly. The power of the wizard is too terrifying. If an ambitious wizard wants to slaughter the moles, this is a huge deal for moles. The disaster is just like the current self. Marx McClown, be careful. Saxon wizards have been surrounded. You protect Arthur. Merlin suddenly shouted. Marx McClown was taken aback and looked in the direction not far away. The Saxon wizard, who had been wearing a black robe, marched aggressively towards this side. The faces of ordinary soldiers around him also showed a kind of enthusiasm, and charged towards Mark-Si and others more crazily. Is bound to hinder the 3 people waiting for the arrival of the Saxon wizard. At this time, Arthur had red eyes. The sword of Oath of Victory was brandished in Arthur's hand. One after another, ordinary soldiers were cut into pieces in front of Arthur. Arthur seemed to enjoy the process very much, even a little lost in myself. Plus cool, Tiger. With a light wave of Mark-Si's magic wand, the giant python formed by her own magic power immediately fell under Mark-Si's feet. Mark-Si stepped on the giant python's head and approached Arthur's position. All the ordinary soldiers who blocked the giant python were no exception, being crushed into a ball of meat sauce. The momentum of the giant python is unstoppable. Arthur. Enough. Marx McClown stepped on the giant python and quickly reached Arthur's position. Arthur's face was covered with blood. Only the sword of the Oath of Victory was still shining with golden light, which formed a sharp contrast with Arthur's whole body. With a wave of Arthur's great sword, several ordinary soldiers in front of him instantly disintegrated, and blood rushed into the air like a fountain. Arthur turned his head and said with a cruel expression, Marx McClown, these are our enemies in Britain. Don't be soft, kill one more. Marx McClown held Arthur's shoulder with his hand, and said in a deep voice, I am not here to kill the enemy. The Saxon wizards will gather around later, and we must always prepare to retreat. Arthur was taken aback, and a trace of clarity flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth before saying, I understand. Seeing that Arthur had regained his senses, Merlin shouted, Arthur, Mark-Si, follow me behind, don't be disintegrated. Marx McClown took Arthur and rushed to the head of the giant python. The giant python smashed straight in the direction of Merlin. The German soldiers along the road fell again like cutting grass, leaving a deep blood stain. Arthur looked at the Germanic soldiers who fell in front of the giant python, laughed loudly, and said, These damn Germanic people should become meat sauce. Marks McClown didn't pay attention to Arthur. He understood that Arthur, as a British, had a bloody feud with the Germans, so he lost his reason in the killing just now. Marks McClown controlled the giant python under her feet, and came behind Merlin without hindrance. Merlin dissipated the tornado beside him, and looked forward with a serious face. There was an army of Saxon wizards. Merlin said solemnly: "We can't fight with the Saxon wizard, otherwise we can't get away." Marks McClown also nodded. The number of Saxon wizards in front of him was hundreds of thousands, which was not something the three of them could face. Even if it's a little bit of love for war, they're likely to take their lives here, let alone buy time for the British Army. Marks McClown said, "Arthur, remember our purpose of going deep behind the enemy lines. If you want to give the British Army time, remember not to love war." Arthur stagnated, knowing that he was indeed overkill just now, so he nodded and said, "I understand. I won't be influenced by emotions anymore." Merlin took a deep breath, and the wand lightly drew a circle in front of him, and a hot goodness feeling rose sharply. A giant dragon formed by flames roared and flew from the circle drawn by Merlin, spreading its teeth and claws in the air. The hot flames splashed around, burning the surrounding German soldiers, screaming. Merlin's wand pointed. This huge fire dragon flew toward the Saxon wizard formation. The hot breath even evaporated the air. Merlin's strength was evident. The army of Saxon wizards drew out their magic wands, and hundreds of wizards cast spells at the same time, and the surging magic power stirred in the air, looking spectacular. Chapter 725, and Human Power. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let McClown How personally solve the puzzle. An invisible protective film covers the top of the Saxon wizard, and at this time, the fire dragon formed by Merlin's magic hits straight above the protective cover. Sparks flew everywhere, but no trace of flame could penetrate the protective film. These Saxon wizards were obviously well trained and had a very high degree of coordination in casting spells. Even Merlin couldn't help them. Merlin smiled faintly, and the wand shook suddenly. The huge fire dragon's figure stagnated. The whole body was 2 points large and exploded. The huge magical explosion instantly spread to a large area of the camp. Like a volcanic eruption, the endless flames spread large swaths of German soldiers, wailing all over the field for a time, and causing countless casualties. Arthur gave an excited high five and said, "Merlin, good job." Marks McClown also shines. Merlin used the magical fire dragon formed by himself to explode in front of the Saxon wizard army. This kind of explosion, let alone ordinary soldiers, even many people in the Saxon wizard camp vomited blood and fell. It is indeed Merlin. However, this method of self-destructing one's own magic is to kill 1,000 enemies and damage 800 to oneself. Merlin's face turned pale and he was injured a little, but compared with the injuries of Germanic and Saxon, this injury is simply not worthwhile. Merlin yelled coldly, "Marks McClown, Arthur, retire. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time." Marks McClown and Arthur reacted at the same time. The purpose of their trip was to attract the attention of the Germans and Saxon wizards. Now the three of them have killed a lot of ordinary soldiers, plus Merlin's self-destructive magic. There are countless people and wizards involved. This degree of harm to the Germans is definitely unacceptable, and the anger towards Mark-Sai, Merlin and others will reach its peak, so now their initial goal has been achieved. The only thing left to do is to keep running away and then running away, to delay time for Britain. Marks McClown and Arthur turned around at the same time, and Marks McClown also controlled the giant python to escape outside the Germanic camp. Some ordinary soldiers who wanted to stop Marks McClown and Arthur could only use their fragile bodies to stand in front of the giant python, thinking to postpone the pace of the two for a while. But how powerful is the giant python formed by Mark-Sai's magic power? The flesh and blood body is not worth mentioning in front of the giant python. It can only be crushed into a terrible meat sauce. A deep blood stain appeared in the Germanic camp, which seemed very terrible. Merlin was behind Mark-Sai and Arthur, waving his wand swiftly. All the people and wizards behind who wanted to get close to Arthur and Mark-Sai were directly killed on the spot by Merlin without any exception. Seeing that the three of them were about to break out of the siege in perfect cooperation, suddenly a Saxon wizard riding a flying broomstick appeared on top of the three of them. Looking ahead, there were at least a few hundred Saxon wizards occupying the sky densely. Arthur's face sank, and he said, "Marks McClown, be careful." As soon as Arthur's voice fell, the curses fell like raindrops toward Arthur and Mark-Sai. If it is a single spell, it is of course not a big problem for Arthur and Mark-Sai, but the number of spells is really too much. Mark-Sai and Arthur are a little overwhelmed for a while. They can only dodge themselves in embarrassment. On the offense. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and a curse hit Arthur's shoulder hard, and the golden armor of Arthur's shoulder was blasted out a big hole, and the bloody condition of Arthur's shoulder could be seen. Marks McClown frowned and said, "Are you okay?" Arthur was pale and shook his head vigorously, but Mark-Sai could still see Arthur's reluctant expression. Arthur was considered the weakest among the three of them. The Saxon wizards who had gathered in front of him were naturally a little unsupported. Merlin also saw the scene of Arthur's injury, and was anxious, wanting to speed up and take Arthur and Mark-Sai away. But the Saxon wizards are not vegetarian, and there are not a few wizards who can participate in the battle in the German army barracks. For a time Merlin can't help Mark-Sai and Arthur. Marks McClown commanded the giant python under him to twist his body frantically, trying to avoid attacks from the sky. But the Saxon wizards riding broomsticks in the sky, many of them are elite wizards of the Saxon clan, so naturally they are not random. Attack. Under the curse of wild bombardment, the giant python at Marks McClown's feet was already scarred and could no longer fight. Marks McClown could only dissipate the giant python away, dragging Arthur forward and impacting. Without the existence of the giant python, the surrounding German soldiers rushed forward frantically, trying to stop Mark-Sai and Arthur with flesh and blood. Of course, the Saxon wizard on his head would not give them a chance to breathe. Even more violently. The cursive smashed at the two. Even if it hits ordinary German soldiers, it is not their consideration. Arthur's condition is not very good. It can even be said to be very bad. The shoulder injury made Arthur's actions very inconvenient, and he must not only guard against the German soldiers around him, but also guard against the curse on his head. Chapter 726 Megatron. Arthur could only roll on the ground in embarrassment, and there was no good way to deal with it. Plus cool, tiger. Marks McClown gritted his teeth. In this kind of wizarding war, even he felt a little bit powerless. If this continues, neither he nor Arthur will be able to get out of this camp. Marks McClown drew out his other magic wand, holding the two magic wands tightly in his hands. A decisive aura spilled out of Marks McClown's body. Arthur looked at Marks McClown in surprise, and said, "Marks McClown, you actually know how to use two magic wands?" Marks McClown didn't have time to answer Arthur. Two magic wands were held high above his head, and his eyes looked at the Saxon wizard above his head, revealing a killing intent. This cold killing intent made Arthur beside him couldn't help but hit a chills. As soon as Mark's Eye's wand moved, two huge lightsabers shot out from the top of the wand, rushing towards Mark's Xiao. Some Saxon wizards couldn't avoid it, and were directly cut in midair by lightsabers. The flying broomstick was also broken into several segments, and a cavity of blood poured down on the ground. Marks McClown stared coldly at the Saxon wizard above her head and shouted angrily, "Give me all to die." With that said, Marks McClown slammed two magic wands, and the huge lightsaber was cut off. The Saxon wizards who wantonly cast spells on Mark's Eye and the others in the sky can only flee madly, and they can also feel the power contained in this lightsaber, which is not something they can resist. Plus cool Tiger. Of course, there are also some Saxon wizards who want to be a car with a praying man's arm. They want to block the two lightsabers of Mark's Eye. Of course, the blood is splashed on the spot. The iron armor curse is directly cut by Mark's Eye, and he can't die. The two lightsabers slashed straight down. The hundreds of ordinary German soldiers in front of them all watched the two huge lightsabers slash down like this, without any chance of dodge. Boom! Two deep sword marks appeared on the ground, and countless corpses cut by lightsabers filled the edges of the sword marks, and the ground seemed to be watered with blood. Marks McClown's purpose was not originally on the Saxon wizards above her head. After all, the number of these wizards was too much, and they weren't good characters. Even Mark's Eye's holy sword manifested, and he couldn't cut through the defensive curse of a powerful wizard with a single blow. Those who could be killed by Mark's Eye in seconds were the weakest wizard among the hundreds of wizards. It takes a lot of time to solve such a large number of wizards with their own strength, but Mark's Eye has no time at all. To escape from the enemy camp, you can only solve these Germanic soldiers who are not afraid of death. And this is exactly what Marks McClown can solve. Arthur looked in shock at the bloody road in front of him that was split by the lightsaber. This bloody road was covered with German corpses. The number of people killed by Mark's Eye's two swords was far from the number of people who had fought for so long. The number of people killed is many times more. Marks McClown yanked Arthur, who was still in a daze, and shouted, "Go!" Those German soldiers seemed to be shocked by the lethality of the two lightsabers. They didn't even react for a while to stop Mark's Eye and Arthur. Before they could react, the two had already broken the siege and rushed out of the Germanic barracks. Merlin was overjoyed. Originally, he was still worried about Arthur's situation. After all, Arthur was an important figure in Britain. If anything happened to Arthur, the British army might collapse, and their trip would be meaningless. Fortunately, the existence of Mark's Eye directly cut a blood path, which greatly relieved Merlin. After Marks McClown and Arthur rushed out of the barracks, they did not leave directly. They rushed out of the Germanic barracks, but Merlin, who was behind them, was still in the enemy line. But they all had confidence in Merlin. After all, Merlin's strength lies there. If they want to get out, these Germanic trash fish still can stop Merlin. After Marks McClown and Arthur escaped, Merlin, who had no worries about the future, felt more at ease, and was even more comfortable with the enemy. I saw the magic wand in Merlin's hand waving quickly, and a magical tornado once again formed around Merlin, protecting Merlin from retreating to the outside of the barracks. Find flowers. The Saxon wizards and ordinary soldiers couldn't break through Merlin's magic tornado. Seeing that Merlin was about to escape the barracks smoothly, Arthur was overjoyed and shouted, "Merlin, hurry up, I'm waiting for you." Marks McClown also showed a faint smile. Now that she thinks about it, she is a little scared. But with the power of only 3 people, they dare to attack the Germanic barracks of hundreds of thousands. You must know that it took them less than half an hour from the attack to the retreat, and in such a short period of time, they were already in danger. If they were still trapped in the enemy line for a long time, and the Germans and the Saxons formed a perfect circle, they would probably not be able to escape alone. Marks McClown looked at Merlin, who was about to escape, and suddenly his expression changed. From his spiritual exploration, he discovered that a man with a powerful magical aura was pressing him and Arthur. Marks McClown turned his head abruptly, and a huge army appeared behind him. The flag on the army was the emblem of the Saxon clan. How is this going? Why are the people from the Saxons appearing behind him? Arthur also noticed this, and was surprised. No, this is also the army of Saxon wizards. Marks McClown said anxiously, "Aren't we just coming out of the Germanic barracks? Aren't they stationed in the barracks? Why there is still an army of wizards here?" Arthur said, "The Saxon clan has a huge number of wizards. It is estimated that their barracks are more than the one we saw just now. This other Saxon wizard army has come from other directions to encircle us." Marks McClown's face sank. As expected, not everyone can do things like attacking the army. Just now, I thought they could escape to life, and in a blink of an eye they were surrounded again. Chapter 727 Come and Go Freely in the Army. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Introduction. McClown How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the McClown Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor McClown Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can also be exchanged for all the 393 items of the great 10,000 worlds, and the emperor immortal emperor is ruined, just to get the top spot in the rewards answering questions. Please McClown how personally solve the puzzles. Arthur suddenly said, Marks McClown, your apparition will not have any more problems. Right? Marks McClown was taken aback, nodded immediately, and said, No, I have already practiced. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown remembered that when he appeared in the British Army, he arrived here because of the mistake of practicing phantom shifting, so naturally he couldn't reveal anything. But in fact, although Arthur had heard that Marks I appeared on the battlefield because of a mistake in phantom shifting, but after seeing Marks McClown's ability to pursue Merlin, a fool would believe that a wizard of this level could even phantom shift. Something went wrong. But why Marks I appeared on the battlefield in the first place is now obviously not suitable for further investigation. Arthur said, That's good. I'm afraid we have to use apparition to leave this side. Marks McClown also understood what Arthur meant. The situation in which they were encircled now was slightly different from the situation in which they were trapped in the enemy's formation just now. There were people attacking the two of them all the time before, and there was no time to use apparition to evacuate. But now they have left the Germanic barracks, but are surrounded again in space, which is enough for them to use apparition to escape. All they have to wait for is Merlin to break out of the siege. In the magical tornado that she formed, Merlin also saw the smoke billowing outside the barracks, and immediately understood that there was still an army surrounding the barracks. He has consumed a lot of magic power in this short period of time, and if he gets caught in the enemy line again, they really can't hold on. Merlin also gritted his teeth and seized the time to break out of the barracks. Of course, Arthur and Marks I couldn't be idle, attacking the outskirts of the barracks desperately to help Merlin attract firepower. With the concerted efforts of the three, Merlin finally swept the tornado out of the Germanic barracks and appeared in front of Arthur and Marks I. The ordinary soldiers in the Germanic barracks had suffered heavy casualties, and they dared not rush out of the barracks. They knew that an army of Saxon wizards had surrounded them and formed a mortal force against Marks I. Merlin was panting heavily, and the talented battles made Merlin consume a lot. Without a short break, it would be impossible to experience such a fierce battle again. Arthur said, Merlin, We must use apparition to escape. There is also an army of Saxon wizards outside. Merlin was taken aback and looked at Marks McClown immediately. He also remembered that Marks McClown came here because the phantom shifting spell hadn't been mastered well. But from the perspective of Mark's eyes' superb level, it is possible that phantom shifting could go wrong. Sex should be infinitely small, right? Marks McClown had no choice but to say, "Don't worry about me. I have practiced the phantom shifting spell almost, there will be no problem." Merlin nodded and said, "That's good. You must be careful. If you fall, we won't be able to save you." Merlin was still a little worried about Marks McClown, so she could only explain her words in advance. Marks McClown also felt that Merlin and Arthur cared about him, and could only smile and said, "You should worry about yourself. If you fall, I won't turn around and save you." Merlin and Arthur glanced at each other, and both saw a smile in each other's eyes. After this deadly battle, the relationship between the three of them had obviously improved a lot, and they were both concerned about each other. Arthur said, "Don't waste any more time. We will not be able to leave any longer. Let's use apparition and escape to the town to the north." The three of them looked at each other and nodded their heads. At the same time, they took out their wands and pointed at them, and shouted in unison, "Phantom shift!" The figures of the three of them instantly disappeared in place, leaving nothing, as if they had never been to this place before. The surrounding Saxon wizard army also saw the scene of the three. The wizard general led angrily. They escaped with the apparition spell. Summer, where did they escape? A man who looked like a rat-headed rat-brained man in a black wizard robes said, "General Moda, they fled to the north." "There is nothing wrong with this spatial fluctuation." Moda's face sank and said, "The German city of modern Ezu is to the north." "What do the three of them want to do when they escape there?" Summer thought for a while, and was suddenly startled, and said, "Modern Ezu is the place where our rations must pass. With their strength, if they attack our rations, the big thing will stop." 1.2 Moda also showed horror on his face, and said, "You can't let them attack modern Ezu. Let the people in the army who will use apparitions to catch up with you. Be sure to kill these three people." Summer said, "General Moda, the three people don't know if you recognize them. One is Merlin, and the other is Arthur from Britain. If you kill these two people, the leader will probably be rewarded." Moda was taken aback. He just received an order to hunt down these three people. He didn't know that Merlin and Arthur existed among these three people. If this were the case, it would not be a great credit to him. In front of it, thinking of this, Moda's face immediately showed ecstasy. Chapter 728 Courage. "In that case, they are going to die in my hands." I immediately gave the order to hunt down the three with all the strength of the army. The wizards of this Saxon army took out their magic wands and pointed at them. The whole army apparated and moved towards the north together, and began to pursue and kill the three Marks I. Germanic barracks. In the coach barracks, a burly man in armor paced back and forth in the barracks. It was the German Marshal Longer. In front of Longer, there was a man covered in black robe, the leader of the Saxon family, Kevin. Report. An ordinary German soldier rushed into the barracks and shouted, "The three attacking wizards have already escaped," and the three of them disappeared in place at the same time, not knowing where they went. Long's face flushed, and he said angrily, "Trash. You group of trash, even three people can't stop them. What use is it for you?" Kevin said gloomily on one side, "Marshal Long, don't be angry. These three people are not small, they are Merlin and Arthur of the British Army, and there is a strong man who is not inferior to Merlin. It's not surprising to be able to do this." Longer's face was stagnant, and he was surprised. A wizard who is not inferior to Merlin? How could another such monster appear in the British Army? Kevin shook his head coldly and said with hatred on his face, "If it weren't for this person, I would have captured the British camp, and Arthur and Merlin would have been in our bag." Plus Cool Tiger. Long took a deep breath and said, "Is he the one who seriously injured the big boss?" Kevin's face became cold and he gave Longer a fierce look. Only when Longer realized that he had said the wrong thing, he quickly lowered his head and dared not say much. We must know that although Longer is the marshal of the Germanic army, the greatest combat power in the Germanic army is the Saxon wizard under Kevin, and he dare not offend Kevin longer. Kevin asked coldly, "Where did those three people go?" The German soldier replied, "The wizard of General Moda said that they seem to be going to the city of Modern Ezza. General Moda has already rushed to pursue the wizard with his subordinates." Longer's expression changed, and he said, "Modern Ezza is the place where our army must pass. If they attack our German army, it will be a big deal." Kevin snorted coldly, and said, "With our Saxons, we can't tolerate these three young people making a fuss behind us." Longer had already lost his square inch, and said, "But now the big boss is seriously injured, how can other wizards fight against Merlin? And there is also a top powerhouse who is not inferior to Merlin." Kevin took a deep breath, which he actually thought of. Merlin is already tricky enough, and now there is another Cloud Knight that is not inferior to Merlin. This combination, even if a Saxon wizard wants to destroy the two, would have to pay a very high price. This price is not Saxon. One family can be ignored. Kevin stood up and said coldly, "Since these three people have been delivered to the door, I definitely can't let them leave. I will send a message to the high priest of my clan, and I will definitely kill these three people." Longer was taken aback, and immediately exclaimed, "Does the big chief invite the high priest out? Then these three people must be caught." Kevin said, "We can't carelessly deal with these three people. I want all the Saxon wizards in the army to fight with me. Otherwise, a little mistake will lead to great consequences." Longer stopped, although he was a little reluctant to take away all the Saxon wizards directly, but when he thought of the power of the three of Marksi, he could come and go freely among the host. If he went to the Germanic rear to wreak havoc, the consequence would be unthinkable. Can only agree with Kevin's opinion. Kevin said, "I took away the Saxon wizards. During this time, you should settle down a little bit. Try not to fight against the Roman army. You can't defeat the Roman army without wizards." Longer nodded and said, "I know this naturally, and of course I will wait for the big leader to return in triumph." Kevin nodded lightly, walked out of the marshal's tent, and looked north of the Germanic barracks. On the battlefield, he seemed to hear that the kid is called Marksi, right? "The culprit who hurt yourself badly. Since you sent yourself to the door, I will let you see what torture by the Saxons is." The Nordic Great Plains. This is a barren wasteland. Occasionally some wild beasts roared by. It was originally a quiet pure land. Suddenly three blood-stained people appeared on the wasteland. It was Marksi. After the three attacked the Germanic barracks, their bodies were stained with blood to varying degrees, and they looked very embarrassed. The most embarrassed person is undoubtedly Arthur. The armor on Arthur's shoulders has been broken, and blood is constantly flowing out of it, but Arthur has no time to deal with the wound. Marks McClown 397 took a deep breath and said, "Are you okay? Is the blood loss severe?" "They are about to catch up." Arthur was pale, nodded vigorously, and said, "It's okay, don't worry about me, this little injury can be tolerated." Merlin frowned and said, "Arthur, don't be aggressive. Your wound is bleeding too badly. If this continues, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for long." Arthur Kien smiled and shook his head, with a nonchalant look, and said, "Why are you so boring?" I said that there is no problem. As soon as Arthur's voice fell, a large group of people appeared behind him. It was the Saxon wizard under Moda. Moda laughed and looked at the embarrassed three people in front of him, shouting, "Arthur, Merlin, surrender to this general. Maybe this general can give you a few words in front of Marshal Long, keep you a whole body." Merlin sneered at Moda, and said, "If you want our life, come and get it if you have the courage." Chapter 729 Blast. With that, Merlin put his hand on Arthur and muttered softly, "Apparition." Merlin and Arthur disappeared in place at the same time. Merlin was afraid that Arthur could not support him, so he apparated with Arthur, and wanted to protect Arthur. Plus cool, tiger. Marks McClown also smiled and looked at Moda and the army of Moda wizards under him, directly using apparition to catch up with Merlin and the others. Moda looked very ugly, and said angrily, "These 3 mice will only run away." With that said, Moda turned around and glanced at the exhausted wizard army behind him. They had been chasing for 3 hours, not only did not narrow the distance between the two, but on the contrary, many wizards in his own wizard army could not keep up with their magic power. If this continues, the Moda army will collapse before they can catch up with Marx-I. There is no other reason, it is that the magic powers of Merlin and Marx McClown are too abnormal. Obviously, he had just fought a battle, but he almost brought down his wizards. Summer stepped forward and said, "General Moda, it's not a way to pursue it like this. There are many wizards in our army that can no longer bear this kind of consumption." Moda looked a little frustrated, and said, "Then what can you do? The opponent is the famous Merlin." Summer turned his eyes and said, "General Moda, don't worry. They use apparition, we also use apparition, so chasing down is not a way. We must interrupt their magic spell of apparition." Moda said angrily, "I can't catch up with it, so why interrupt?" Moda has been chasing the 3 for so long, but he is also a little impatient, and his temper has become irritable. Satsuma didn't dare to sell Guanzi, saying, "Phantom shift is a spatial displacement curse. If we can break the constraints of space first, won't they not be able to use phantom shift?" Moda was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly patted his forehead and said, "McClowns, why didn't I think of it?" Satsuma smiled and said, "The general is too impatient, he has forgotten such a simple truth." Moda laughed loudly and said, "The next time I catch up with them, it will be their death date." Satsuma also followed up with a smile and said, "The subordinates first wish the Lord a victory." In the great wasteland in the distance, the figures of the 3 Marx-I reappeared, and this time Arthur was already pale, with a mouthful after another. In this state, it was already difficult for Arthur to hold on. Plus cool, Tiger. Marx McClown frowned and glanced at Merlin. Merlin also knew that Arthur was in a very bad state. If he were to use the apparition to change his shape, it would have a great impact on Arthur. Arthur Kien smiled and said, "Merlin, don't stop and be lazy. Now it's time for your life." Marx McClown said, "Merlin, let's fight the enemy right here." What is chasing is only an army of wizards, with only a few hundred people at most, and it can barely handle it. Arthur shook his head like a rattle, and said, "Marx-I, what are you talking about? We have already fought fiercely. It will not do us any good to get entangled with the Saxons again." Merlin suddenly shouted, "Arthur, you have enough. Don't hold on anymore. You can't hold on at all in your state. Isn't it just a few hundred Saxon wizards? I haven't paid attention to it yet." Marx McClown also nodded to Arthur. When Arthur was about to say something to refute the 2 people's views, suddenly there was a loud thunderous noise from the sky, and a huge magical power fell from the sky. It was vaguely visible that it was a huge wolf-shaped creature. Merlin and Marx-I frowned at the same time, and pulled Arthur to a safe place. This huge wolf-shaped creature was magically transformed, stepping on the ground and raising a thick layer of smoke. Moda's triumphant laughter sounded at the right time. "Ha ha," laughed Merlin. "Arthur, this is where you 2 were buried." As he said, Moda suddenly waved his magic wand, and the magic wolf-shaped creature opened its mouth full of fangs, and rushed towards Merlin, Marx-I and others. Marx McClown suddenly realized something was wrong and shouted, "No, he wants to explode his magic power." Merlin also discovered Moda's intentions, using his own magical power to transform the wolf-shaped creature to explode in front of him. This level of magical power blew himself up. Even Merlin did not dare to easily resist it. Marx McClown drew out his magic wand and shouted angrily, "Armor protection." Merlin also drew out his wand and shouted, "The golden armor is not bad." An invisible layer of golden barrier appeared in front of the 2 of them, blocking him and Arthur behind him. The magic wolf-shaped creature slammed on the 2 barriers, and the body swelled strangely and exploded. The entire wasteland was shrouded by tyrannical magic in an instant. and a huge crater was formed on the ground with thick smoke billowing. The power of this explosion can be imagined. Unlike Merlin's previous self-detonation magic power, Merlin only used a small part of her own magic power to self-detonate, in order to kill German soldiers and Saxon wizards in a large area. And this is a big explosion that Moder spent all his magic power to create, not to hurt Maximilian and the others, but to break the stability of this space, so that the three can no longer use apparition to escape. However, Moder, who created this Zao explosion, was not good. After all, he used his whole body magic and exploded himself, causing great damage to himself. At this time, Moder was covered with all over his body. After the backlash wound, the blood kept overflowing from his body, looking very tragic. But Moder was very excited. He laughed and said, "How about it? Are you still running away? I see how you are still running away now." The thick fog gradually dissipated, and there was a huge pothole on the ground. Only a small area was intact. It was the location of Maximilian. Their defensive curse successfully resisted Moder's self-detonation. Chapter 730 God-Level Anti-Kill. Merlin snorted coldly. This madman, in order to break the stability of the space, actually did this. It seems that he really wants to kill us! Marx McClown flexed his muscles a little, staring coldly at the tragic Moder, and said, "The phantom shift is temporarily useless, and I can only fight back." Merlin nodded and said, "Agree." At this time, Arthur was also holding on to his sword of victory, and wanted to climb from the ground to join the battle. Merlin shouted, "Arthur, sit down for me, you don't need you here yet." Arthur said forcefully, "You two can't hold it. At least hundreds of wizards have surrounded us. We can only fight to the death." Merlin stagnated, and he understood what Arthur meant. There are hundreds of wizards under Moder. Even if Moder can no longer fight, these wizards can form an absolute crush on them, and Arthur will die if not to fight. Marx McClown suddenly said, "Arthur, stay where you are and don't move." Arthur thought Marx McClown didn't understand what he meant. When he was about to continue speaking, Marx McClown interrupted Arthur and said, "Merlin, can you hold on for a minute?" Merlin was taken aback and looked at Marx McClown in surprise. Could it be that Marx McClown has a plan in mind? Merlin 863 replied, "I can barely persevere in 1 minute, so I am also the strongest wizard in Britain." Well, a resolute look appeared in Marx McClown's eyes, and said, "Give me a minute, I will catch that person." Following Marx's gaze, you can see Moder, who has been hit hard by the heavy wizards. If Moder were caught by Marxi, the remaining Saxon wizards would be just a dish of loose sand, and they would definitely throw a rat trap. But it is not that simple to catch Moder. With so many Saxon wizards surrounding Moder, how could it be possible to catch Moder within a minute? In Merlin's view, this is very difficult to do. Merlin hesitated and said, "Marx McClown, don't try your best, don't force yourself." Marx McClown said solemnly, "There is no other way, so many Saxon wizards. Do you think we still have a chance if we don't do this?" Merlin glanced at the dense Saxon wizards around him, and couldn't help sighing. Even if he was the famous Merlin, he couldn't match such a large number of Saxon wizards. He could only believe Marx McClown once. Merlin shook the wand in his hand heavily and said, "Okay, I stop them for a minute, it's up to you." Marx McClown took a deep breath, nodded hard towards Merlin and Arthur. His eyes were extremely firm. Arthur sighed, "Marx McClown, if we can escape today, you will be my greatest benefactor to Arthur." In the distance, Moder watched the three people whispering, laughed again, and said, "If you have any last words, please say it quickly. You will become 3 corpses in a while." Speaking of, Moder waved his hand heavily. Hundreds of elite wizards of the Saxon clan under his command all roared and attacked the 3. Marxi's wand lit his arm and shouted angrily, "Phantom shift!" Merlin and Arthur were shocked at the same time. This space has been disrupted by Moder. If the space spell is used forcibly, it may be shattered by the fluctuation of the space. This is a great risk. But Merlin didn't have time to think so much. He promised Marx McClown would hold on for 1 minute, and he must buy Marx McClown this minute. Merlin didn't hide his frustration anymore, and waved his wand vigorously. A huge tornado surrounded Merlin and Arthur. The spell attacks of hundreds of wizards hit the tornado at the same time. The power of the curse was dissipated by the tornado. But the tornado is also weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of hundreds of wizards is superimposed, and it has far exceeded the extent that Merlin can cope. Marx-I temporarily escaped into this space crack through the phantom shifting curse. Sure enough, after Moda's destruction, this space has long been fragmented, let alone space movement. Even now Marx-I's behavior of escaping into space cracks is extremely dangerous, and one accidentally will be divided by space debris. If it weren't for Marx McClown's mastery and understanding of space, he could be regarded as the top of the world. Then he would not be able to do something that even Merlin would not dare to do. Marx McClown's eyes fixed on the countless space debris in front of him. As long as any piece of space debris touches him, it will cause huge consequences. This is not what Marx McClown wants to see. He must concentrate on manipulating himself and be accurate. Find the space where Moda is. Marx McClown held his breath. Time passed by every minute and every second. He shuttled past countless pieces of space, his eyes fixed on the scene of a space. There was a man's figure reflected there, exactly where Moda was. Position. Merlin kept instilling magic power into his wand, his entire face flushed. Despite being fully maintained by Merlin, the tornado slowly dissipated, gradually became smaller, and was about to vanish. Merlin and Arthur had serious expressions. Before the tornado dissipated, if Marx-I could not catch Moda, it would be when they both died. Just before the tornado was about to dissipate, Marx McClown's body suddenly appeared among the Saxon wizards, and Marx McClown's position was behind Moda. Marx-I's magic wand pressed against the back of Moda's neck and shouted angrily, "Stop me now!" Moda's body slowly became stiff. He never thought that Marx McClown would appear behind him, and he could easily capture himself. How can this be done? Hasn't this space been destroyed by him? In fact, Marx McClown also broke out in a cold sweat. Using apparition in the disturbed space is too dangerous. If it weren't for today's life-threatening moment, he would not try this kind of thing by himself. Chapter 731 Take you first from the army. Fortunately, my goal is still successful. The Saxon wizards also discovered that Moda was captured by Marx-I, and everyone exclaimed encircling Marx-I. Plus cool, tiger. The Saxon wizards who besieged Merlin and Arthur also stopped attacking, looking at Marx McClown in horror. They also couldn't understand why Marx McClown suddenly appeared behind Moda. At this time, Merlin's tornado gradually dissipated, and you could see the sweating Merlin and the changing face of Arthur. Both of them had just experienced the moment of life and death, and they had not recovered from the moment of life and death. Satsuma rushed to Marx-I anxiously and said, "Don't get excited, don't get excited, don't hurt General Moda." Marx McClown sneered and stared at Satsuma, and said, "Tell your subordinates to retreat immediately, otherwise, I will stab this trash to death." As he said, the magic wand in Marx-I's hand plunged deeply into the skin of Moda's neck, and Moda screamed in fright. Moda is now extremely weak due to the self-explosive magic, and can't resist Marx McClown at all, so she can only shout, "Samo! Didn't you hear it? Go back!" After a meal, Soma could only instruct the Saxon wizards to keep a certain distance from Moda and Marx-I, and said with good words, "Sir, please let go of General Moda first. If you have something to say, what's the matter? Can't it be discussed?" Satsuma was also a little timid at this time. Moda was able to become a general of the Saxons, not only because of his superior personal strength, but also because Moda is a very prominent nobleman in the Saxons. If something happens to Moda, the nobleman where Moda is located will definitely not let him go. Satsuma smiled and said, "You just want to leave. This matter is very easy to discuss. As long as you are willing to let go of General Moda, I believe he will discuss with you." Satsuma frequently blinked at Moda, indicating something to Moda. Moda hurriedly said, "McClowns, don't get excited. put down your magic wand and talk. Merlin looked at the Saxon army with complicated eyes, and saw the Saxon wizards making a mess. He also guessed that Marx McClown had succeeded. Unexpectedly, this Marx-I still had the courage to use the phantom shifting spell while the space was being disrupted, but also captured Moder. This courage and strength made Merlin very admired. Arthur also had a complicated look. It didn't take long to know Marx McClown, but the surprise Marx McClown gave him far exceeded his expectations. Saving his life time and time again really made Arthur a little ashamed. McClown is very grateful to Q. Marx McClown said coldly, everyone immediately exits this area, or I will die here with him. Hearing Marx McClown's decisive tone, Satsuma and other Saxon wizards all showed panic expressions. They were most afraid of such desperados who did not fear death, and there was no reason for such people. Summer could feel that if he didn't want only the Saxon wizard to retreat, or if he had a tendency to delay time, Marx-I's wand would immediately break Moder's neck. Satsuma let out a sigh of relief, and said, everyone listens to the order, get out of here. The Saxon wizards also gradually backed away, their eyes still staring at Marx McClown and Moder vigilantly. The wand in their hands was still tightly held in their hands, as if Marx McClown would immediately take action as soon as Marx McClown relaxes his guard. Marx-I pushed Moder and walked towards Merlin step by step. Satsuma hurriedly called out, this gentleman, you have to discuss the terms with us. We can't let you take General Satsuma directly. Marx McClown snorted coldly, and said, do you still have the qualifications to discuss with me? If you don't want this trash to die, just leave me obediently in place. If I find out that any of you dare to follow along, kill me. Satsuma cried and looked at Moder. Moder's complexion also changed several times. In the end, he didn't say anything. He could only be pushed out by Marx-I. With his strength greatly reduced, he could not have any confidence to resist. Merlin looked at Marx-I with a faint smile, and said, thanks to you again this time. Arthur nodded and glanced at Marx McClown gratefully, but didn't say anything. Arthur was grateful to Marx McClown in his heart, secretly thinking how to thank Marx McClown. Find flowers Marx McClown faintly smiled and said, let's leave here first. In our state, we need to take a good rest. We must never fight again. Merlin and Arthur nodded quickly. One of them had consumed too much magic power, and the other was injured without bandaging, and indeed they could no longer be entangled. The three of them held Moder and continued to move north, and the Saxon wizards such as Summer could only watch the three go away without a trace. A Saxon wizard stepped up uncomfortably and said, Samo, is it appropriate to let them go like this? They killed many of us. Samo said angrily, then what can you do? General Moder's life is in their hands. If something happens to General Moder, none of us here can take responsibility. The other Saxon wizards looked at each other, and didn't dare to speak anymore. Satsuma took a deep breath and said, I will send someone back to report the situation here, and send someone to Modern Ezra to let them strengthen their defenses. These three people will not jump for too long. In the German army barracks, because Kevin had transferred all the Saxon wizards away, the German army could only stay on hold for the time being, waiting for Kevin and others to be careful. In the marshal's tent, Longa was studying how to attack the Roman Empire. At this time, a German soldier ran into the tent in a panic and shouted, the marshal is bad, something has happened. Longa raised his head abruptly, picked up a roll of parchment in front of the table and threw it on the German soldier's head, angrily said, give me calmness and tell the truth. Chapter 732, Who is Marx McClown? Longa was originally worried about the huge damage caused by Marx-I, Merlin and others. In addition, Kevin took away all the Saxon wizards, and hundreds of thousands of Germanic troops could only stand still under such a good situation. Longa, his heart was full of anger, and this innocent soldier of the report had only become the object of Longa's vent. It was reported that the soldiers fell on the ground and shivered with fear, and said, the Saxon general, Moda, was captured alive when he was chasing Britannia Merlin, Atha, and Mark-Sai. It is said that he was captured by Mark-Sai throwing a rat trap, and dare not track the whereabouts of the three people. Our army has lost the trace of the three. What? Longus slammed the table, and the three of Merlin attacked the Germanic barracks and retreated. It was originally an event that greatly affected the reputation of the German Sixtinanity people. Now they can't catch these three people. This is simply a shame to the Germanic nation. The reported soldier fell to the ground in fright, not daring to raise his head, with a deep fear of Longa. Longa's face was so gloomy that he could drip water, and said, "Where are the leaders, Chief Kevin? Do you know about this?" The reported soldier nodded quickly and said, "Leader Kevin already knows, and is now advancing quickly in the direction of Modern Eza." Modern Eza. This is a city with a long history. It was originally the northern border of the Roman Empire. Due to the rise of the Germanic nation in the past 100 years, this city has been occupied by the Germans. It can be vaguely seen that there are still some in the city. Belongs to traces of the Roman Empire. In the chamber of Modern Eza, the Saxon leader Kevin sat on the first seat with a gloomy face, and dozens of people in black robes were seated underneath. They were all tasks of the Saxon generals. In order to deal with Merlin, Kevin, an elite wizard drawn from the front. Kevin sat in the first seat without saying a word. He looked down at the map placed on the table. The generals of the Saxon clan underneath felt a little breathless. They all knew that Kevin was in an emotionally angry stage. Kevin said lightly, "Where is Summer?" Everyone could hear the gunpowder-like anger in Kevin's tone. A man in a black robe cowered and stood up. It was Satsuma from the Moda army. Kevin asked, "Where is Moda now?" Satsuma was taken aback for a moment, and said with a bitter face, "General Moda was taken away by the wicked Mark-Sai, and now he has nowhere to go." Kevin raised his head, glanced at Satsuma like a sharp sword, and asked, "Snatched away?" "Nowhere." Summer took a sip of water and nodded. He didn't dare to say anything. He could feel Kevin's blazing anger. If he speaks more, he will probably cause him no guilt. Kevin slammed the table and said angrily, "I want to ask you something." Summer trembled with fright and stuttered, "McClowns. McClowns." Kevin's chest was up and down, and suddenly he picked up the magic wand at his hand, and a spell shot out in an instant, passing directly through Satsuma's heart, and a bloodline splashed out of Satsuma's back and splashed on the wall on one side. Shocking. Summer seemed to be stunned, staring at Kevin. He didn't expect that he did nothing and angered Kevin. He could only weakly point to Kevin, desperately trying to say something, but said nothing. The mouth fell to the ground, and there was no sound anymore. The surrounding Saxon wizards and generals bowed their heads, for fear that the next person to suffer was himself. Kevin glared at the wizards and generals around him. All the generals lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. The anger in Kevin's heart became more and more vigorous. He slapped the table and said, "Trash, a bunch of trash." Under Kevin's anger, the door of the chamber was suddenly pushed open, and an old man in a white robe walked into the chamber tremblingly on crutches, looking like no one else. The surrounding wizards and generals secretly said that they were not good. When Kevin was in such a violent state, there were still people who broke in with such ignorance. "Isn't this mortal?" Kevin also looked at the door and was about to get angry, but his face changed, and the foul language that had reached his lips did not say it, but turned into a respectful sentence, "High Priest, you are here." The wizards and generals around were taken aback. The person who came was actually the High Priest of the Saxon clan. All the generals immediately bowed down and shouted respectfully, "Welcome the High Priest." The white-robed old man didn't seem to hear them, and walked to Satsuma's corpse. The long and thick crutches in his hand slammed into Satsuma's corpse. The corpse became dry at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wizards and generals bowed their heads, as if they hadn't seen what the High Priest was doing. Kevin said indifferently, "High Priest, it's good that you are here, and we only have you here to deal with Merlin." The High Priest walked into Kevin step by step, leaning on a blood-stained cane. He glanced at Kevin casually with his empty eyes and said indifferently, "You have been the leader for so long, Even 3 people can't solve it. Your ability is worth my doubt. Hearing the words of the high priest, Kevin broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was said to be the big leader of the Saxon clan, the nominal ruler, there is still another person in the Saxon clan who is superior to the big leader. That is the perverted high priest in front of me. Kevin said anxiously. 1.9 High priest, you didn't understand the situation. In addition to Merlin and Arthur, there is another named Marksai among the 3 people. His strength is not inferior to Merlin. This is Marksai. Merlin and the others escaped our palms time and time again. The high priest gave Kevin a faint look. Kevin gave up his first seat wittily. After sitting on the first seat, the high priest said, "Who is that Marksai?" Kevin shook his head and said, "I don't know." According to a detailed report, this Cloud Knight appeared in the British Army not long ago. Chapter 733 Undoubtedly Death. He seems to be a student of Hogwarts, but how can a student of Hogwarts have such a strong combat effectiveness? The high priest said, "Are you sure that his strength is really not inferior to Merlin?" Merlin is one of the strongest wizards in the world today. Not all cats and dogs can match. Cool exclamation mark hash. Kevin smiled bitterly. I have played against Marks McClown. His strength is indeed not inferior to Merlin. He caused my injury. Waste. The high priest snorted coldly, but he also understood from Kevin's words that this person named Marksai should not be underestimated at all. 1 Marksai has a Merlin, plus Arthur of Britain. Although there are only 3 people, he can treat Germans and the threat posed by Saxon is too great. Kevin and the Saxon wizards bowed their heads, waiting for the high priest's decision. The high priest pondered for a while and said, "Have you gathered all the wizards of our Saxon clan?" Kevin nodded his head and said, 11 The nearly 2,000 elite wizards of the Saxon clan are all ready to listen to the high priest's order. The high priest said, "They dare to go deep into our Germanic hinterland. They must also do something. If I guess there is nothing wrong, they will definitely attack Modern Ezza. We can use this as a breakthrough point and set up a big net to wait for them." Cool tiger. Kevin was taken aback and said, "But the fact that our Saxons are stationed in Modern Ezza has spread throughout Germany. They will definitely receive the news, and they won't be so stupid to attack Modern Ez." The high priest sneered. "Will you pretend that our army is retreating? If they want to attack Modern Ezza, we will give them the opportunity to attack. They will not be able to hold it back." Kevin said with joy, as expected of the high priest. "There is a way." On the outskirts of Modern Ezza, 3 men in long robes flashed past and got into an abandoned house. Only then did the 3 men lift their cloaks at the beginning and let out a long sigh of relief. It was Marksai and Merlin, and Arthur. After this period of latency, the 3 of them have recovered a lot, and Arthur's injury has also healed a lot. Merlin took out a small package from his robe and said, "This is the wild fruit I collected. You can eat something to replenish your strength." Arthur and Marksai took out the wild fruit from Merlin's package and chewed bit by bit. Merlin asked, "How about that Saxon general?" Arthur pointed his finger under the house and said, "It's still hidden in the cellar. Don't worry about him. Let him destroy himself." Marks McClown glanced at the ground. The Saxon wizard and General Moda who had been captured by him before was locked in the cellar of this abandoned house. Marks McClown and others did not intend to return this person obediently, as the Germans and the British hatred. Arthur had been very kind without directly killing Moda. Arthur said, "We have been lurking here for several days. Are we still not doing it?" Marks McClown said, "All the wizards of the Saxon clan have retreated to this city. The 3 of us are best not to fight against this army of wizards. There is a huge disparity in numbers." Merlin also nodded and said, "Marks McClown is right. We lured the Saxon wizards here. It is impossible for the Germanic army to invade the border of the Roman Empire without wizards. Our goal was achieved." Marks McClown groaned. "The Germans will not stop conquering the Roman Empire because of the 3 of us. The problem of food and grass for hundreds of thousands of troops is also very huge. If they stay for a day, their consumption will increase. They want to continue to delay. Over time, we must continue to put pressure on the Saxons. Merlin also understood what Marx McClown said, and said, but Kevin has summoned all the elite wizards of the Saxon clan to deal with us. It is more than enough for us to lurk in Modern Ezza. If the attack is only possible with the three of us, it will not succeed. Arthur also nodded and said, we attacked the Germanic base camp before, and faced only a small group of Saxon wizards. Most of them were ordinary soldiers. We are already so embarrassed. If we face all the elite wizards of a country, I'm afraid we can only fall into their hands. The three fell silent for a while. They all knew how great the risk of attacking Modern Ezza was, but if they could not contain the Saxons and let the Saxons send people to conquer the Roman Empire, the British army would be destroyed. Merlin took a deep breath and said, this matter is very risky, but we seem to have no other way. Arthur also smiled bitterly and said, McClowns, we persisted for too short a time. The British army probably hasn't received reinforcements yet. If the Germanic army launches an offensive, the consequences will be unimaginable. Marx McClown smiled faintly, and said, we are all here. How can we be worthy of our previous 693 adventure without making a big fuss? Merlin and Arthur glanced at each other and both looked at Mark's eye. Merlin said seriously, Mark's eye, do you really want to be with us? With your strength, it should not be difficult to escape from Germanic territory. Arthur also grumbled and said, Marx McClown, you should have a better future. There is no need to die with us. Marx McClown was stunned, and there was a hint of warmth in his heart. It turned out that Arthur and Merlin were worried about themselves. After all, in the eyes of Merlin and Arthur, Marx McClown was still a Hogwarts student, and Marx McClown had such outstanding strength. It would be a pity to be buried here with them. Knowing that this is a mortal task, it is better to let the young hope continue to survive. Marx McClown is not a person who is not afraid of death, but Marx McClown does not think this is a mortal task. P.S. Long lost automatic subscription for rewards. Chapter 734. The bottom is drawn. Firstly, he knew that Merlin survived to the time he was alive. How could he be planted in Modern Ezza? Secondly, he still has a life-saving small world. There is really any situation that can't cope with hiding in the small world. Cool Tiger, Marx McClown smiled and said, don't talk too much nonsense. Those of us who have experienced life and death together, do you think I will just abandon you like this? Both Arthur and Merlin's faces were stagnant, and they looked at Mark's eye gratefully. Arthur held Mark's eye's hand tightly and said, you are the pride of our Britain, and Arthur's lifelong brother. Merlin was also relieved and said, it is an honor in my life to know you at this time. Marx McClown smiled faintly, and when he was about to say something to comfort the two of them, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside, and the three of them immediately lay on the edge of the wall vigilantly and looked outside. The abandoned house where the three people are located is just off the road outside the town of Modern Ease. You can directly enter the city of Modern Ease along this road. Now there is a thick smoke billowing on this road, and you can see Countless the wizard in black robes rode a horse and galloped away looking south. Arthur exclaimed in a low voice, it's a wizard from the Saxon clan. Marx McClown also saw a familiar flag flying above the crowd in black robes, which was the emblem of the Saxon clan. Marx McClown asked, they can't help it, they want to go back to support the German army. Cool Tiger, Arthur slammed a fist against the wall and said, aren't they afraid that we will attack Modern Ease? This is where his rations must pass. If there is a problem with the rations, their entire German army will collapse. Merlin observed carefully for a while before saying, they are indeed not afraid. There are only more than 1,000 Saxon wizards here. If you say that, there should be thousands of wizards stationed in Modern Ezza in the city. Arthur was taken aback for a moment, and a burst of ecstasy was revealed from Arthur's face, and he was pleasantly surprised. Merlin, do you mean that they removed half of the wizarding power in the city? Merlin nodded and said, it seems that this is true now. Arthur immediately said, that means we have a lot of chances to succeed in our raid on Modern Ezza. Merlin's eyes lit up and nodded likewise. Marx McClown said, if we are sure to raid Modern Ezza, I suggest that we start tonight. The wizards who supported the German army will leave. The defense forces in the city are just relatively weak, and the supporting wizards have not reached the northern frontiers of the Roman Empire so quickly. As long as we succeed, the Germans are bound to attach great importance to it and cannot advance or retreat. The darkness enveloped the entire modern Ezza, and everyone in the city hid in their houses. This city near the front line has the habit of enforcing curfews. Everyone must stay in their houses at night. If they are found staying outside, they will all be arrested. So today's modern Ezza, except for the dense lights proving that it is a city, is as quiet as a wilderness. 3 ghostly figures appeared in a small alley. It was the Marxi trio who had already sneaked into the city. But the 3 of them couldn't get out of the street. The streets were full of Germanic soldiers patrolling. If they were discovered, their raid plan would be ruined. Merlin took out a roll of parchment from his robe. This was a map of modern Ezza, and he didn't know how Merlin got it. At this time, Merlin pointed to a location on the map and whispered, "This is the location of the German army, and this time our goal is here." Both Arthur and Marxi glanced at the map, deeply remembered the location of the granary, and nodded gently. Merlin continued, "Remember, although the Saxons have removed half of their wizarding power, there are still thousands of wizards in the city. This kind of power is not something we can hardly regret. Remember that everything is to protect ourselves." Arthur whispered, "Understood, but how are we going to raid the granary?" Merlin said, "We are divided into 3 groups. It is too obvious that the 3 of us are acting together in the empty city. It may be noticed by the soldiers on patrol at any time. We attack the granary in 3 directions. I am responsible for the frontal line of defense assault, and Arthur is responsible. To the east of the granary, Marxi is in charge of the west. Understand?" Marx McClown frowned slightly, and said, "Is it dangerous for the 3 people to disperse? In case someone happens, no one can respond." Merlin said seriously, "So you have to be very careful. Even if you are found, it doesn't matter. As long as someone can successfully raid the granary, there will be chaos in the city, and we will take advantage of the chaos to escape. So if there is a problem with a companion, a raid on the granary is to rescue the companion the best way." Marx McClown also understood that if the 3 of them acted together, if they were discovered, the goal of raiding the granary would be impossible. And the 3 people dispersed, and even if someone was discovered, at least 2 people could raid the granary. As long as the city was chaotic, everything would become possible. Merlin turned to Arthur and said, "Arthur, you must be careful. Your strength is temporarily the weakest of the 3 of us. In addition, you were injured before. If you have an accident, it will be very troublesome." Arthur's face was a little ashamed, but he also knew that this was Merlin's kind offer. Wang Mazao to wake up, and nodded quickly. Merlin let out a sigh of relief and said, "Since we all understand, let's set off. I hope we can meet again." Both Marx McClown and Arthur nodded heavily at Merlin, and covered their black robes, hiding into the night. Marx McClown is in charge of the west side of the granary. Under the cover of night, Marx McClown crossed the roofs one by one and quickly approached the granary. Marx McClowns can be said to have surpassed the peak of human existence. This is not only manifested in Marx McClown's intensive self-healing power, but also Marx McClown's control over his body. Chapter 735 Terrible Change. With the help of the perfect control skill, Marx McClown's control of her body can be described as superb. His body lightly crossed the roofs without making any sound, just like a cat. Even if you are seen at this time, you will not find that this is a person's action. You will only feel that you are dazzled, and something flashes in front of you. In this way, Marxi quickly saw a huge building in the distance. It was the granary in modern Ezza. Marx McClown's whole body lay on the roof, and he was almost integrated with the roof, his eyes fixed on the granary in the distance. This is a typical granary, with countless warehouses densely presented in front of Marxi. As long as all these warehouses are burned, the Germanic army will withdraw because of lack of food, and the British army will survive. However, Marx McClown did not act impulsively, but watched vigilantly at the granary hidden in the dark. These warehouses closed the warehouse doors and quietly lay on the ground, looking like a beast waiting for prey, giving Marks McClown a feeling of restlessness. The soldiers garrisoned in the granary seemed very lax. Many soldiers slack in the place where they stood guard 390 naps, and the soldiers on patrol were also listless, wishing to go back to sleep immediately after patrolling. That is, the more unprepared, the stronger the anxiety for Mark-Si. The Saxons should have guessed that the three of them will attack Modern Ezza. How could they not strengthen their defenses here? The more Marks McClown thought about it, the more something was wrong, so she didn't make any move all the time. Instead, she scanned the whole granary tightly, trying to find some clues. But Marks McClown didn't find anything wrong. Due to Marks McClown's physical flexibility, he was the first of the three to be in the bottom position. Arthur and Merlin did not have such a flexible figure as Marks McClown, and they arrived at the granary a little later. The two of them also felt a little uneasy in their hearts. The feeling that Modern Ezza gave them was too abnormal. Not only did they come along, no one found them, but the number of soldiers patrolling the streets was too small. People feel abnormal. However, the granary in front of them kept urging the two of them, as long as they succeeded BBC, they would be able to solve the plight of the British Army. This temptation made Arthur and Merlin ready to move. Mark-Si is still lurking in a hidden place on the roof. It is estimated that Arthur and Merlin should have come to the granary by time. Modern Ezza is still so quiet, and even death can be used to illustrate the city. But it is also well. At least it means that Arthur and Merlin are safe for the time being. Just when Marks McClown was thinking about whether to do it directly, a violent explosion suddenly occurred on the east side of the granary. In this silent city, it seemed so abrupt, and the dazzling firelight rose from the east side of the granary. It's Arthur. Arthur has done it. Marks McClown's eyes jumped, and he couldn't hide anymore, and his figure jumped to the west of the granary. The soldiers stationed here seemed very flustered. Some wanted to rush to the east to support, while others were clamoring to be stationed at their posts. The chaos continued. Fire is raging. Marks McClown didn't hesitate, and immediately shot. The magic wand summoned a huge fireball, directly hitting a granary. The whole granary was instantly exploded, and the flames burst into the sky. The soldiers also spotted Marks McClown, an uninvited guest, and rushed forward to stop Marks McClown with a spear and sword. But how could ordinary soldiers stop Marks McClown? With a light wave of Mark-Si's magic wand, the surrounding soldiers were blasted out by the magical force, and they fell to pieces. At this time, there was also a violent explosion in the direction of the front door of the granary, and Merlin also started. At this point, Mark-Si could only go one way. His magic wands kept flying, and huge fireballs smashed into the granary. There was no suspense in these granaries. One after another, they made a roar of explosions, and the sky was full of fire. The raid was successful. The fire illuminates Marks McClown's smiling face. As long as all the grain in these granaries is burned, the Germanic army will no longer be able to sustain it. The British army can finally survive, and they don't have to worry about moving in the enemy's territory. When Marks McClown was about to expand the battle result, he glanced at the corner of his eyes, and the smile on his face slowly solidified. Marks McClown found a granary that was destroyed by him, and it was empty inside. He did not see any grain in his impression. Is there nothing in these granaries? Marks McClown blasted open the door of a granary. It was empty, and then blasted the door of the granary again. It was also empty. Marks McClown blasted open several granaries, all of which were empty. There is no food in this so-called granary. How is this possible? Modern Ezza is a logistic city of the German army. It is impossible to have no food. The only possibility is that the food has already been hidden. A bad idea appeared in Marks McClown's mind, and it really was in the middle. Ha ha ha, I finally waited for you. Do you remember me, Mark-Si? A familiar voice suddenly sounded, and Mark-Si will naturally not forget the master of this voice, Saxon Chief Kevin. Marks McClown sullenly and raised his head. Kevin led an army of wizards and surrounded the granary. There were also a large number of wizards riding broomsticks in the sky. For a time, the entire granary was surrounded by water, and it was indeed an ambush for the Saxons. Marks McClown looked at Kevin coldly and said, "It's really hard for you to set up such a big game for the three of us." Kevin laughed and said, "As long as you can catch all of you. What is this kind of situation? Do you regret it now? This is the consequence of going against me." Chapter 736, Convergence of the Three Giants. Kevin's face darkened, staring at Marks McClown, probably thinking of Marks McClown defeating himself. Without a word, Marks McClown moved quickly towards the east of the granary. Marks McClown believes that Merlin and Arthur also encountered his situation, and Merlin would make the same choice as him, move eastward, and meet the weakest Arthur first. Kevin sneered and waved his hand, and the Saxon wizard behind him immediately followed, trying to catch up with Marks McClown's pace. But Kevin was not in a hurry. The entire granary had already been surrounded by them. It was impossible for the Markseye trio to escape their clutches. No matter how much they jumped, they were nothing more than a battle between trapped beasts. The entire granary was destroyed by Markseye's trio. At this time, Markseye was in the granary and was inevitably wet with sweat. However, Marks McClown could no longer take care of the sweat on his face. His steps did not stop at all, and he quickly moved towards the east of the granary. It's not that Markseye doesn't want to use Phantom Shift, but Markseye has discovered that someone has secretly destroyed the stability of this space. Using Phantom Shift will be extremely risky. It's not necessary. Markseye doesn't want to venture into that space all over again. Place of debris. Kevin led an army of wizards to follow behind Marks McClown unhurriedly. Kevin wanted to see the trio of Marks McClown gather and look desperate. This was definitely a very pleasant pleasure for Kevin. To the east of the granary, Arthur was surrounded by a heavy army, some of Saxon wizards and generals staring at Arthur coldly. A wizard general shouted, "Arthur, where did you hide Moder? Hurry up." Arthur snorted coldly, and said, "I killed the trash a long time ago, so you don't have to work hard to find it." The surrounding Saxon wizards and generals changed their faces one by one and cursed at Arthur. Arthur knew that the hope of escape today was very slim, and he didn't want to waste a lot of words. Drew out the sword and wand of the vow of victory, ready to fight to the death at any time, as many people as he could. The surrounding Saxon wizards and generals did not rush to attack, but surrounded Arthur, as if waiting for something. Arthur asked, "What are you waiting for? Come and give me a happy one. It's enough for me to kill you so many Germanic shreds before I die." The Saxon wizard general coldly snorted, "You will naturally have someone to deal with, and it won't take long for the high priest and the high chief to personally come over and take your head." Arthur's expression changed. Although he had thought that the Saxon high priest might come to help the battle, he didn't expect to come so quickly and even set up a plan to ambush the three of them. But at this time, a noisy sound suddenly came from a distance, and a figure appeared anxiously within sight, and Arthur lost his voice. Merlin. Sure enough, Merlin wanted to come to the east to support Arthur as soon as he was surrounded. It was the Saxon high priest who presided over the siege of Merlin, but the high priest also did not stop Merlin, so that Merlin had enough time to find Arthur. Merlin saw that Arthur was still intact, so he breathed a sigh of relief, came to Arthur, and asked, "Arthur, are you okay?" Arthur shook his head with a wry smile and said, "It's okay now, I won't know later." Merlin also shook his head and sighed. Unexpectedly, we were all deceived. Saxon did not leave Modern Ezo at all this morning. It was only used to confuse us, and the Saxon high priest has already arrived. Doomed to escape. Arthur sighed and said, "Where is Markseye?" Merlin replied, "The situation on Markseye's side is not necessarily better than ours. It should also be surrounded by many, but I don't know if he will come and gather with us." Arthur glanced at Marks McClown's direction and smiled bitterly. "I still want to fight to death with Marks McClown." Merlin turned to look at the army of Saxon wizards that surrounded them, and said, Arthur, don't think about it. Anyway, in the last battle, we can kill as many people as we can, and it can be regarded as playing our final role. Find flowers. Arthur nodded heavily, shook the holy sword and wand in his hand, and looked at the army of Saxon wizards. The Saxon high priest crossed the army of Saxon wizards, looked at the two men coldly, and said, "Disarm and surrender. I can keep your whole body." Arthur said loudly, "If you want our life, please come here. We Britons have only warriors who died in battle, and no cowards who feared death." Merlin remained silent, and drew out his wand beside Arthur, also showing his attitude. The high priest sneered and said, "Very well, since you don't know how to promote, don't blame me for being cruel. Anyway, you have killed so many wizards of our Saxon clan, and these blood seas must be repaid with your lives." When Arthur and Merlin were preparing to fight, there was another noisy voice in the distance, and a figure appeared in front of them. Arthur beamed with joy and shouted, "Merlin, it's Mark-Sai, and Mark-Sai is here too." Merlin smiled lightly. "Marks McClown really thought of coming with me." The visitor was Mark-Sai, but because Mark-Sai was on the west side of the granary, it took a little longer than Merlin to come to the east. Marks McClown came to the two of them and asked, "Are you okay?" Arthur lightly nodded towards Marks McClown and said, "I thought I wouldn't see you when I was dying, but I didn't expect you to come." Marks McClown smiled lightly. "Didn't Merlin also come? You are our successor to Britain, and of course you will do everything possible to protect you." Arthur shook his head. Everything was silent. Merlin took a deep breath and said, "Marks McClown, Arthur, let's fight to the death for Britain today. Let these Germans know the strength of our Britons." Chapter 737 Marks McClown's Reversal. Arthur also said cruelly, "I will bite a piece of flesh from them when I die." Marks McClown walked up to the two, but smiled indifferently. "Don't be so pessimistic, things haven't reached the point of turning them around. Maybe there is still a glimmer of life in the deadlock." Arthur and Merlin were taken aback at the same time, their eyes full of doubt when they looked at Mark-Sai. Merlin asked, "Marks McClown, what do you mean by this?" Arthur also looked at Mark-Sai suspiciously. It was already a mortal situation. Could it be possible that Mark-Sai could escape from birth? Marks McClown smiled and said, "There is such a glimmer of life, but it is still uncertain at the moment." Arthur said anxiously, "Mark-Sai don't want to sell it at this time, just say it quickly." 323. Marks McClown didn't sell it anymore, and said, "Nowadays, the Saxon wizards have surrounded us heavily. There are their wizarding armies in the sky and on the ground, so it is impossible for us to escape from the air and the ground." Arthur was taken aback for a moment and said, "You mean we can escape from the underground? Is there anything tunnel or something happening to you?" Marks McClown nodded lightly and said, "McClowns, the tunnel is under our feet." Arthur and Merlin were taken aback at the same time, and they didn't understand Marks McClown's meaning. Both of them looked at their feet, but there was nothing, let alone something authentic. Cool Tiger, the tunnel Marks McClown was talking about was naturally not the granary. But when Marks-Sai saw Kevin, he wanted to understand the Saxon clan's encirclement and suppression strategy, so he secretly released the basilisk and let the basilisk drill a tunnel in a certain warehouse in the west to connect to the east, so that you can escape directly from the tunnel to the west. In order to encircle Mark-Sai, Kevin and other Saxon wizards did not pay attention to the activities of the basilisk, so naturally they would not have learned of such things. Merlin was puzzled. There is nothing underground, let alone a tunnel. Marks McClown looked at the two seriously and said, "Believe me, there will be tunnels here soon, and before that, we only need to persist for this period of time." Both Merlin and Arthur were ignorant. Although they didn't understand what Marks McClown meant, they subconsciously chose to believe in Marks McClown. Marks McClown gave them too many surprises, and Marks McClown would not let them go for no reason. Vector. The three of Marks McClown looked at the wizards who had completed the encirclement of the Saxon clan. The sky and the ground were densely packed with Saxon wizards, and every wizard was an elite presence outside. This kind of encirclement and suppression lineup Even Mark-Sai and Merlin. This combination is also shocking. Plus cool, Tiger. The Saxon high priest walked out slowly and said, "The three of you will be caught with your hands. You also know that you can't escape. The stability of this space has been destroyed by me. You cannot use apparition to transform your shape, as long as you are willing to follow us." German, I can forget the past. With your strength, it will definitely be reused by us. Kevin's face tightened, and he wanted to say that the three of them could not be spared. When the high priest shook his head slightly, Kevin could only shut up and glared at the three. Arthur said coldly, "What kind of temper are you Germans? Don't we know it? It's just wolf ambition. I believe you might as well believe in a pig." Merlin also sneered and said, "Stop talking nonsense. It's your ability to be ambushed by you today. Don't grind it anymore." The high priest looked cold, and said, "It seems that you are really stubborn. In this case, I want to see how hard you are." As soon as the high priest's voice fell, Kevin strode forward and shouted angrily, "All the Saxon warriors, kill these three for me." All the Saxon wizards raised their magic wands and pointed them directly at Mark-Sai. The air was filled with a suffocating wave of terrifying magical power. Both Arthur and Merlin were pale. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't be equal to hundreds of Saxon wizards. Merlin shouted angrily, "Arthur, Mark-Sai, fight to the death." At this time, Merlin had no choice. Although Marks McClown said that he would wait for the tunnel, the time now is no longer to wait, and he can only fight to the death. Arthur also shook the holy sword and wand in his hand, glaring at the Saxon wizard in front of him, with a decisive expression ready to fight to death. Marks McClown's eyes were still staring at her feet. Although the power of the basilisk was not bad, it still took some time to make a tunnel underground. If they can't hold on during this time, all the basilisk's efforts will be wasted. Kevin laughed loudly and said, "Merlin, Arthur, Mark-Sai, you will bury me here today. I will miss you once as my opponent." As he said, Kevin waved his hand, so the magic wands in the hands of the Saxon wizards shone dazzlingly. The surging and terrifying magic power gathered in the air, and the magic power was so powerful that even the space made an overwhelming sound. Merlin took a deep breath. The wand was erected between her eyebrows, and the ground under her feet trembled slightly. A small vortex gradually formed with Merlin as the center. It seemed that Merlin was about to explode all of her strength. Arthur was also unwilling to show weakness. The sword of vows and the wand in his hand joined together, emitting a dazzling light, and the sharp sword aura cut the surrounding air. 2.5, so mighty. When Marks McClown was about to cast her strongest spell, she suddenly thought, a familiar aura appeared within her range of perception, and quickly approached herself. It was the basilisk digging tunnels on the ground. Marks McClown raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Arthur, Merlin, we are going to go." Arthur and Merlin were taken aback at the same time, and they all looked at the ground at the same time. Would there really be tunnels under their feet? Chapter 738. It's Mark-Sai again? Right now there is no room for the two of them to think too much. Hundreds of Saxon wizards have completed the preparations for the curse, and the terrifying magic power like a high mountain is about to lean towards them. Kevin and the high priest looked at the three with a sneer. They wanted to see the three of them smashed to pieces in front of them. At this time, both Kevin and the high priest saw the indifferent smile on the corners of Mark-Sai's mouth, as if mocking them. Kevin and the high priest were suddenly shocked for no reason, as if something bad happened. "Goodbye, thank you for such a big battle today." Marks McClown suddenly showed a bright smile. Mark-Sai's wand suddenly slammed into the ground, and the hard ground pierced directly like a thin piece of paper. The figures of the three of Marks McClown fell instantly, and an inconspicuous light and shadow swept over Marks McClown's body, and then disappeared. The basilisk had returned to Marks McClown's body. Arthur and Merlin were shocked. Before they had time to react, they slid down the tunnel quickly to the depths of the earth. At this time, the magic spell 11 attack prepared by the Saxon wizards suddenly smashed into the place where the three of them were originally, and the surging magic power instantly destroyed everything. The whole world seemed to be quiet for a moment. This single blow from thousands of Saxon elite wizards directly destroyed part of the entire granary. The tyranny of magic, the flames, and the powerful shockwave swept everything. Even Kevin and the High Priest felt timid under this shocking attack. Under this kind of attack, no one can escape. When the huge magic shockwave slowly dissipated, a pit with a terrifying area appeared in front of everyone. The smoke in the pit made it difficult to see the scene clearly. Kevin's eyes widened, and he looked hard to see the remains of the dead from the pit. After all, before the explosion, the smile at the corner of Marks McClown's mouth made him too frightened. It is impossible for Marks McClown Club to survive such a blow. It is impossible. The High Priest also had a calm face. The powerful and terrifying blow just now, even he could not detect the situation of the three Marks under the attack. But just like Kevin, he was also shocked by Marks McClown's smile before the explosion. Although they thought that Marks McClown and the three people could not escape, why did Marks McClown show such a smile? The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and there was nothing in the deep pit except the burned mud. It looked as if the three Marks had been blown to pieces by the explosion. Kevin sneered, "They are all dead, and there is no scum left." The High Priest's face was extremely gloomy, staring at that huge pit where the thick smoke was gradually dissipating. A dark thing slowly appeared in front of the crowd. That was a circular hole, directly under the ground. What? Suddenly a furious breath erupted from the High Priest. Kevin also found an abnormal situation, looked at this dark thing in disbelief, and said, "Is that a tunnel?" Everyone can see the tunnel in the deep pit, straight to the ground, without knowing where it leads. The High Priest's crutches smashed the ground heavily, and a small crack appeared at the feet of the High Priest, and the High Priest shouted angrily, "You can't escape. Send someone to me immediately to trace the source of the tunnel." On the other side, deep in the underground tunnel, the Marks trio crawled towards the source of the tunnel with their hands and feet, and the faces of Arthur and Merlin were full of the joy of escape. Arthur laughed loudly and said, "Marks McClown, how did you do it? Why does a tunnel appear under our feet for no reason?" Merlin also seemed very happy. He was able to escape from the mortal situation just now, and his whole person was much better. Marks McClown smiled, and didn't plan to tell them about the basilisk. Arthur and Merlin also knew that this was Marks McClown's trump card, and since Marks McClown refused to say, they would not ask any more. Being able to survive the blow of thousands of Saxon wizards is already a great fortune, and there is no need to ask Marks about anything. Marks McClown said, "Don't be so happy first. We are still in modern Ezza. We are still not safe if we don't escape early." Hearing what Marks McClown said, Arthur and Merlin quickly accelerated and climbed forward along the tunnel. The blow of the Saxon wizard just now scared both of them. They didn't want to be targeted by such a blow. Soon, a little light appeared in front of them, and Marks McClown crawled out of the cave. This was the west side of the granary, where he secretly released the basilisk. Today's Saxon wizards are concentrated in the east of the granary, but there is no one here. "Go, leave quickly," Marks McClown shouted, and the three of them immediately disappeared into the dark scene in the distance, and disappeared into the sight of 447 Saxon wizard again. At this time, to the east of the granary, Kevin furiously pointed to the deep pit in front of him and scolded the wizard generals under his hands, and said, "Why are there such tunnels in the granary? Do you all eat dry food?" The wizard generals who were scolded by Kevin bowed their heads one by one. They didn't know what was going on with this tunnel. How could a tunnel appear for no reason? The High Priest said coldly, "Enough, Kevin, it's useless if you scold them, you are all a bunch of trash." Kevin stagnated and lowered his head to suppress his anger. He had been a big leader for so long, and he had not been scolded in public as a waste. But for the High Priest, Kevin only dared to be angry. The High Priest said coldly, "This tunnel was obviously made temporarily. If nothing else, it should be the kid Marks. Neither Merlin nor Arthur have this skill." Kevin said angrily, "That bastard Marks again." Chapter 739, My Great Sword. The high priest looked around the Saxon wizards around him coldly for a week, and said coldly, "These times we have failed to encircle and suppress them. Many people are very disappointed in us." Plus Cool Tiger. Kevin was taken aback, and also glanced at the Saxon wizards beside him. As expected, these wizards looked listless. There was no way for the Marks McClown trio in such a deadly situation. They had nothing to do with the Marks McClown trio, and the morale of the Saxon wizard plummeted. The high priest said gloomily, "The affairs of the three of them can't be delayed any longer. I decided to go back and use the secret exploration curse to explore their location. This time, I must directly kill the three remnants." Kevin was taken aback, and said, "High priest, you want to use a secret exploration curse? Isn't that a curse that hurts yourself? If you cast a problem, you will back yourself." The high priest snorted and said, "Otherwise, what better way do you have? With your trash, it is impossible for you to catch those three remnants for a lifetime." A valley in the distance of Modern Ezza. This valley is very desolate, even the trees are very scarce. Generally, people passing by would not stay in this valley. Marksai and the three people just took a fancy to the desolation of the valley here, and opened a small cave here for repair. Arthur caught a hare, and now they grilled the hare as their lunch later. Although there is no decent condiment, this is the best meal they have eaten since they have been in the enemy for so long. Arthur laughed and said, "This hare should be a celebration of our escape from the dead." Marks McClown said, "Which part you want to eat? You are the greatest hero, and it is awarded to you." Marks McClown also smiled and said, "This reward can't be worth saving the lives of you two, right?" Merlin smiled and nodded, and said, "Arthur, you are stingy with such a reward. With Marksai's great contribution, you won't be exaggerating in the future." Arthur nodded earnestly, and said, "This is natural. Marksai has saved us so many times. It can be said that it is not Marksai that we have been dead for a long time. You can tell Marksai, what do you want, as long as it is within my ability. Inside, I can satisfy you." Marks McClown half joked, "Now that we are in trouble in the Germanic realm, what can you give me?" Arthur laughed loudly and said, "As long as we can go back without dying, you can do whatever you want." Merlin thought for a while, and said, "It should be almost 10 days since we left the border of the Roman Empire!" Arthur also counted his fingers and said, "To be precise, it is 12 days. Merlin nodded and said, "In 12 days, if nothing else, the reinforcements in Britain can almost be supported. The Marshal of Rome should be able to send reinforcements." Arthur nodded excitedly. "McClowns, it's not unexpected." Merlin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Now we have to think about how to escape back. But that's okay. The three of us are not bad, and there are only 3 of us. If we just go back, it should be a simple matter." Marks McClown also breathed a sigh of relief. Their 12 days did not seem to be long, but they had already attacked the Germanic barracks once, and once attacked Modern Ezza. Although there was not much construction work in them twice, they all walked around in front of the god of death. Looking back on it now, I am still a little bit scared. If there is anything wrong with it, they will take their lives. Arthur tore the hare leg that was already well ripe and handed it to Marks McClown, and smiled. "Don't think so much, you have already escaped, and there is no need to spend your life on it anymore." Marks McClown smiled and took the hare's leg, biting it with big mouthfuls. The time they were able to delay was long enough, and they didn't need to venture into the enemy camp alone. After these days of adventure, the 3 of them have become very familiar with each other. This may be the rumored turn of life. Marks McClown also discovered that Arthur and Merlin were not particularly the same as the legend. According to legend, Arthur was a wise and powerful monarch who led the Knights of the Round Table to establish a powerful kingdom of Great Britain. But in fact, Arthur was also a man of blood and flesh, and there were also moments of fear and weakness, probably because Arthur was still in his youth. And Merlin is a formidable wizard in the legend. No one can be an enemy of him, and even able to predict the future. He is like a god. However, in reality, Merlin has faded from the mysterious halo. Although his strength is extremely powerful, he still has the power that cannot be resisted. He is also enthusiastic and generous, just like the big brother next door. During the time spent with Arthur and Merlin, Mark-Sai also felt very comfortable. Such Arthur and Merlin were flesh and blood people. Thinking of this, Marx McClown couldn't help thinking of the future generations of Merlin. Why did Merlin survive for so long, and what happened to Merlin afterwards? Mark-Sai, what are you thinking about? Hare legs will get cold if you don't eat them. Arthur reminded kindly on the side. Marx McClown realized that she was holding a hare leg to her mouth but had not eaten it, and was dazed. Li Zhao. Marx McClown smiled embarrassedly, and continued to bite the hare leg on his hand, and glanced at the Sword of Victory beside Arthur inadvertently. Marx McClown thought about it, and said, Arthur, can you show me your Sword of Victory? Arthur's Sword of Vows of Victory possesses supreme sword intent. When Mark-Sai saw this Sword of Vows of Victory for the first time, he had already left thoughts in his heart. Now he and Arthur have been like this. The acquaintance is also a natural questioning outlet. Arthur was taken aback and smiled. You mean this broken steel sword, right? Chapter 740 Comprehend the Sword Intent. Marx McClown asked curiously, is this broken steel sword really so wonderful? Merlin explained, this is the sword of the King of Britain. Only the future King of Britain can get it. Arthur's acquisition of this sword can be said to be a coincidence, or it can be said to be destined in the future. Arthur took the Sword of Oath of Victory and handed it to Marx McClown indifferently. In Arthur's mind, Marx McClown was already a brother of life and death. There was nothing wrong with just borrowing a sword to observe it. Arthur urged, be careful, this sword is not very friendly. Marx McClown was wondering what Arthur had said, and took the heavy Sword of Victory. Although this sword doesn't seem to have much weight, after you start it, you will find that this sword is unusually heavy. Even with Mark-Sai's physique, it is still a bit difficult to pick up. I don't know how Arthur uses this easily. Marx McClown's hand touched the Sword of Oath of Victory, and there was a vague tingling in his hand. It was the sharp intent of the Sword of Oath of Victory that unconsciously cut Marx McClown's palm. No wonder Arthur said this sword is not friendly. Marx McClown felt the sensation of the Sword of Oath of Victory being cut in his hand. A kind of magical feeling leisurely appeared in Marx McClown's heart. It was a very strange feeling. Marx McClown always felt that the sword intent on the Sword of Vows of Victory had any special connection with the appearance of his holy sword. After all, he developed this magic with the holy sword in the first place. Cool Tiger, Marx McClown opened his eyes and said, Arthur, can you temporarily lend me your Sword of Oath of Victory? I think my curse has a certain connection with this sword. If I can comprehend a little bit of the Sword of Oath of Victory, meaning, it should greatly strengthen the power of my spell. Arthur looked a little surprised at this time, and said, can you feel the sword intent? Marx McClown nodded, puzzled. Can I feel this sword intent is weird? Arthur said, of course, many people have touched my sword, but they just say that it feels uncomfortable to be cut by something. You are the first person to feel the sword intent on my sword. Merlin also said, I have also touched Arthur's sword, but it feels very piercing, and there is no other feeling. It seems that Mark-Sai and Arthur's Vow of Victory sword also have a certain origin. Arthur smiled and said, Mark-Sai, take it and see. The Saxons should not find us in a short time. Marx McClown smiled and nodded to show her thanks. He couldn't wait to finish eating the things in his hand, and walked out of the cave with the Sword of Vows of Victory. This Sword of Vows of Victory showed a different kind of light under the sun's rays and looked extraordinary from a distance. Marx McClown held the Sword of Vows of Victory and waved it twice. The Sword of Vows of Victory cut through the air around Mark-Sai, and made a whirring sound of breaking wind. Wherever the blade reached, the naked eye could see the sword energy from the sword overflow. Marx McClown had not comprehended the sword intent before, and did not know how to experience the artistic conception of this Sword of Vows of Victory. He could only stand under the sun with this Sword of Vows of Victory, watching this legendary sword quietly. Sword of Oath of Victory. Not far away, Arthur and Merlin looked at Mark-Eye with a smile, and Merlin smiled and asked, Arthur, do you think Mark-Eye can appreciate the sword intent in the Sword of Victory? Arthur shook his head and said, I don't know. The Sword of Oath of Victory does not even understand me, but it recognizes me, so I can easily use the power of the Sword of Oath of Victory. But the Sword of Oath of Victory does not without recognition of Mark-Eye. Whether Mark-Eye can understand the mystery or not is not to be said lightly. Merlin stared at Mark-Eye standing in the sun and smiled. I think Mark-Eye can appreciate the sword intent in it. Isn't this kid giving us few surprises? Arthur also smiled and said, well, this little BBDT is the second person I can't see through in all these years except you. The two of them smiled and stared at Marks McClown, with some small expectations in their eyes. Marks McClown's own strength is already extraordinary. If he can still understand the sword intent in the Sword of Victory, I am afraid that his strength will soar more than a little bit. In the sun, the Sword of Oath of Victory shined brightly on Marks McClown's face. Marks McClown stared closely at the Sword of Vows in his hand, feeling the sword aura so weak that he stroked his palms. The strange feeling in his heart never stopped, as if leading him to feel this magical sword intent. Marks McClown slowly closed his eyes, feeling the sunlight and sword intent at the same time. The hot temperature of the sun and the sharp sword intent slowly merged. A sword with dazzling light appeared in Marks McClown's heart. Marks McClown closed the eyes, seemed to be able to see this dazzling sword. Swordsman, Feng McClown, can only be called a sword if he is invincible. Marks McClown's eyes opened suddenly, and his eyes were as dazzling as two dazzling stars. And a sharp gasp burst out of Marks McClown's body. With a look of surprise on both Arthur and Merlin's faces, Arthur said, this sharp aura is very similar to the breath of the Sword of Oath of Victory. Marks McClown is actually realizing the sword intent of the Sword of Oath of Victory. Merlin also suppressed his smile and looked at Mark-Eye seriously. Marks McClown's achievements in magic power have been breathtaking. And Merlin can also find that Marks McClown's physical fitness hidden under his clothes is equally extraordinary. If Marks McClown's mental power is still strong enough to perceive sword intent, then it's so counterproductive. A genius is simply the most perfect person in the world. Marks McClown didn't know what Arthur and Merlin thought, and the whole person's mind sank into the subtlety of comprehending the sword's intent. Although Marks McClown opened his eyes, what he saw was not the valley in front of him, but a sharp sword that was so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at it. It was in this dazzling light that Marks McClown looked for the trace of the sword, carefully observed the lines and structure of the sword, and the sharp aura continued to merge into Marks McClown's body. Marks McClown's whole person seems to have become a sword being forged, and a sharp light will burst out the moment after casting. P.S. Various requests for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 741. Arthur was shocked. Is this the legendary human sword Unity? I haven't had such a connection with the Sword of Oath of Victory. Merlin was also quite shocked when she saw it, and said, no, Marks McClown is not one with the Sword of Victory. Marks McClown itself is like a sword, and her consciousness merges with the sword in her heart. The sword intent of the Sword of Victory is the best medium to integrate the two. Marks McClown stood there silently. Time passed by minute. The dazzling cloud night, which was originally reflected by the sun and the Sword of Vows of Victory, slowly condensed the light around itself. The location of the cloud night became the darkest position in the entire valley, as if the cloud night could absorb the light. Marks McClown also closed his eyes again, and the whole person was silent, and the Sword of Vows of Victory had rarely shrunk its light, and it was erected in front of Marks McClown like a person watching Marks McClown. Merlin pulled Arthur and said, Marks McClown seems to have succeeded. He merged his sword intent with himself in the end. Arthur was stunned. He was originally a good swordsman. Marks McClown was not even a swordsman. How could he realize such a profound sword intent? And there were such spectacular scenes. Marks McClown slowly opened his eyes. Marks McClown's eyes looked very deep, but there was a sharp aura hidden in this depth. like a sword hidden in a scabbard, the sharp side of which was darkened. Hidden deeply. Arthur came to Marks McClown in surprise and asked, "Marks McClown, have you succeeded?" Marks McClown faintly smiled and said, "Thank you for the Sword of Victory. I have learned a lot, but I still have to slowly understand it for a while." Merlin smiled and walked over and said, "Marks McClown, you are now in a state of combining humans and swords, and you are so humble. Hurry up and show us what you have learned." Arthur also said, "McClown, I would like to see how much you who don't use swords can understand." Facing the look of Arthur and Merlin's expectation, after all, Marks McClown also borrowed Arthur's Vow of Victory sword, and he was really embarrassed if he didn't show some skills. Marks McClown smiled and drew out her magic wand, pointing to a stone in the distance. He borrowed Arthur's Vow of Victory, as long as he wanted to strengthen the power of his Holy Sword manifestation, and Marks's Holy Sword manifestation curse was Marks's strongest attack curse so far. The appearance of the Holy Sword didn't disappoint Marks McClown either. It showed its powerful power in many situations. But no matter what, the Sacred Sword Revealing Trail is nothing but a magic spell created by Marks McClown. No matter how powerful it is only a magic. Cool Tiger. But if the sword intent is added, the curse will transform from tangible to God, and the manifestation of the Holy Sword will definitely be stronger. Marks McClown also wanted to try the effect of fusing the sword intent into the Holy Sword manifestation. Marks McClown stared at the stone in the distance, and a small lightsaber slowly appeared from his magic wand. Now that they are still in Germanic territory, Marks McClown didn't want to make too much movement to attract unnecessary people's attention, so he weakened his magic power and just condensed into a small lightsaber. Marks McClown took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and the sword intent he comprehended from the Sword of Oath of Victory slowly merged into this small lightsaber. The appearance of the lightsaber did not change in any way, but a sharp breath pierced from it, as if another Sword of Vows of Victory was held by Marks McClown. Arthur and Merlin did not show a surprised look. Marks's Holy Sword at this time was no different from Arthur's method of condensing a lightsaber, and it could even be said to have a great resemblance. Both of them showed doubts. Could it be that Marks spent the whole afternoon, and the curse of fusion sword intent was similar to Arthur's curse? However, Arthur and Merlin didn't express their doubts in their hearts, but stared at the lightsaber in Marks's hand more seriously. Marks McClown suddenly twisted his wrist slightly, and the lightsaber disappeared in front of the two of them, feeling as if Marks McClown had dissipated the curse, without any movement. Marks McClown opened her eyes with a smile, and there was uncontrollable excitement in her eyes. Arthur glanced at the boulder in front of Marks' eye. The boulder remained motionless. Arthur thought Marks's curse had failed. When he was about to step forward to comfort Marks' Merlin suddenly pressed Arthur's shoulder and stared at the huge boulder in the distance. Find flowers. Middle. Arthur looked at the boulder incomprehensibly. Didn't Marks's curse failed? Why does Merlin look so shocked? Click. Suddenly there was a sound. It was the huge boulder. Under Arthur's incredible eyes, this huge rock fell to the ground in pieces, and the whole huge rock turned into countless pieces of stone without warning. Arthur stared at the rubble in a daze, but he hadn't recovered from it. Merlin laughed loudly and said, "It really is a sharp sword intent. The sword hasn't moved, and the sword intent has killed 1,000 miles." Marks McClown also smiled and nodded. Just as Arthur saw, Marks McClown did not use the spell of the Holy Sword Revealing. When the lightsaber is condensed, the sword intent has covered the lightsaber condensed by the wand, and the attack of the sword intent is invisible and invisible. When the lightsaber is still there, the boulder has been destroyed by the intent. So there is no need the lightsaber was also used. The power of the sword intent is even stronger than Marks McClown imagined. This kind of invisible sword intent to kill people can be said to be another big killer move by Marks McClown. Merlin smiled and looked at Marks McClown and said, "Marks McClown, I didn't expect you to understand the sword intent all afternoon. and you will have such an achievement. You are simply the most powerful genius I have ever seen. None of them. Arthur stared at Merlin blankly. This was the first time he heard such a high evaluation from Merlin. Although straightforward, it is what Arthur thought in his heart. Marx McClown's talents are so great that even he can't match the dust. Marx McClown shook his head. When he was about to be humble, an abnormal wave suddenly spread to this valley, and Marx McClown's face immediately became gloomy. Merlin and Arthur also felt something was wrong and looked at the sky vigilantly, as if a pair of eyes appeared in the sky and silently watching them. Chapter 742. This time we must kill. Arthur was shocked. Merlin, what's going on? Merlin said with a sullen face, if you don't feel wrong, this should be a spiritual search, and this spirit comes from the Saxon high priest. Marx McClown nodded and said, maybe the three of us have been discovered. Cool Tiger. Arthur's eyes widened and said, how is it possible? Isn't the Saxon high priest in modern Ezza? There is still a long distance from here. How could we have been spotted? Marx McClown smiled bitterly. I don't know. No matter how strong a person is, the scope of spiritual exploration is limited. What secret technique was used by the Saxon high priest? Arthur said anxiously. Then let's run away. This valley has already been discovered. We don't need to smash with him again in May 17th. Marx McClown shook his head and said, it's useless, they have locked us in, and it won't take a while for the Saxon army to surround this place tightly. Marx McClown sighed. The basilisk can no longer be summoned to dig tunnels here. After all, this land is rocky, different from the soft land of modern Ezza. He didn't expect that he would not be able to escape the fate of a battle with the Saxons in the end. Modern Ezza, a secret room. The Saxon high priest laughed with a pale face, and Kevin on one side said with joy, High priest, have you found the whereabouts of the three people? The high priest nodded heavily and said, call the army immediately, and all apparitions will be moved to the valley 15 miles southeast of modern Ezza, where the three British remnants are hidden. Kevin was overjoyed and quickly ordered the people to give orders to rush to the valley as quickly as possible. This time it is bound to eradicate these three people who do not know the heights of the earth and let them know the consequences of offending Germain and Saxon. Kevin said, High priest, if you use the secret method to find out their whereabouts, they will definitely be in poor condition. Just wait for my good news in modern Ezza. Cool Tiger. Fart. The high priest suddenly said coldly, if you trash can catch Merlin and the three of them, how can there be so many things behind? I can rest assured that you trash can lead the team if I don't go out myself. There was blue and purple on Kevin's face, but he dared not say anything about the high priest, so he could only lower his head and never say much. The high priest said coldly, go. Let's see how these three mice can escape this time. The high priest took up his magic wand and waved it lightly, and shouted angrily, apparition. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of the high priest disappeared in place, moving quickly toward the valley of the three Marxi.Quu. Only when Kevin showed an angry face, the Saxon wizard beside him looked at each other under his hands, wanting to say something to comfort Kevin, but he was afraid that Kevin would vent his anger, so he did not dare to speak. Kevin scolded. What are you guys standing here for? Can't you hear moving to that shit valley right away? The surrounding Saxon wizard Nono kept vocalizing, and hurriedly went down to gather his men and set off toward the valley. After the surrounding wizards had retreated, Kevin glared angrily at the location where the high priest was just now, and said coldly, you are not dead. Sooner or later I will make you look good. Kevin drew out his wand and used apparition to catch up with the high priest. The valley southeast of modern Ezza. Marx McClown's expression changed and said, someone is coming. When the words fell, an old figure appeared at the mouth of the valley, silently looking at the three people in the valley. It is the Saxon high priest. Merlin's face became cold, and he stared at the high priest's figure, and said, I didn't expect you to detect our location. I believe you will also have to pay a great price. The high priest sneered and said, It's nothing if you can get these 3 mice out and pay such a small price. Today the 3 of you will die here. Marks McClown slapped Haha and said, last time it looks like you said the same thing. Didn't you see that you could keep us? The high priest's face tightened, and he said angrily, last time you just used a side-by-side approach to escape. You won't be so lucky this time. As if to confirm the words of the high priest, one by one Saxon wizards appeared in front of the valley, and the dents surrounding the valley made the atmosphere of this desolate place become unusually strong. Merlin shook his head slightly. He thought it would be no problem to escape the last catastrophe. Who knew that he still had to face hundreds of Saxon wizards now, and he would not be able to escape. Arthur looked at Mark-Sai, hoping that Mark-Sai would be able to tell them that he had dug another tunnel to escape as he did last time. But Mark-Sai's heavy expression immediately overwhelmed Arthur's expectation. Even Mark's the no other way at night. Merlin also glanced at Mark-Sai. He also guessed that Mark-Sai could not create a tunnel out of thin air like last time. He smiled bitterly. The last time he escaped was already a miracle in a miracle. It was impossible to look forward to it every time. Mark-Sai can create miracles. Kevin appeared beside the high priest. At this time, Kevin looked gloomy and did not speak. He glared at the 3 Mark-Sai and seemed to want to vent his anger towards the high priest on these 3 people. The high priest sneered and looked at the 3 of them, and said, now, what can you do? If you have any, please take it out quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Are you not very good at making tunnels? Hurry up and make them for us. Open your eyes. The high priest stared at Mark-Sai. The tunnel last time was to the east of the granary. The high priest also guessed that the tunnel was Mark-Sai's masterpiece 3.9. But now this valley is rocky, it is impossible to create a tunnel. So the high priest stared at Marks McClown arrogantly, wanting to see a depressed look on Marks McClown's face. Although Marks McClown's face was heavy, he was not discouraged. Even if he couldn't escape today, it was just a fight to death. Marks McClown slowly said, I'm sorry, I can't make a tunnel this time. Merlin shook his head and said, you are not to blame. We were lucky last time. We can't always be so lucky. P.S. Ask for automatic subscription. Chapter 743 One Person Against a Country. Arthur also said, Marks McClown, don't take it to heart. The 3 of us can fight to the death together. I am already satisfied. Marks McClown took a deep breath and said, it is inevitable to fight hard, but we are not without a trace of vitality. Arthur and Merlin were taken aback at the same time. Marks McClown would say something like this. Could it be possible that Marks McClown could escape from birth? Marks McClown showed a bright smile and said, do you still remember Moda? Moda was the leader of the Saxon wizarding army who was captured by Mark-Sai before. It was because Moda was captured by Mark-Sai that they were able to escape into Germanic territory. The poor ghost Moda may still be staying somewhere in modern Ezza. The seller of the abandoned house is dead. Arthur and Merlin looked at Mark-Sai in disbelief. They had already thought of Mark-Sai's so-called method, but this method was not so reliable. After all, there are thousands of Saxon wizards here. It is simply impossible to realize this method. But in Mark-Sai's hands, many impossible things have been realized by Mark-Sai. Marks McClown smiled and looked in the direction of the high priest and Kevin, and said, catch the thief first, capture the king. This is our only way of life. Arthur and Merlin were shocked at the same time. They were already in a dead state. It would be better to try the method, Marks McClown said, even if they died. Marks McClown suddenly shouted, let's do it first. The scene of thousands of Saxon wizards casting spells at the same time, Mark-Sai still remembers deeply. If there is another magical attack that can destroy the world, the 3 of them will definitely be unable to resist. The only way is to shoot first. Marks McClown rushed directly towards the position of the high priest. Facing such a large number of Saxon elite wizards, Marks McClown no longer hides his clumsiness. Holding 2 magic wands in his hands at the same time, he slices directly towards the wizard army. Arthur took a deep breath, and a heroic breath broke out from Arthur's heart. Arthur laughed and said, Marks McClown, today, I will give up my life to accompany the gentleman, and kill him with you. Arthur had inherited their will of Britain. Even if he died, he would die on the way to fight for Britain. Merlin couldn't help but smile indifferently as they watched the two desperately charge the countless army of wizards. The reason why even a legendary wizard will be forced to fight to the death by the Germans these few times is because the army of Saxon wizards is already a nationwide power, and they are equivalent to fighting against the power of a huge country alone! It can even be said that if he and Mark-sai both belonged to the legendary level of wizards, it would be impossible for anyone to do such a thing as a single person against all wizard powers in a country. Plus cool, tiger. And now, their charging figure made Merlin's chest churn with blood. Two people who are younger than themselves have such heroic spirit. How can they fail? Let you see what terrifying strength my Merlin has. Even if this battle is going to die, it will definitely let my name pass on from now on. Let everyone know that Merlin is a legend. 3 men, 4 magic wands and a sword, like 3 ants, launched a charge toward the tide of wizarding army. The combat power of the two sides was completely disproportionate, and it was simply the result of one-sidedness. The high priest sneered and said, "Many arm is a chariot, just because the 3 of you want to shake the sky. Let you accept Saxon's trial." With a big wave of the high priest's hand, countless Saxon wizards rushed to the 3 people like locusts, and they were about to drown them. The sword of oath of victory in Arthur's hand emits a dazzling light, and the other wand also turns into a sword of oath of victory. The 2 hippies overlap each other, with Arthur as the core, and the golden light envelops Arthur. Stand up. I, Arthur, today summoned the fighting spirits of Britain from generations to fight for me. The sword is pointed and invincible. Arthur was like a golden man. The huge holy sword was held in Arthur's hands, and the splashing sword aura shot all around. As long as the Saxon wizards who got closer would be stabbed by the ubiquitous sword intent. Arthur held 2 holy swords tightly and rushed into the pile of Saxon wizards like a god of war. The Saxon wizards did not expect that Arthur would actually abandon the use of the spell and directly use the tactics of close hand-to-hand combat. Many Saxon wizards did not respond, and they were directly chopped in half by Arthur, and they flew in blood for a while. The Saxon wizard is also strong in the curse. How could it be possible to match Arthur in close hand-to-hand combat? Not to mention that Arthur strengthened himself more like a wolf into a flock. On the other side, Merlin was much more elegant than Besser. Merlin closed his eyes and tapped his wand lightly by his side, a huge magic power rising to the sky to guard Merlin. The reason why Merlin is naturally unique. The magic power turns into huge tornadoes, icy hail, and hot flames around Merlin. 3 extreme elements are surrounded by Merlin incomparably harmoniously. The elements turned into by these magical powers are very docile under Merlin's control. But as long as there is an unopened Saxon wizard who wants to attack Merlin, he will be counterattacked instantly. Either it was swept away by a tornado, it was frozen by hail, or it was swallowed by flames. Merlin is like a god of 430, manipulating the magic elements around him. No one can break into Merlin's line of defense. When Arthur and Merlin were fighting bloody battles, Mark-sai certainly did not stay idle. As the first of the 3, Marks McClown was under no less pressure than the other 2. On the contrary, Marks McClown was still the one who mainly faced Saxon wizards. At this moment, Mark-sai had 2 magic wands erected in front of him, and 2 huge lightsabers thrust into the sky. The sky seemed to be pierced by lightsabers, and the wind and clouds changed color in a moment. Even in front of the tide of Saxon wizards, the 2 huge lightsabers are not inferior at all. No one would doubt the power of these 2 lightsabers. A strange feeling enveloped the land. It was a sharp texture, as if the air was full of sharp objects, making people feel that the internal organs were stabbed in pain. It is the sword intent of the Sword of Oath of Victory that Marks McClown comprehend, and it will produce such a terrifying effect when integrated with the full version of the Holy Sword of Marks McClown. Chapter 744 Kill the High Priest. All the Saxon wizards looked at Mark-Sai in horror. The two huge lightsabers of Mark-Sai have not yet been swung down, but they had given people such a shocking feeling. I really don't know how terrifying the moment the lightsaber will come down. Effect. All the elite Saxon wizards were shocked by this scene. The explosion of these three people was so powerful that for a time the army of Saxon wizards fell into a brief chaos. The High Priest and Kevin also looked at this scene in shock. Why does the lightsaber produced by Mark-Sai have such a terrifying effect? Although they know that Mark-Sai's strength is not worth mentioning in front of so many elite wizards, they have nothing to say. Suspected how much damage the lightsaber would cause. You must not let Marx McClown make such a terrifying sword. Kevin shouted angrily. Everyone attacked Mark-Sai together, and they can't let them cut this sword. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Marx McClown's mouth. Don't you want to kill me? Come on. I want to see if you dare to pay such a price. That's too late. The High Priest yelled. He had already seen that Marx McClown was about to split these two terrifying swords, and the chaotic Saxon wizards had no time to defend themselves. Someone must stop Mark-Sai's lightsaber. As long as it stops, the subsequent Saxon wizard spell attack is enough to smash Mark-Sai into a mess. The High Priest shouted, Kevin, you and me, stop Mark-Sai's lightsaber. Speaking of the High Priest smashing the crutch in his hand heavily, huge magic power burst out from the High Priest. It turned out that the High Priest's wand was just the thick crutch of the High Priest. Kevin was taken aback, looking at the High Priest who had rushed towards Mark-Sai. The pace he was about to go out suddenly stopped. Kevin is not a fool. He can feel the power of the two lightsabers that Mark-Sai uses. It is impossible for him and the High Priest to intercept it alone. At least nearly 100 Saxon elite wizards can resist at the same time. Got to come down. However, Marx McClown took the lead in launching an offensive in order to prevent the Saxon wizards from having a chance to react. At this time, the Saxon wizards were in disorder and could not resist Marx McClown's attack. Now that the High Priest wants to stop Mark-Sai with him, it is undoubtedly useless. Coupled with the High Priest's cynicism with Kevin during this period, Kevin still has a deep memory. How could Kevin step forward to help the High Priest? Kevin sneered and took back the steps he was about to take, coldly looking at the High Priest who had rushed forward. The High Priest did not notice Kevin's abnormality, and sipped coldly to release his own magic power, forming a huge magic shield in front of him. The High Priest naturally didn't think that he could stop Mark-Sai's powerful spell attack, otherwise he would not ask Kevin for help. Although Marx McClown's attack was powerful, the High Priest knew that as long as Marx McClown's attack was blocked for an instant, there would be countless spells that would flood Marx McClown, and they would not be in any danger at all. Of course, the premise of this is that Kevin and the High Priest act together to block Mark-Sai's attack. Marx McClown's eyes lit up, and he was not wrong with what he expected. To achieve the goal of capturing the thief first, the first step is to lure Kevin and the High Priest into action. But if you want to lure the two to take action, you must give them a reason to have to take action. Mark-Sai's holy sword manifestation with sword intent is the best way. Either you will stop my holy sword from appearing, or you will wait for the two lightsabers to slaughter the elite Saxon wizards in chaos. All he did was to lure High Priest and Kevin together to stop him. At this time, either his lightsaber had destroyed the two of them, and then they were submerged by the seer-like spell, or the two blocked their lightsabers, and they were still submerged by the seer-like spell. This is a fateful gamble. Marx McClown uses his own lives to bet the lives of the High Priest and Kevin. If he wins, the lives of the two can be used to bury him. If he loses, his life is wasted. But it is said that Mark-Sai has only a mortal situation left. However, Kevin's non-attack made the whole situation a huge reversal. Two lightsabers fused with sword intent cut through the clouds and slashed towards the High Priest. Only then did the High Priest realize that something was wrong. He turned his head abruptly, but he could only see Kevin standing far away, gloomy, with the corners of his mouth still hanging. A faint smile. Kevin. The High Priest roared hoarsely, but the High Priest could no longer say another word. The magic shield that the high priest tried his best to condense could not stop Mark-Sai's huge lightsaber. It was easily cut open, the high priest under the huge lightsaber. His body was shattered. The Saxon wizards who were supposed to besiege Mark-Sai were also in a panic. Why didn't the chief leader Kevin take action at the same time as the high priest, but watched the high priest come forward and die? Did their high priest just die like this? In the panic, the Saxon wizards had missed a good opportunity to busy Mark-Sai. The huge lightsaber smashed into the chaotic pile of Saxon wizards, bloodshot, and flesh and blood. Marks McClown didn't expect that Kevin hadn't shot himself at this critical moment, but she couldn't tolerate Marks McClown's thoughts under the surprise, and immediately shouted: "The Saxon high priest is dead, you don't wait to surrender." Marks McClown's voice spread throughout the valley, and all the Saxon wizards looked towards Marks McClown in disbelief. Was their high priest really killed by Marks McClown? For a time, the soldiers of the Saxon wizards were in a state of confusion, and it was impossible to form an effective encirclement for the three of Mark-Sai. The chaos in the Saxon wizards slowly spread. The behavior of Kevin giving up the high priest at a critical moment is seen by many people. The high priest can be said to be a faith-like existence in the hearts of the Saxons, but Kevin actually turned his back on the high priest in full view. This is for the Saxons. It was a great blow. Merlin and Arthur looked at Mark-Sai in surprise at the same time. Mark-Sai really succeeded? Did Marks McClown really kill the Saxon high priest? Chapter 745, Doubts in the Heart. If Marks McClown appeared in front of the two of them, I am afraid that the two of them could not help but kiss Marks McClown directly. Marks McClown really gave them one surprise after another. Even the killing of the Saxon high priest among the hosts can be done. What can Marks McClown fail to do? It's just fleeing from Germanic territory with clouds and knights. What's impossible? As for Kevin, he sneered at the body of the high priest that fell to the ground. Cool Tiger, the high priest is dead, and the Saxon clan is his Kevin's world. Now let's see who else dares to ride on his head and do it. Kevin shouted angrily, "All the people of the Saxon clan follow my command and gather 3 remnants. Killing the remnants will be rewarded." Kevin thought that the high priest was dead, and the Saxons could only obey his orders, but he underestimated the position of the high priest in the people's minds. Many Saxons glared at Kevin and wished to kill him. Expression. In their opinion, the death of the high priest was caused by the despicable man Kevin. Kevin's position in the hearts of the Saxons has plummeted, and some Saxon wizards of the high priest faction are even more excited and want to rush forward and fight Kevin desperately. The Saxon wizard army finally fell into chaos. "Kevin, you actually treated High Priest 473. Are you still a human?" Some Saxon wizards of the High Priest faction yelled angrily, seemingly wanting to come forward and fight Kevin desperately. And some Saxon wizards of the Big Leader faction sneered, "The High Priest is so impulsive to resist such a powerful curse, isn't it just an act of seeking death? Is there anything to blame the Big Leader?" If the Big Leader goes on, the Saxon clan, there is no leader in the group. The sudden chaos of the Saxon wizards army made Marks McClown and the 3 people greatly relieved. Originally, they were in a crisis situation, and a huge reversal occurred at the moment the high priest died, and all of this was made by Mark-Sai. In fact, Marks McClown also looked dumbfounded. He originally wanted to fight Kevin and the high priest. Even if he died, pulling 2 heavyweights to bury him would not be a loss. What's more, there is still something in Marks McClown's heart. Even Merlin and Arthur don't know. Maybe they can verify it once they die. But after all, it was death, and Marks McClown was still unwilling to try it casually, so he has been buried until now. Who knew that Kevin had directly betrayed the high priest? The high priest was dead, and the army of Saxon wizards also became chaotic. This was unexpected by Mark-Sai. Cool Tiger, Kevin looked angrily at the Saxon wizard who disobeyed his orders, and shouted, "The high priest is dead. My chief Kevin is the highest authority of the Saxons." The Saxon wizards of the Big Leader faction shouted. In the past, The Saxons belonged to the High Priest in power. Now Kevin finally took over the control of the highest power. As Kevin's supporters, their status naturally rises. Whoever dares to make Kevin unhappy is their enemy. Some wise Saxon wizards closed their mouths. It is a fact that the High Priest was framed to death by Kevin for no reason. It is an unstoppable thing for Kevin to take control of the entire Saxon clan. Naturally, they will not offend a dead person in the future. The power in the clan. Of course, there are still many people who are loyal fans of the High Priest faction, swearing at Kevin, and not having any favor with people like Kevin who are perfidious, and naturally they will not recognize the status of Kevin's chief. Kevin, you rubbish, I won't recognize your position, and want to replace the High Priest? Dream it. Kevin, you killed the High Priest, and the whole Saxon clan will not let you go. Just wait for death. The High Priest is the great saint of our clan, who killed the Saxon clan. Kevin, you won't have a good life. As many Saxon wizards yelled at him, Kevin's face turned blue and purple. He also thought that his own power might arouse opposition from many people, but so many people in front of him yelled at him at the same time, it still made Kevin angry. Kevin suddenly jumped out, pointing his wand at the most ferocious wizard among the crowd, and fierce magic power shot out from the wand, directly penetrating the wizard's heart. With a hideous expression on the wizard's face, he pointed at Kevin, but he didn't expect that Kevin would attack him directly. Kevin looked at the turbulent crowd coldly, and said, "All those who dissatisfied will be killed for me." The cold words hit the hearts of the Saxons. Does Kevin mean to start a great purge? Some wizards of the Big Leader faction immediately understood Kevin's meaning, and rushed to the wizard who had abused Kevin just now. The whole army of Saxon wizards fell into cannibalism, and there were shouts of killing everywhere. On the contrary, the three of Mark's Eye seemed a bit redundant. The three of them had put away their spells and joined together, silently looking at the Saxons who were killing each other. Merlin shook his head and said, "I didn't expect Kevin to betray the High Priest directly. After this battle, the Saxons will probably be very hurt." Arthur also nodded, and said, "Marks McClown, you made a great contribution to the accident." Marks McClown smiled bitterly, "We haven't escaped the danger yet. It's not the time to say these words." Merlin said, "McClowns, since Saxon is in chaos now, let's quickly escape by taking advantage of the chaos." Arthur showed ecstasy. They actually had a chance to escape, all thanks to Mark's Eye's ability to create such a big opportunity to successfully kill the Saxon High Priest. It can be said that if Mark's Eye is missing from this adventure in the Germanic territory, they don't know how many times they have died. Merlin also looked at Mark's Eye with joy, his eyes full of appreciation, and he also understood that the greatest contribution this time belongs to Mark's Eye. Marks McClown smiled, did not say anything, just a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Mark's Eye, who was also aware of this, raised a huge doubt in his heart. P.S. Ask for a reward and automatic subscription !! _3_. Chapter 746, Return in Triumph. It's just that this huge doubt, like the previous incident, was deeply buried in Mark's Eye's heart. Marks McClown and the two of them traveled through the chaotic army of Saxon wizards. Those Saxon wizards also knew how powerful the three were if they had the courage to attack them in groups. But now the army is in chaos. They depend on their personal strength. Dare to stop the three? Kevin also saw the trio fleeing without any hindrance on the chaotic battlefield. But Kevin had no choice. With his strength, even Mark's Eye can't fight. How dare to intercept the three of them? The focus at the moment is to integrate the Saxon wizard army, and to obtain the highest power is more important. As for the Mark's Eye and the three people can only let them go for a while, and talk about it later. The Mark's Eye trio easily escaped this valley area. This time the trio did not hesitate anymore and moved quickly towards the border of the Roman Empire. They have been delayed long enough. If they stay in the Germanic territory, next time they won't know if they have such good luck to escape. Due to the war, the Saxon wizard army was temporarily unable to pursue the three people, and there were other places that did not have the ability to stop the three. The Marsi trio escaped the Germanic army through a long journey for several days back to the frontiers of the Roman Empire. Plus cool tiger. But the controversy caused by the three did not end. The death of the Saxon high priest directly led to the cannibalism of the Saxons. As a result, there is no suspense that Kevin won an overwhelming victory. Kevin suppressed the Saxon wizards who refused to accept him, and finally integrated the whole family, but the Saxon family was also greatly injured by this. The Germanic Empire was also alarmed about the unrest of the Saxons. After all, the Saxons were the most powerful wizarding clan in Germany. What happened to the Saxons would directly affect their plan to attack the Roman Empire. At the British station, the three of Marsi appeared outside the station. Looking at it from a distance, you can see that the British station has obviously strengthened its defences, and it is densely packed with British soldiers. There are many wizards wearing wizard robes, walking around the simple city wall. Arthur said with joy, "It seems that our reinforcements have arrived." Merlin also smiled and nodded, and said, "How we say it has been delayed for a long time. We can't hold on without reinforcements." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Well, since the reinforcements have come, don't hurry back and arrange them. The Germanic troops have not been defeated yet." Arthur hurried to the front, wanting to take a look at the enhanced British army. The British soldiers stationed on the outermost periphery immediately recognized Arthur's identity and exclaimed, "Master Arthur is back." And Merlin, Lord Marsi is back too. The soldiers in the British garrison cheered, and many soldiers gathered around the small wall and looked curiously. They all know that the reason why the Germanic army did not attack them during this period is because these three people went to the Germanic territory alone to contain the Saxon wizard army. It can be said that they can survive because of these three people. Seeing the crowds of people in the British resident, the three of them all smiled comfortably. You must know that when they left the garrison, the number of the British army had dropped sharply to more than 1,000, but now the number has grown so much, they have finally lived up to their hard work over the past half-month. A familiar figure appeared at the door of the station, Baku, one of the Knights of the Round Table. When Baku saw the Marsi trio, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Master Arthur, Master Merlin, Brother Marsi." Arthur asked, "Baku, how is the situation with the British army now?" Baku showed a dumbfounded expression, and said, "Master Arthur, why don't you hold a round table first, and I will report to you with the other knights." Arthur was taken aback, then nodded, and said, "Well, you immediately call the Knights of the Round Table, and we will have a meeting right away." After a while, a dozen Knights of the Round Table gathered in the meeting room in the dilapidated castle in the Resident. Marks McClown and the three people did not have time to change their clothes, sitting in the dusty place, frowning and looking at Baku in front of them. Find flowers. Middle. Holding a roll of parchment, Baku said, "In the past half-month, 10,356 soldiers have been sent from Britain, and there are 11,630 soldiers in the camp. 8 people, in addition to 39 domestic elite wizards, the Knights of the Round Table gathered here. Our wizards totaled 55. Merlin groaned. The force is indeed a lot stronger, but the number of wizards is still relatively small. Arthur nodded and asked, whether the Roman Empire still has no reinforcements. Baku smiled bitterly and shook his head, and said, "The Romans do not intend to send us reinforcements. They said that the sources of troops on other fronts are very tense. Let us find a way." Arthur slammed the table and said, "What do we mean by ourselves? This is the territory of the Roman Empire. We are assisting the Roman Empire in guarding the territory. That's how they treated us in Britain." Merlin quickly patted Arthur on the shoulder, signaled Arthur not to get angry, and said, "Don't get angry. The Roman Empire doesn't want to send troops and we can't make it." Arthur said with a sullen face, "Although we have a lot of strength now, there are only more than 10,000 people, plus more than 50 wizards. and still can't compete with the Germanic army. The situation is more than half a month ago, said. There is no easing at all. Marks McClown sighed lightly and said, at least we have delayed for more than half a month, otherwise the British army would have been destroyed now. The Knights of the Round Table were in awe, and the eyes of the three of them were full of fire. They also knew that the three of them went to the Germanic territory to delay their time. Although the Germans had prohibited the news from spreading, they could also imagine how dangerous the trip of the three was. P.S. Various requests for rewards and automatic subscriptions. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 747, The Principle of Durmstrang. This self-sacrificing chivalry made them respect the three of them. Merlin said, Arthur, don't think about it so much now. Our first task is to integrate the army and enhance the defense of the station. Arthur sighed and nodded. The German army, a dejected army, slowly came from the north. The flag flying on this army is impressively the clan emblem of the Saxon wizards, but this army of wizards that used to have more than 2,000 now has only 1,000 people left, although it is because of the special killing of Mark-Sai and Merlin inside. But it also shows how much energy the Saxon wizards spent in this civil war. The leading Saxon chief, Kevin, had a gloomy face, and walked towards the Germanic army tent on his own. The ordinary German soldiers in the surrounding March 8 saw Kevin's gloomy face, and they were afraid to step forward to provoke Kai. Kevin opened the curtain of the Chinese army's tent. Longer and the generals of the Germanic army were convening a military meeting. When they saw Kevin, they all looked surprised. Longer was pleasantly surprised. Leader Kevin, you are finally back. Had the three of Merlin solved it? At the moment, a German general smiled and said, Grand Marshal, you are joking. With Chief Kevin dispatched, and the strength of the High Priest, how could it be possible to catch it without hand? No, it is only a matter of time before Merlin and the other three are eliminated. Leader Kevin is really a wise martial artist. There is a Leader Kevin, not to mention Britain, and the Roman Empire is no problem. There were also some German generals who were really ready to come forward and slap a few flatteries, but suddenly realized that Kevin's face was ugly to the extreme. He clenched his fists as if he was ready to shoot at any time. The generals immediately closed their mouths and did not dare to say anything. Longer also noticed Kevin's abnormality and said, Leader Kevin, why is your face not so pretty? Kevin suppressed his anger, and said, the High Priest has been killed in the hands of Mark-Sai, and the Saxon wizard has suffered heavy casualties in this battle. As soon as Kevin's voice fell, everyone in the entire Chinese army's great account looked at Kevin in shock, suddenly unable to accept this fact. Longer asked in shock, Marks McClown killed the High Priest? What about the three of them? Escaped. Kevin's face was so gloomy that he could drip water, and said, how is the British station now? Seeing that Kevin's face was not right, Longer did not dare to ask more. The Saxon clan's battle must have failed. After paying such a heavy price, they did not capture Mark-Sai and Merlin. This failure is already a shame in Kevin's heart. What to do? Longer replied, Britain has sent reinforcements during this time. It is estimated that there are more than 10,000 people, and there are dozens of elite wizards. Kevin slammed his palm on the table and said, the whole army will be dispatched immediately. I will slaughter the entire British station, and all the British will die. Longer looked at the furious Kevin and said, Leader Kevin, is this a bit impulsive? We might as well make a detailed plan. Kevin glaring at Longer, and said, send troops now, and I will kill all the Britons at once. Kevin held a monstrous flame in his heart. Although this time he borrowed Mark-Sai's hand to solve the trouble of the High Priest, the Saxon Civil War also greatly damaged the vitality of the Saxon family. All the root causes of the disaster are because of that Mark-Sai. Kevin's killing intent to Marks McClown is unstoppable. Longer said with a bitter face, Leader Kevin, now your army of Saxon wizards has returned to the camp and is exhausted. If such a large-scale war is launched, I am afraid it will be overwhelming. Kevin said coldly. Marks McClown and Merlin Arthur returned to the camp at about the same time. They also did not recover, and I was prepared to deal with Merlin. As soon as Kevin's voice fell, a stout man in a black robe appeared behind Kevin with a sneer. Longer was taken aback, looking at the mysterious man. Longer's expression slowly became shocked, and he said with a trembling voice, Are you the principal of Durmstrang, Lord Smudley? The visitor is actually the current principal of Durmstrang College, who is as famous as Hogwarts, Smudley. Longer said in shock, Master Smudley, why are you here? After all, this is a war between the two countries. If you come to the war, maybe Hogwarts of Britain will also join the war. Smudley sneered, we, Durmstrang, are not the ones who urged Hogwarts. We have never said neutral words. Besides, Hogwarts is nothing. They can't change anything by joining the war. Kevin took a deep breath and said, Mr. Smudley, thank you for your rescue this time. Smudley nodded faintly, and said, after all, you were once my best student, and you also fought for the glory of our Germans. This little thing is nothing. Kevin looked at Longer and said, now, can you launch an attack? Longer was energetic. With legendary wizards like Smudley participating in the battle, how could the weak British army be the opponent of the Germanic army? This attack is bound to destroy it. I thought that as long as he broke through the British camp, he would be able to penetrate into the hinterland of the Roman Empire. After that, there would be countless prosperous cities and he would freely attack him. Such credit was enough for Longer to survive forever. Longer immediately slapped the table and shouted, let the order go on. The whole army is going out and attacking the British station. On the other side, the British 4.6 station, Arthur is busy reintegrating the army, and Merlin is assisting Arthur in arranging defenses. Only Markseye and Baku are hanging out on the city wall. In fact, Markseye could go to rest, but seeing that Arthur and Merlin, who were already exhausted, were still busy with work, Markseye had no excuse to rest, so she had to accompany Baku around the simple city wall and inspect the defense. When the soldiers on the city wall saw Marks McClown, they all greeted Marks McClown respectfully, with respect and admiration in their eyes and tone. P.S. It's time to enter the final. Chapter 748, The Only Way to Live. Some of them were former veterans and some talented new recruits, but they had all heard of the trio's entry into Germanic territory, so they naturally admired such heroes. Markseye also had a chat with Baku without a word. This city wall was built by you during this period of time, right? It was not the when I came before. Baku said, it's all due to my brothers. After all, this is our resident. A wall is better, but time is too short. The wall is too simple. Defense against ordinary soldiers is okay. Defense against wizards is really good. Can't make it. Marks McClown nodded, let alone a wizard of his level. Even if it is a wizard close to his strength, this city wall is enough to break through a random spell. So the city wall is just a psychological comfort for ordinary soldiers. Baku asked, Marks McClown, since you are all back, when do you think the German savages will attack again? Marks McClown sighed lightly and said, soon, even right away. Baku's face tightened, and he exclaimed, so fast, why? Marks 11 McClown shook his head and didn't elaborate. After all, he killed the Saxon high priest, and Saxon was struck by civil strife. The deep hatred between him and the Saxons has been cast. The Saxons will not easily let go of themselves. It is more likely that they will gather their strength to attack as soon as they return to the German army. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown was thinking about it. Baku's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, Marks McClown, look there. Marks McClown was startled, and looked in the direction of Baku's fingers, which was the north of the British Army station. There was smoke and dust billowing. Countless flags appeared at the edge of sight. Markseye could even feel the ground under her feet trembling slightly. That is the momentum created by countless people stepping on the ground. Marks McClown's heart sank, and as expected, the general offensive of the Germanic army is here. Enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack. An exclamation violently tore through the silent air above the British camp, and the entire British camp immediately became restless. Countless soldiers rushed to the city head with weapons in their hands. staring at the Germanic army approaching in the distance. Arthur and Merlin also rushed to the top of the city, looking at the Germanic army in the distance with heavy faces. They also thought that Germanic would attack here soon, but they never expected that the Germanic army would come so quickly. Master Arthur, this is the total offensive of the Germans. Hundreds of thousands of troops. Hundreds of thousands of troops. Baku pulled Mark's eye and came to Arthur. At this time, Baku's face turned pale. It seems that he was also surprised by the number of Germans. Plus cool, tiger. Arthur nodded, his face ugly, and said, "McClowns, this is indeed a general attack." Merlin also came here and said, "Arthur, what should we do now?" Arthur smiled bitterly and shook his head. They had tried their best to delay the British army in order to keep the British army alive, but now hundreds of thousands of troops are crushing the territory. The situation of the British army has not changed, and they are still facing the fate of being crushed. Merlin said, "Arthur, this is the general offensive of the Germans. You must decide immediately whether we retreat or defend ourselves." Marks McClown said, "We only have 10,000 people, and the other party has hundreds of thousands. There is a huge difference in strength. I suggest to retreat directly. We can't keep it at all." Merlin also looked at Arthur. As long as Arthur made a decision, they would immediately order the retreat. The current situation is too severe, and it is not something that a British army can hold on. Arthur opened his mouth, but he couldn't make any sound. Of course, he didn't want the tens of thousands of brave soldiers to die here in vain, but if he retreats directly, the Roman Empire may not be blamed on Britain. This is not what they wanted to see. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and a huge fireball slammed into the rudimentary city wall of the British station. The originally unstable city wall was immediately smashed out of a huge hole. Dozens of innocent British soldiers were directly smashed into a pile of meat by the fireball. Source: Merlin narrowed his eyes and said, "Someone from the Saxons can cast a fireball curse to attack us at such a distance. It seems that the one who came is not good." Arthur asked dryly, "Merlin, what do you mean?" Merlin said, "The Saxons should have another reinforcements, otherwise the fireball spell cannot be cast with Kevin's strength." Marks McClown was also aware of the powerful magic power of the Saxons, and his face became a bit ugly. From Marks McClown's spiritual exploration, he actually discovered that there was a powerful wizard in the Saxons whose magic fluctuations were not inferior to that of Merlin. Marks McClown said, "They have a powerful wizard who is no less powerful than Merlin. We don't have any advantage anymore." Arthur makes a decision quickly. Arthur stagnated and said helplessly, "Retreat. I don't want to sacrifice the lives of the British warriors here." Baku's face darkened. Is it still going to end like this in the end? But there is no other way, and the difference in strength is too great. Baku asked, "Where should I retreat? Is it Rome or Calais?" 403. Arthur took a deep breath. The direction of Rome is where the Roman Empire is stationed. If they retreat, the Marshal of the Roman Empire will not be allowed to question themselves. And the direction of Canada is to retreat to the direction of Britain. Britain's accusation of abandoning the ground itself was taken seriously. Arthur pondered for a moment, and said, "Retreat to Dungeness." Everyone was taken aback, looking at Arthur with all kinds of strange expressions. Dungeness was a huge desert in the south of the British resident. After ordinary people entered, it was basically impossible to escape. This desert can be called the Land of Death. Arthur actually wants to withdraw his army into this desert. Arthur nodded heavily and said, "We can't return to Rome, let alone enter Britain. Retreating to Dungeness is our only way of life." As soon as this word came out, everyone was silent for a while. In today's realm, the only way to survive is to retreat to the wilderness. P.S. Ask for automatic subscription and rewards. Chapter 749 Final Battle. Baku nodded heavily. Just as he was about to give orders, Arthur stopped Baku and said, "Baku, organize 2,000 people into a death squad and retreat for the army." When he said this, Arthur's voice was unusually heavy. Baku was taken aback, and immediately ran to give an order to let the army begin to retreat. Arthur looked at Marks and Merlin, and said, "You two, let's give it to the Queen of Britain. Merlin and Mark-Cy glanced at each other and smiled calmly. It's ready. Just as the British army was eagerly preparing to retreat, Arthur took Mark-Cy and Merlin to the front of the city wall and looked at the countless Germanic troops from a distance. The faces of all three were extremely heavy. Merlin said, "They have new reinforcements. Let me deal with someone who is not inferior to me. I want to see what is sacred." Arthur nodded and said, "I should be able to deal with Kevin." "Kevin is not necessarily better than me." Marks McClown smiled bitterly. "You really know how to pick a task. Is it possible that hundreds of thousands of people are left to deal with me? You really can look down on me." Arthur grinned with an ugly smile, half-jokingly said, "Marks McClown, haven't you created many miracles? Let us see your miracles again." Marks McClown shook his head. He naturally didn't have the ability to shake hundreds of thousands of troops, but he could put his mind on the Germanic army. During this time, wouldn't they be able to survive by relying on his decapitation? Cool Tiger. At this time, Baku also appeared behind the three, and there were more than 2,000 people behind Baku, holding weapons nervously with determination on their faces. Baku yelled, "Swear to the death." More than 2,000 British soldiers behind Baku also shouted, "Swear to the death." All of a sudden, these British soldiers knew what fate they were going to face next. But they had already made a decision for their compatriots who could survive. The 2,000-man death squad faced hundreds of thousands of Jackal-like Germanic troops that couldn't even stir up the waves, but no one was timid. They knew that their death would give their partners the last chance. At this time, the Germanic army was quite close to the British station. Some Saxon wizards were already standing on the chariot, holding magic wands, and huge fireballs appeared on the British station, suddenly falling. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireballs crashed on the British camp, huge pits on fire suddenly appeared on the ground, and huge holes were smashed out of the simple city walls. The entire city wall was crumbling, and the Germans attacked the first wave. Can't hold it down. Plus Cool Tiger. Many innocent British soldiers were smashed into meat sauce under the fireball, but the rest of the British soldiers were not scared. The death of their companions aroused their blood. Arthur shouted, "Warriors of Britain, kill me!" Baku led more than 2,000 British soldiers, shouting. The wizards constantly wielded their magic wands to release spells to attack the Germanic army underneath, while the ordinary soldiers pulled a bowstring with enough strength to shoot out a sharp sword. Do your best to kill the Germans. However, the number of people in Britain is too small, and the losses that can be caused by feather arrows and spells hitting the Black Germanic army are too limited. The Germanic army rushed to the British camp without hindrance and launched a fierce attack. Longer laughed in the middle of the army, and said, "Look at these poor Britons, and still want to resist our Germanic attack, relying on their strength." Kevin looked at the British camp with a sneer, and said, "Mr. Smudley, follow me in the battle. Merlin and the others will not stand by." Smudley nodded faintly, followed Kevin and walked slowly to the front of the army, staring at the three people above the city from a distance. Kevin saw Mark-Cy's figure at a glance, and his expression became extremely hideous. The appearance of going to kill Mark-Cy quickly. Marks McClown also saw Kevin and the mysterious people around him. He naturally didn't take Kevin into his heart. On the contrary, it was the mysterious person whose strength was comparable to Merlin that made Marks McClown feel a threat. Merlin said with an ugly face, "It's Smudley, the principal of Durmstrang School." Marks McClown was taken aback. He naturally remembered the Durmstrang School, which was as famous as Hogwarts. Crumb came from this school during the previous Triwizard Tournament. Merlin took a deep breath and slowly floated up. It was Merlin's powerful magic power that suspended Merlin. A small tornado formed beside Merlin, guarding Merlin flying towards Smudley. Smudley also had only Merlin in his eyes. The curse was lightly clicked, and a giant bird in the shape of magic appeared in front of Smudley, carrying Smudley to Merlin. The battle between the two must be earth-shaking, so they coincided with each other. The battlefield was chosen high in the sky. Kevin grinned and watched Merlin disappear into the sky, and a flying broom appeared in his hand. riding the flying broom and charging towards Mark-Sai. Kevin knew that he could not be Mark-Sai's opponent, so there were a lot of Saxon wizards behind him. With these forces, Kevin was bound to kill Mark-Sai today. Arthur shook his hands, and the Sword of Oath of Victory appeared in his hands, saying, "Mark-Sai, it'll stop Kevin, you find the opportunity yourself." Marx McClown worried, "Arthur, can you handle it?" Arthur smiled lightly. "It's okay to deal with a Kevin, but not to deal with the wizard behind Kevin, but I believe you can come back in time to save me." Mark-Sai was taken aback for a moment. At the same time, Arthur rushed towards Kevin with a cold drink and the Sword of Victory. Kevin shouted angrily, "Arthur, get out of here. My opponent is not you." Arthur held the wand and the holy sword in front of his chest, emitting a dazzling light, forming an X slash, slashing at Kevin, and Arthur's actions were the best response to Kevin. Marx McClown tapped his toes lightly, and his body jumped into the air, with a sudden kick, just to kick a Saxon wizard riding a flying broomstick into the air. Marx McClown rides naturally on the flying broomstick, and rushes straight toward the Germanic army like lightning. Chapter 750, Top Priority. Kevin secretly said that it was not good, that Marx McClown's goal was actually the Germanic army. He wanted to kill Longer directly, just like before. However, Kevin did not turn around to rescue him. There were hundreds of Saxon elite wizards beside Longer, let alone Mark-Sai. Even Merlin and Mark-Sai would not hurt Longer in a short time. Marx McClown was riding on the flying broomstick, his eyes locked tightly on the heavily protected general in the Chinese army. Marx McClown didn't have any reservations. With two magic wands in his hands, turbulent magic power erupted from his body. Mark-Sai has no time. Merlin can entangle with Smudley, but Arthur cannot defeat Kevin and the Saxon wizards. The 2,000 death squads led by Baku can't stop hundreds of thousands of troops. He only has a moment of time. Success means success. Unsuccessful means success. Holy Sword revealed. Mark-Sai's double magic wands were in front of him, and a huge lightsaber wrapped Mark-Sai. At the top of Mark-Sai's magic wand was the blade of the huge lightsaber. An extremely sharp sword intent enveloped the entire lightsaber, like lightning. Stabbed into the Germanic army, the huge lightsaber flew over the heads of countless German soldiers. The sharp sword intent made all 413 German soldiers underneath feel chilled. This kind of sword intent, not to mention ordinary flesh and blood, may not even be able to withstand the mountains! The Saxon wizards near the Chinese army could also feel the power of this curse, and they united in anxious manner. Hundreds of Saxon wizards stood in front of Longer, and the surging magic power soared into the sky, forming a huge magic cover at the front. Longer looked at the huge lightsaber formed by Mark-Sai in horror. Although hundreds of Saxon wizards formed a protective shield in front of him, Longer could still feel the deadly threat on this lightsaber. Longer forgot to breathe for an instant, staring at this deadly lightsaber, hitting the magic shield heavily. Rumbling. When the lightsaber pierced the magic shield, time seemed to be silent for a moment, and a dazzling light burst from the intersection of the two. Immediately there was a loud noise, and huge shock waves scattered everywhere, and the surrounding Germanic troops were torn apart under the huge shock waves, and a large group of people fell altogether. Many people even lost their vitality directly in the shock wave. How powerful this explosion was! Hundreds of Saxon wizards were standing in front of Ron. The magic mask in front of him showed no signs of breaking, and the huge lightsaber that Mark-Sai incarnate had already lost its light. Plus cool Tiger. Marx McClown's attack failed to break through the defensive net composed of hundreds of Saxon wizards. Marx McClown's heart sank. The distance between him and Longer was only tens of meters away, but the distance of tens of meters was a place that Marx McClown could not reach. The strength of hundreds of Saxon wizards is really too strong. Even Merlin can barely contain hundreds of Saxon wizards, and the odds of Mark-Sai wanting to break through hundreds of Saxon wizards are too weak. Longer looked at Mark-Sai in horror under the heavily protected magic shield. Although he was not injured by Mark-Sai, Mark-Si's aggressive momentum has been deeply imprinted in his heart. It can even be said that Longer will never forget the gesture of Marks McClown just now. Arthur on the top of the city stopped Kevin hard, and naturally noticed the situation on Mark-Si's side, so he could only sigh softly. The reason why they were able to escape before was because of the miracles Mark-Si created. But now the gap between Mark-Si and hundreds of Saxon wizards is too big, even Mark-Si can't save them. Kevin laughed and yelled, "Arthur, don't think too much about it. Today, none of you can escape. Everyone will die here for me." With that said, Kevin tried his best to transfer the magic power to his wand, and with many Saxon wizards nearby, Arthur's situation became very critical. In the high altitude, surging and powerful magic power continued to surge. Merlin and Smudley fought fiercely in the high altitude. At the moment Marks McClown failed, the magic fluctuations in the sky were obviously strengthened a lot. It can be seen that Merlin was also paying attention to Marks McClown's dynamics, and Marks McClown's defeat also made Merlin anxious. Marks McClown gritted his teeth. The Holy Sword appearance was already unable to break through this powerful magic shield, but Marks McClown did not give up. In terms of magic power, he could not resist hundreds of Saxon wizards alone, but he had more than magic power. Spiritual shock. Marks McClown glared, a powerful mental power turned into a sharp blade, seeking a weak spot in the powerful magical defense cover, breaking through directly, and piercing Longer's brain. No. It's a mental attack. Among the Saxons, there are also good players with spiritual power. Some people who can use spiritual power immediately release their spiritual power and want to obstruct Mark-Si. Others directly grabbed the innocent soldiers around them and threw them in front of Longer. Block this mental attack. However, Marks McClown's mental strength and the degree of use are not comparable to these half-hearted people, and those who want to use mental power to block Marks McClown's mental power attack will not have the slightest effect. His mental abilities were not even close to Marks McClown, he was directly shattered, and it was the innocent soldiers who could really stop Marks McClown's mental attack. Marks McClown didn't have the slightest feeling of pity, and the powerful spiritual power passed directly through the brains of these innocent soldiers. These innocent soldiers were directly attacked by Marks McClown's spirit and passed out. After passing through the bodies and brains of dozens of soldiers, Marks McClown's mental power was inevitably reduced to a weak level, and it pierced into Longer's brain. Marks McClown sighed deeply. This mental attack was already the best he could do. Even if it was launched, it would not be so easy to break through the joint defense of the Saxon wizards. In other words, Marks McClown could no longer use mental power. Sneak attack to Longer. Marks McClown slammed the direction of the flying broomstick below and rushed towards Arthur's direction. No matter whether he succeeded or not, he must retreat, or he would fall into the siege of countless Saxon wizards.